like just under a minute.
With the Arif meme.
With the yeah, exactly. It's a world record one with Aerith memes. Wow. No, honestly, that was a hell of a run. Yeah, 4:45 20. That is exactly 1 minute. Previous world record is 4:46:29. That is exactly a 1 minute world record. Now, I guess somebody from Team Tonberry needs to get a world record. So then everybody got a world record. So who's stepping up on Tonberry? Well, yeah, I'm stunned. I was like, I don't even know where we go from here.
I mean, this was amazing. Yeah, like really, apart from the memes with the Arif escape section, this was basically perfect. I haven't seen like a really quote unquote big mistake.
Yeah, no, I can't think of any big mistake, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, yeah, I guess the motor ball was slow because it was 4 phases.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that was probably it, really, the Aerith memes and the motor ball stuff. So, but yeah, I mean, I guess let's if the Final Fantasy V team wants to at least quickly introduce themselves before we continue with the boss rush mode from the other runners, I'd say go for it.
Hey everyone, I'm Bdewd, and with me today is going to be our Pixel Remaster Savant.
I wouldn't go that far, but JamesRuns here. We're going to do some commentary on Final Fantasy V this evening. Maybe morning for some of you.
Morning.
It's 11:45 p.m. for me. It's about to be midnight.
That's the same as I am, so I'll be trying my best to stay with it here. It'll be a fun time.
Yeah, it's chill run. Final Fantasy V. I actually I've run Final Fantasy V. I could just stick around right now. Just probably get some sleep for my own run tomorrow.
When is your run? In how many hours?
12. I'd have to check the schedule. What was it? 12 o'clock? 12:30-ish or something.
Enough time for a good sleep and a FF5 run.
For the record, I don't like this one bit.
All that remains is the fourth ward. You must trust in
Okay, meanwhile, Arena and Glint, they're very close. Like, less than a minute, I would say. Yeah, definitely less than a minute.
Yeah, I mean they're not even less than a minute. It's probably like.
Yeah. Huh? Ah, okay. I was a little bit confused there. I thought he picked up the materia, then went back into the fight, but he never finished the fight. Okay.
Huh. This is true.
This was a good idea, right?
But yeah, they are like 30 seconds apart, something like that. Less maybe.
Yeah, they're very close. They're very close.
Yeah. Good. But Hojo did.
There's only one thing.
We unlocked it on.
Thank you. Wait for it there. Right. Now we head back to that door. We made Wedge wait a while to be.
Okay, let's see. Hopefully she won't get trolled by with the Braver.
He really likes you. Maybe.
Yeah, you. So,
But he has a hard time opening up to people.
luckily, we can always dash in and get a consistent counter here. Getting wow, this was really good. Getting ATB on Cloud consistently. Yeah, okay, this uppercut was bound to fail. Fandaga to keep him from moving. Kind of finish it.
Do one more.
Ideally, Tifa, yeah.
Yep, there it is. And Glint is also on phase 2. Yeah, they're basically neck and neck.
Hmm.
Huh. I just noticed Zik named Barth Mog.
We got it.
All right, now they're both going to be getting to Genova here in a bit. Yeah, I mean, if this keeps up, they're both going to basically finish.
I think it might be locked from this side.
Menus. Getting things kind of set up. I mean, there's usually one final like mini menu after Genova.
Who would?
We may find out soon.
So these will be the last like 2 menus they should be ultimately doing.
Mm.
It's always interesting when people do their menus, because I feel like as runners we all just kind of have like a specific point in which we like trigger the menu.
Yeah, so
Like it always be like for me, a lot of times I'll do like at the last, last logical moment I can do it.
it kind of depends. Like I usually try to do it where I know I don't need to move with Cloud.
President's office.
Or like in this section where you switch from like after Sword Repeat, and then when you reunite with Cloud and Barrett.
Go.
So there's this thing with the camera. Sometimes it's behind Cloud, sometimes it's in front of Cloud.
It's so weird. It's so
Yeah.
weird. It's like always behind me.
Yeah. So and since you can't know for sure where the camera will be, I always menu there so that I can adjust accordingly.
Adjust afterwards, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Like this is one of those things. But yeah, this is so specific. This is like the only instance where I can think of.
Where the hell is that bag?
Where the cutscene skip causes that. I don't even understand the logic behind it. Okay, Arena about to enter Genova fight.
Hey! Hey! Help me! Please!
Then Areno's Genova fight's gonna be a little bit different because it doesn't do the Blizzaris stuff.
Yeah.
So basically, like beginning phase 2, you do triple slash to trigger this. Oh, got hit with the stop,
Ooh.
unfortunately. Yeah, so Genova summons up, going for okay, going for a retry instead.
I mean, I can understand once you're
Yeah.
out of the rhythm, it's
Yeah, because Genova has this like rotation thing. So the way it basically works. Oh, Glenn got hit with the stop too. They both got hit with a little pull. So when you pressure Genova the first time, a little pull summons that runs around the ground. That if you run into it, you'll actually be stopped. And that's essentially what happened to both runners, as they got hit with that pull stop. And then the rotation that gets kind of messed up is that Genova does this thing where
yeah, I think he got it. Like he got the shield now, and
he got
this
it
will mess
again.
up phase 4. I hope he's aware of that.
Yeah, if not, I mean, if not, you know, improvising is the name of the game for name of the game sometimes with these runs. But yeah, to the point that Strife just made. So when you pressure Genova the first time, Genova will reflect magic. And then the next time you pressure Genova, it will do physical. And it changes back and forth between that. Like it changes back and forth between those two immunities. And so with the strats that we do currently, the idea is that when we get into phase 4 and Cloud does cross slash the pressure, Genova will be physical immune. So that way Firaga can actually hit, because if you mess up the rotation, what's going to happen? And if hypothetically, let's say Glint didn't catch that or didn't make that connection, you might see Aerith self nuke herself as an outcome. Oh, that was close. I actually thought he was about to get hit by the counter
like
there.
Right? Yeah.
It looked like it. Yeah, I guess he canceled his action right at the last moment. Because that's the other thing is in the tentacle phase here, when you pressure Genova and you go to attack it, if you don't counter this initial action, like if you mess up this counter, it will actually give you another small wave of tentacles. So basically, Genova will just cover itself up, making it immune, and then summon a bunch more tentacles, and you have to.
It happened. It happened. It happened.
It happened. It did happen. Yep. Nope. So unfortunately, Aerith just flambéed herself. Unfortunately. Currently, Glint is brute forcing some dive kicks.
Yep. But this goes to show how easily these things can fall apart. Like, see,
Yes.
Arendelle resetted the fight and still managed to maintain the lead.
Yep.
This is crazy. Like, this goes to show like how like it looks super easy when things go well, but if it goes wrong, it goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing about the run that I always find interesting, and I wonder from like a viewer perspective, like when they watch us do our fights and like the fights go well, like I wonder like what's the perception of like, oh, this looks easy, and then like the reality of like, is it actually easy?
Yeah.
Or is it just something we've spent way too many hours doing the same thing over and over again?
It's definitely the latter. Like, it's, I mean, just they're on the same frame, aren't they?
Practically.
Okay,
Yeah.
practically,
Yeah. No, they are.
Oh, that's funny.
Everyone okay?
All right, whose system's gonna load faster? And then,
Almost forgot this. Split.
oh, for Rufus. I still got time because Rufus is split. Yeah, they're doing the Rufus fight. Same thing before. Looks like looks like they both got hit by the electrical attack that Rufus does, which is unfortunate. And then dealing with.
Yeah. So
Oh
the
my
problem
god! Oh man, the bright lights got really close to hitting Cloud from behind.
So the problem here was that the stagger gauge wasn't maxed out for Darkstar.
Yeah, neither one of them maxed out the stagger gauge. The general way that you want to max out the stagger gauge is that you need to do, and this is always like the most complicated thing to like explain. So Punisher combo does 3 pushes. It's 3 pushes of the square button to do the full combo. And so in notes that we write or when we talk about strats for the fight, we say things like Punisher 2, Punisher 1, and then you could say like Punisher 3 or Punisher full to like mean either or. And so for Darkstar, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to do a Punisher 2, 2 pushes a square, cancel your action, and then do a Punisher 1, and then you'll have a perfectly full bar, leading to like a singular hit for the stack. And then now we've got the Arsenal fight. So same kind of idea. It does look like timing on the homing laser was a little delayed there. So Aerith ended up taking a brunt of the hit there. But still getting through phase 1 pretty good. I mean, yeah, they're basically like neck and neck here. So same strat as before. It's basically going to do, it's basically a bunch of like Cast Thunder. Bdewd will, haste Aerith just to help with ATB gain. He's also going to turbo ether her at a point. But yeah, it's just a lot of like Thunder to pressure, break a wheel, stagger, more Thunder. There's some Tempest thrown in there to help, because Tempest in this game, for those of you who are going to watch Rebirth tomorrow, you'll never see us use Tempest because it's a terrible move and they've completely nerfed it. But in this game, it is super broken. Like you charge it up, it gives Aerith like a massive boost of ATB. It's pretty crazy.
While also dealing really good damage.
It does look like Aeronor may not have pressured in time. I don't know if she knows the strat there would be to use a different spell to pressure, because it looks like she's still trying to use Thundara. So this is the thing I talked about before, where if you don't stagger him properly, then what happens is he'll become immune to the spell. So even though she's like throwing thunders at it, it's doing like massively reduced damage. So the way you would push against that is you would need to cast a different spell. So just any other spell. So like a Fire Aga or Wind or Ice. You can also technically do physical damage. Like if Barret sits there and does enough like gunfire, it should also eventually trigger it too, and then that kind of like makes him like physical immune. But yeah, currently Aeronor is just trying to get through, basically trying to brute force through this phase.
I mean, she's almost at the stagger, isn't she?
Yes, she's getting to the stagger, as and then there's the pressure probably from physical damage, and then now the stagger. So, and then Glint is in the bike section. So it does look like Choco has pulled ahead slightly. But Aeronor will be joining here in a little bit. At a ATB. Yep. Oop.
Oops.
All right. Good time. It was one of those good moments where you take a second and don't click the wrong thing.
Yeah. yeah. I mean,
because battle retrying in remake and rebirth can be iffy if it's a multi boss fight, because you may accidentally like reset to the previous fight. Like you could have accidentally reset to before Rufus.
Yeah, or accidentally enter the title screen or something like that. Like it's good to take a moment.
But we are in the final chapter for both Choco and Tonberry. They are both entering their final bike minigame phase. So we talked about, so with the truck section here, as we kind of talked about before when describing Cloud's actions, the general idea of the strat is like to have the truck shoot you, and as it's shooting you, you build up your like special gauge. And then you can either kind of do what Aeronor did, where you kind of like build it up, dodge away, and then try to get close and then spin slash. Now, when you've got the soldiers there, though, what ends up happening is you're not able to get like super close to the truck until the soldiers are gone. Another version of the fight is the wind gust move, where you get pummeled by the machine gun from the truck, and then you fire the wind gust move, and then if you fire quick enough, you can usually build another bar before the firing stops, and so you just kind of tank a ton of hits in order to just keep throwing specials at it and like tear the truck down. And we'll enter the moth phase, which is what Glenn is dealing with now.
I'm so glad that all of this is skippable on hard mode.
Yeah, so in new game, well, in new game plus, which is only thing hard mode is in, but so new game plus speedruns don't actually do this section because this part, I don't know, they just made it skippable. They just made the minigame skippable for whatever the reason was.
Yeah, the thing is, like on hard mode, I actually played through this casually on my first hard mode playthrough. You take so much damage from everything. Red doesn't heal you in between phases. Like you could never tank those attacks to build your special. And yeah, it would just draw out the fight insanely.
That's what I've always heard. I've always heard that I think people have like would struggle with doing this on hard. So I guess they just gave people kind of an out. I'm guessing that's why in Rebirth the mini game that matches this is just skippable even on new game. Maybe I don't know. I thought that was interesting that they made that's skippable.
Maybe, yeah.
It's interesting that because it'll be Rebirth's second showing from last year, but the patch that added like a ton of time save wasn't present during last year's relay because it came a few months after.
2 patches, in fact.
Yeah, because one was the patch that let us skip the Palmer mini game, and then the other one is the speed up one. But all right, we're on the Soldier C class fight. So seeing how, so we're kind of talking about how like as they get weaker, you'll see they do kind of on glint screen. They're doing like the running forward and then kind of dashing back. So the general idea is like you're trying to keep them as grouped up as possible, so that way you can just spin slash them a lot. You can also try to bait them into taking damage from these like exploding shots from the helicopter, because if they do get hit by those shots, it does interrupt whatever action they're doing. So like if they were in the middle of trying to charge at you, then they'll just like kind of stop and just kind of stumble for a bit before resuming normal function. And then Aeronor is also on dealing with the 3 C-class goons. Another thing is when you jump off of a ramp, as like Aeronor did there, she was instantly given a special bar. So the game does give you a full special. So sometimes what you can do is when if you have a special, is you use it right before you hit the ramp, and then when you hit the ramp, you'll land and get another one. So sometimes you'll like spin, fly off a ramp, land, and then spin again, and that can sometimes really chunk down the enemies. But it looks like Aeronor has now made it through, so they're both entering Motor Ball. So they're still pretty close to each other. And then depending on what happens with Motor Ball, if somebody gets an extra phase or not, kind of like A and B got, then we'll see if one takes over the other one. But yeah, we are getting down to the wire. Gotta say, chat, I get all the chants, but man, some of these don't even rhyme. I don't know where like these are coming from.
I don't understand the boar thing, to be honest.
No, I get it. Ride this boar for Aeronor. Like it's a stretch. It's a stretch, but it's clever enough. But like spam this freeze to slow down Zik. Like I don't get it.
I mean, I get the rhyme, but I just don't know what it means. But to be fair, like it's 6 a.m. I'm
You're
barely clinging
delusional.
on to life.
You have reached the delusional phase of this point.
And Aeronor too, like really, you gotta give credit for pulling through at this hour.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I guess it's like 6 a.m. for her as well.
Mm.
And so like, yeah, they're both fighting Motorball. Let's see. I was about to say Zik. Wrong game. Glint is attempting to take down Motorball. I think this should be, once the stagger happens, this would ideally.
This should be a wrap. I think
This should be a wrap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So he got through Motorball. All right. So he's headed to the final 2 fights. Then, okay, he does a small little menu to, I guess, do shortcuts for Blizzara. Then Aeronor is going to try to Wrap up motor ball here as well. Yeah, hitting that front wheel is always so just challenging.
Yeah, so
Let's
it's
see. I think. Ah.
oh
Yeah.
come on, please.
No, the problem is even if it's even if you get it down to 1 HP, you have to stagger to actually
Really?
kill it.
Only during stagger?
Yeah, it has to be through
Ah.
stagger. So she's gonna have to stagger it before. Yeah, the spin slash to take out that last wheel was a little dicey because you lost a few seconds of damage to deal, having to get back in place. But I get hitting the front wheel is like awkward because you have to kind of like slow down in a way to like hit it. But yeah, the minute it staggers, like a single hit should kill it. But yeah, unfortunately, yeah, this boss fight you cannot defeat if it's not staggered. So if he's not staggered, oh, and now he's just trolling her.
Oh yeah. Even with the shield up on the wheel.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then just
Now,
basically
yeah,
just hit
kill.
it. Yep, single hit. All right, made it through motor ball. All right. Now entering the final fight.
Clint's already in phase 2, like almost phase 2.
Yep, he's running through the tunnel.
Fun fact, you used on PS4. There's a soft lock here where you can get stuck.
You know, somebody tells me it's on PS5, and I personally have never seen it, so I'm not sure how true that is. But I've had people tell me it's on PS5.
I got a different kind of soft lock here.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
So yeah, like we talked about, basically we are avoiding using too many ATB actions.
Although it seems like he's very low in ATB. But he got the haste up.
Yeah, I'm guessing. I didn't catch it. Did he do like double focus thrust?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay. I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's just gonna be a slower fight against Rupan.
Yeah, like,
but it's doable.
I want to say
also like AMB is the only one who does like that like unbridled into like stagger animation thing. Because the other strat is to do like a double star shower. So
that way, yeah.
Yeah, so like the strat, so I've skipped the stagger animation too in kind of a different way, but it's very tight. So the strat would be to dash in. You do like star shower ×2 with Tifa, and then Cloud kind of does like a counter, or it's like I can't remember if it's like a braver into a counter, but like essentially like as like the minute you stagger Rupan, the second star shower animation finishes, and then that pushes it.
That makes sense.
It's also tight, but I mean, I've gotten that like occasionally too. So like that's the strat.
Yeah. So the motivation
well.
behind the rise and fall is just so that Tifa has some ATB for Bahamut to kill him with the double star show, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, what I wanted to say is these fights, while they can drain a lot of time, are fairly safe on New Game. Like nothing. I shouldn't jinx it.
Should you say this comment for like 8 minutes from now? Like,
yeah. Once we had Sephiroth, I will say it. Yeah, no, but the main priority is really like not allowing Barret to gain too many points. And yeah, just just dealing consistent damage. Like even if it's not fast, it gets you through the fights.
Yeah, see, so Aranor kind of got it. It just the Star Shower wasn't already mid-attack after the Braver, but she got pretty close because like the stagger animation while it was there wasn't staggered for very long. Because the nice thing is once you deal enough damage, the phase will just end. Like the camera will just shift right over, and so you don't have to like wait out like a stagger to end. Because there are some like the Reno fight. If you stagger Reno and you push the HP gate, like it will not transition to the second part of the fight until the stagger animation is done. And so that's planned in a lot of the routes and the fights to either avoid the stagger or to stagger the enemy usually when it's going to die and not when we have to wait out a fight or wait out for the enemy the time to end.
And this is very, very prominent in Rebirth in particular, because there it's in every single fight where the stagger doesn't end until like the duration runs out. Here it's like usually when you hit the HP gate it will push the phase and end the stagger immediately, but in Rebirth they allow the stagger to run out naturally, basically.
It looks like they both kind of that was unlucky there. The two of them were on top of each other. So
he got both of them at the same time.
Yeah, they were on top of each other, so they were staggered together. So as you can see, we talked about this before. Had like a full bar, but recovered quickly. Still staggered it pretty fast and everything.
Fine.
So still
fine.
worked out just fine. And Glint's going into the Bahamut. Oh no, sorry, he already did the Bahamut phase. He's in the just finally destroying the different guys phase.
Yeah.
Glint will probably enter the Sephiroth fight before we know it. Yeah, both of the remake runs, the last two remake runs are wrapping up. So our the rest of our FF5 homies will probably be taking over here soon. So Aranor is entering the Bahamut phase of the Aranor is fighting the Bahamut phase now. As we talked before, you're kind of blocking / countering the initial attacks. Thundaga deals some damage to then pressure, and from there you're just kind of wailing on Bahamut to finish him off. Looks like Glint is on the Sephiroth fight. So
adding some extra flair to the fight.
Oh yeah, it didn't get the rock transition. Kind of skipped there.
Right, I think his route accounts for having Arif second, while A and B goes for Tifa.
Yeah, well, it's because so part of that comes from like the strat that A and B is doing. I think for the routes or variation to the routes that the two of them are doing, I think it can go either way, because I know for me it's not consistent if I get Aerith or Tifa in phase 2 of the Sephiroth fight, because sometimes like just with the timing of my actions, what ends up happening is like I might stagger with like Aerith, and that's just enough to make her more than like Tifa or something. That is the moving target aspect of it, but if anything, it mostly just makes it so like you can't build ATB. Feel like
exactly. Like it's no huge deal. Either way, Glint is about to finish here.
Yeah, so get ready, team Chocobo. Glint needs to cross slash, and that is time for team Chocobo. Good job,
GG's.
GG's. Off to the races. You go, Rupan. Then I know. Guess we'll probably. I think because it's 2 here, and I know Aranor is entering kind of the final fight, so I don't know if we should just
Finish her
wrap
out.
finish out our commentary since it's so close, and then we'll let Final Fantasy
Yeah.
V take over here. But yeah, Aranor, final fight for Team Tonberry. We're gonna bring this one home. So same thing, Punisher Hob, do a couple Punisher combos, do a triple slash, and then right as you stagger Sephiroth, you do an operator swap where you swap out of Punisher mode back in operator mode into a Braver, and that will typically push that phase into a focus thrust. And then after we land, you basically just do like an entirely, you basically do like a full Punisher combo. And then that full combo with a Braver will push this into phase 3. We'll see which we'll see which infusion we get here.
If we get wind, we would have all elements.
Oh, did Glint get fire?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Okay. Now let's get wind. One of each. And fire. Boo.
Ooh.
Boo. Sephiroth. Then fire.
Oh no.
Yeah, with fire, one thing you have to be cautious of is the move Sephiroth does. So after you do a couple hits, you wanna jump, you wanna kind of like dodge to the left, to kind of avoid that initial attack.
I didn't know this would interrupt on easy as well. But yeah, still amazing recovery. Amazing.
Yes, amazing recovery.
We are almost done here.
All right, cross slash to
guys.
bring it, and time
GG.
for Tonberry. GG's. All right, congrats. Good job, FF7 Remake runners. I guess this is the part where we're gonna let Final Fantasy V take over. I've been Wody. You will see me all tomorrow on Team Mog running for Rebirth.
Yep. Was really great commentating, even though it's super late, super early, I should say. But yeah, FF5, good luck.
Take
And
'em away,
that's our
boys.
cue. Thank you. What a show! Another world record that we get to just witness. What is going on tonight, James?
Not sure. Kind of there's a lot to be expected for everybody coming up.
So, Final Fantasy V. If you don't know about it, it is kind of known as a bit of a cutscene simulator. I think, reading from what Zik kind of had here, you're looking at about an hour 50-ish of cutscenes in a speedrun that's about 320 to 330. So, lots of story to go through is a good way to put it.
Could say that for sure.
Now.
Starting the game here, we've got noticing something's wrong with the wind. Final Fantasy V is one of those games that centers around the crystals, and so we actually see the wind crystal explode, the wind stop. That's kind of the start of the narrative.
And then to kind of continue on that narrative, you'll see on the Zik side that we almost had simultaneous meteors falling down just in different parts of the world. And this is just kind of an issue that they just kind of have to deal with throughout this whole thing. And this is one of those games where you fail a lot until you eventually don't fail. And then you get the feels good at the end, but that'll be a little while from now. But going with where Zik is right now, this area is actually a little bit rough. You see that we have 3 people that are in crit HP. This is going to be a setup for the boss coming up here. There are a couple of enemies in here that can just hit you with a party-wide magic attack, which is unblockable. And we do have a knight. The knight makes it so just a passive whenever a physical attack comes out and you have somebody that's in crit, they will go ahead and take that hit for them. And on top of that, they do have a skill called Guard, which will negate all the physical damage to 0, which is totally not going to be completely abused here right away.
Nope, not at all.
You want to explain this gorilla fight up a little bit? I believe it's changed since the last time I've ran.
Yep, so looking at this fight coming up, Gorilla will only do physical attacks, so we're going to abuse this mechanic that the Knight will block all of the attacks. And a change for this year compared to a couple of years ago when we had PR is we now have a Freelancer using a whip, and the whip has the effect of putting Gorilla to sleep, which saves some time avoiding Gorilla's counterattacks and regular attacks, and speeds the fight up, which it looks like Zik got Gorilla sleep to start with. Well, woke back up, which we'll do sometimes.
You're far enough along in the fight at this point that really doesn't matter too much. You're not going to try and go for another attempt at it at the very least.
We're also using a mechanic where we learned Goblin Punch, which we'll see Rupan and Kashiwa learn Goblin Punch coming up and take advantage of that technique in another boss. But your level of your character, if it matches the level of the enemy that you're hitting, it actually does 8 times damage. So we will have, for at least 2 of the opening bosses, using Goblin Punch against that boss, and it will do the most damage that we can do at this point in the game.
Times 8 damage when you're level 2, level 3 is pretty significant. Because normally when you'll use it, you'll get like 30 damage or whatever, and then all of a sudden you're doing 240 damage when these bosses only have, you know, 1,000, 1,500 HP. You can take them out pretty quick.
Like Gorilla has, I think, 1,100, so it's exactly 1,200, so it's exactly 5 hits of the 240.
Now, with this being a pixel remaster, you do get a auto sprint button. And if you remember from the Super Nintendo version, if you ever had a thief in your party, they allowed you to get sprint whenever you held the B button. That's still in this version too, which means you get ×4 speed, which can be a little difficult to work around in some spots. The game is pretty good for, say there's a spot where you kind of have to hold a diagonal to go, we'll say upright, upright. If you hold the diagonal upright, it'll actually do each cardinal direction for you. So that is a bit helpful, but you'll see a lot of times when people are trying to get to a doorway and they'll miss it by a step and miss it by a step, and you're like, okay, maybe I should just stop sprinting for a second.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that adds up, but it really does over the course of the run, being able to be accurate, managing that faster sprint speed. Missing doorways, bonking into walls, taking extra steps, you're going to end up with extra encounters, and it's really a part of the run that I don't know that you would initially think of as being greatly important.
Now, kind of just going over to the Kashiwa side, a little bit of lore. This meteor fell, and then so our hero Bartz goes to take a look at it. He sees that there's a girl named Lena, and she was just laying in front of it. He wakes her up. Then they hear some groaning around, so they go look around the side of the meteor, and they find this old guy named Galuf. And I guess you can't really call it a trope yet, but now it would be a trope of amnesia, don't remember anything, whatever. They go off to go do their own adventure. And then if you look over on Rupan's side, we're back together. They got into some trouble and Bart saved him again. So I guess we're just all friends now at this point. Took us less than 9 minutes. Nobody is running with Lena as the lead party, and I've always said that Lena is your good luck charm. This upsets me greatly.
I've always wanted it to be a thing where picking a certain character would somehow make it go faster, but I don't know that I've found that to be true at any point.
Now, one thing to know about Final Fantasy V runs is, even with the Pixel Remaster where there is a little more randomness as far as how the battles go because the ATBs aren't static like they are in the SNES, it's a generally, I say generally because it is still a Final Fantasy game, it is a generally pretty consistent run. you know when you should be getting things for the most part. You know how things should be going. There is some backups for how bosses may attack or whatever else. That being said, if you miss something somewhere along the way, like maybe someone didn't get some ability points that they needed, that's pretty detrimental because of how much of a building block run that this is. And a lot of the times you won't even really notice it until sometimes the final boss. And you'll be like, oh wait, somebody doesn't know Guild Toss. This is really bad.
It's never happened to me.
Or even just on the flip side, oh wait, we don't have enough money for the final Guild Toss. This is really bad.
Especially that last throw. He has less than 10 HP left, and
So on the Rupan side, like we mentioned, the wind has completely stopped. So they saw that there was a ship that was sailing, and even with no wind, they're like, well, how can it be sailing? So their idea was, hey, we're going to sneak into this pirate's cave. We're just going to take the boat, having no idea how it actually goes. And then away we go, and we can get to the wind shrine, because that's where Lena says we need to get to. Turns out that they have no idea how to make it move. And now the pirates have caught them, and we're going to go into jail in 11 minutes into the run. GG's. So on the Zix side, I believe we weren't doing it. There is a glitch that I think we've separated now. It's this pretty recent development of a glitchless run and a glitched run. And in the glitched run, if you set a mash to a specific frequency, you could actually buy a lot of the super discounted rods before you finally got taken to jail. I think you were getting like upwards of 10 plus.
I've seen up to 18
So
for some of them.
you buy them at like, I don't remember the exact number, but it's like 167, and they normally are sold for
750.
okay, 750. Okay, I was gonna say 700, so I was close-ish. So pretty big discount, which means even if you had no intentions to use them, you can get a whole lot of money, which money is kind of rough early on. You can sell Phoenix Downs. Phoenix Downs are also probably one of the more valuable items that you have early on. A, there's not a lot of them. B, there's a lot of way for characters to just kind of die, and we are doing a marathon type of run. And they're so expensive in this game. It's rough sometimes when you're like, I just need a Phoenix Down, and you're like, I don't have the money for it.
Yeah, there are a couple of places where an untimely death would require you to mitigate the loss of gil in some ways.
So we've now dealt with, just looking at Zig's side, we're inside a castle. It is the as you can tell, it's the fire crystal area. You can tell because inside the castle there's just a whole lot of fire spots all over the place. They are kind of trying to use it a little beyond its capabilities, which is kind of the whole story area for this section. Not a lot of people are super worried about the fact that there's fire all over the place, which is kind of weird, but also I guess just it's one of those just this is the way it is type things. Sorry, I panicked because I forgot I was the splitter for a second. I'm like, did I forget something? That's the next boss. Zig's coming up to buy a couple of spells. These spells are not the last that we get, but we don't get a lot more. Is that correct to say it that way?
They in here they're just buying 3, I believe. Could be Blazara, Sleep, and Raise. Over on Rupan's side, he just took an encounter coming through here through the Wind Shrine. We want to find an encounter with 2 enemies. It can be any encounter with 2 enemies. We want to go ahead and take that encounter because that puts us at the correct level so that we can use Goblin Punch on a boss coming up. If we don't take it, then we aren't at the level to match the boss. If we take a 3 enemy encounter, we end up being too high of a level, and we don't have enough characters to Goblin Punch to take care of the boss as quickly as we would like. Fortunately, Rupan found it pretty quickly.
So Zik right now is going through the ship, which it's an interesting dungeon. It really doesn't make sense if you think about what the ship actually looks like and how big it is on the inside. Don't worry about that part. Unless it's actually supposed to go into the ground at all. I've never actually thought about that angle. I've just always assumed it was all inside the ship. Sorry, just having an epiphany right now.
I don't know that I ever thought that deeply about it.
Good guy Zik, he did not pick up the time loss treasure map, or not treasure map, the world map right beside the chest. Especially since PR just kind of gives it to you right off the hop. So when you pick it up, it's really just feels bad about 5 to 8 seconds of just fanfare and going, huh, I really didn't need to grab this. Rupan's getting the lore dump on the first crystal. Just break in. This is when we first get the crystals, which I guess we haven't really explained the crystals thing. This is like what the whole game and why everyone actually loves it so much is the fact that you can get all these different jobs and you can level up anyone underneath whatever jobs you want. And it gives you a lot of this different type of variability in every play that you want. This is why 4-job Fiesta is such a big thing. It really just lets you customize the way you want to play. Now, for the speed run, we use like really of any like length of time, like 5 or 6 of them really. There's a couple we kind of sprinkle on early on, but then after that they kind of get thrown to the wayside because we've learned like level 1 white magic or black magic or whatever, and then after that we're like, well, we don't need to learn anything higher than that. Time to go to the good stuff.
Yeah, we have some jobs that we just kind of like snipe off individual abilities, and then we have some jobs that we actually use the job as its main purpose.
So I did mention that there's not a lot of RNG in this run, but and it's not a huge thing, but one of the things in this fight coming up with Zik is after the first attack that we're gonna put on the boss here. I keep calling it Flame Eater. Is it even actually called Flame Eater? Liquid Flame. There we go. Assuming that this doesn't kill on the first turn, you can either get...
Oh, never mind. 3. Oh, we got it. First try.
You guys are going to have to wait until we see it on Rupan or Kashiwa's side, I guess. I'm leaving that as a secret.
For now, though, Zik will take the time save and move on with life. So we do see Rupan coming up into Thule. After this little dialogue, he's going to run over to the left where it's a little training room. Where the earlier Final Fantasies, you would have a training room where they would teach you different mechanics of the game. And one of those is a monster in a chest, which happens to be a goblin. Having a blue mage in his party, if the blue mage gets hit with Goblin Punch, then the blue mage will learn Goblin Punch, and that's how we take care of 2 of the early game bosses. We'll see how quickly he gets it. You hope for it on the first try. So far, we're 4 tries in, and that's not good.
He does not like Lena.
6 tries in. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
On the 7th try.
The real feels bad thing is when you don't want to change anybody from a thief, so you bring him into this as a thief, and then he only Goblin Punches the thief, and you're like, come on, you need to hit one of the blue mages. So we went with 3 blue mages in that one just because then it can't happen. He'll just do 5 or 6 physicals instead, I guess.
You saw him change back to a thief after that chest, and you would think, you know, it's just a short distance through the town there. You know, that extra sprint speed can't amount to that much, but really, I mean, I want to say like 10 or 15 seconds on this split. Just in that short little distance.
Kashiwa decided that they in fact do not want to listen to the whole Chocobo on how to use your crystals and stuff, so I guess we'll just have him walk off. Came out for nothing. I believe this little section where Kashiwa is, and I don't even know if it's just this part of the game, is the only spot on a boat where you're not going to get any encounters.
I do believe so. So where Zik is, the fire crystal has now shattered, and we find out that the castle is going to explode, and you have 10 minutes to escape. Zik will not take 10 minutes to escape. As he's exiting, he's going to pick up 3 different gil pickups, for a total of 6,000 gil, and you're going to get some encounters along the way. We're hoping to get the 4 enemy pack encounter so that we gain levels and gil. So that's the one he's looking for, so he's going to use Blizzara to take him out.
Uh-oh.
Hoping they don't kill anyone.
Yeah.
Oh, Bart's died. That's not good. Yeah. There is a healing pot that you can take in the room right before where you start. He's just going to try again.
It's not super beat up. Probably got it, well, mostly because Liquid Flame didn't get to do anything, and the walk in there was pretty kind. I love the Blizzara animation.
But he got away before he could use Blizzara. Something else we try to do is we try to abuse the auto battle mechanic by setting up our actions ahead of time so that we can just let auto battle roll in subsequent battles so that it goes ahead and takes care of the action for us before the enemy has a chance to act.
It's the classic PR, if you're not auto-battling, you're losing time, unless you lose time when you auto-battle. But you'll only know that after you've lost the time. At least that's how I've always lived my life.
So now he's set up on Blizzara, and so any encounter he runs into, he can just let it roll, and they're gonna cast Blizzara right away. Looks like he got 2 of the big packs.
I think so. I might be getting confused with that autosave reload.
Yeah. So we
Now we're not
see.
gonna Death Claw.
I don't think we discussed the rod breaking. So we talked about buying the rods. In FF5, we see, I think it's the first time where you are able to use a rod in battle, and it will actually cast the tier 3 level of that spell, which is quite OP for especially this part of the game. Which is why when you could take advantage of the glitch and buy many rods at a discount, it could really changes the way the run can go for you. But we just used one of those rods at that battle coming out of Karnak, which took care of that pack of enemies. We're going to use a few more as we come up to the next couple of bosses.
And you also get a boost if you have a rod equipped of the same element, correct?
Yes.
I don't remember what the boost is. I want to say 25%. It's a pretty sizable amount to extra damage. This goes also towards if you're just casting like regular, say you have a flame rod on, so when you do fire or fire, you're going to get that extra amount of damage out of it. So there might be a little bit of rod swapping here and there just to make sure that whatever you're casting or breaking, that you have the proper rod on.
Yeah, we have some times where we will want to have a rod on and specifically not want to have the rod on. Another thing that we have to think about in this run is many of the enemies and the bosses have HP thresholds, where if you cross that threshold, you start to get some pretty nasty attacks. So we want to manage how and when we cross that threshold. Like if you you have the rod equipped and you do too much damage to start with, well, then you're going to cause problems for yourself. Right here we see Ifrit. We're going to take care of Ifrit, hopefully with just a Frost Rod before he gets an attack in.
Oh,
Perfect, right on, right on. Which is
magic
tricky
number was
because
3,000.
I believe Lena is at level 8 right now. You get a pretty hefty rod boost at level 9. I'm not even sure where that shows up in the stats. It's just something that you learn as you've done the route many times. Difference between rods breaking at level 8 and level 9 is pretty substantial there. So he got a nice high roll, which prevented any future problems from Ifrit there. Something we saw Zik do as soon as his characters got a turn, and this is applicable in FF4 and 5, and I don't know that it's not in 6, and 1, 2, and 3 are more turn-based. No, don't do it in 6. It's the concept of run buffering, and this is something that when I first started speedrunning that just kind of baffled me. But as soon as your character gets their turn, if you try and run, then a little can't run message pops up at the top of the screen. While that message is at the top of the screen, all ATBs are frozen. You still can select options from your battle menu. So it gives you a little bit of time to move the cursor around to get to the action that you want to get to before the enemy has a chance to act. And it's something you really have to do in this run to be successful, because we're running so tightly in many of these battles on ATB. We're running so tight on the damage that we can take and don't want to take that if you let the enemy take too many, get too many turns against you, it's just going to make the whole thing fall apart.
And now everyone has finished probably one of the easiest bosses in this run with the Karlabos, because you just queue everybody up with Thunder and away you go. Okay, I wasn't sure where Zik was in the fight. I'm like, oh no, did we just counter the drain attack? Because that move is brutal for this part.
Byblos is one of those with the HP threshold, and so we make sure that we don't have flame rods equipped when we break a rod so that we don't cross that damage threshold too early in the fight. We used to have a few different ways we handled that. I think now we're just breaking 2 flame rods.
2 empty-handed flame rods. Yeah, back in the day it used to be like do Fyra first and then the flame rod, so it's just enough to get them right close to that point.
Yeah.
So now Zik has found Sid and Mid. Right, they found Sid in the town. Now they found his grandson. Yes, grandson, Mid. They need a boat. They need to go and travel the waters. And Sid has figured out how to make a boat move without our dead Sildra friend through the power of technology. And I believe we have now got Scram on Zik's Barts, which is a pretty big staple for running away. It's just your instant runaway as soon as he gets his turn. And since we have auto battle, if you can get everyone set up that doesn't have Scram to just be on defend, and then you have the Scrammer, then away you go.
Such a nice feature.
I'm still convinced that if you react accordingly and your Scrammer is the slowest person, it's still faster to turn it off and manually run, but I've never actually tested it. And so Rupan and Kashiwa are both in the ship graveyard, which I'm a little sad it's so early in the game because the area itself is pretty sick. But you don't have a lot of... There's really not a lot for, like, attacks, tools, whatever you really have going on. So it's a pretty simple area. I wish you could have done a little bit more with it because I the aesthetic and everything on it is just pretty sick. But when they get to the end of it, they'll find loved ones of each of these characters. Bart's has his mom, and then you'll see King Tycoon, which is Lena's dad, since I don't think I've actually mentioned it, but she's the princess. And then, oddly enough, Ferris is also heading over there, and they're all confused, like, wait, what? Why would you care about this person? And then Galuf doesn't really get affected by whoever this other girl is because of that amnesia. Very convenient that he has it. So he just snaps everybody out of it, and away we go into the boss fight, which, oh my goodness, it's Siren. Which just so happens to be one of those bosses that, since we took a fight in the Wind Shrine, Goblin Punch is going to do that times 8 damage. So you just need to get to level 2.
Yeah, level 2. It's pretty straightforward as long as she doesn't use a blizzard. Which we unfortunately saw Zik, one of his characters got hit by blizzard, and it killed, I think, Ferris.
Would you rather see a blizzard on turn 1 or a haste on turn 1?
I'd rather a haste because there's still a chance that one can survive.
Maybe you get lucky with a cure.
Yeah, and you don't have to then go to an inn to revive. Which is what I would do. I wouldn't burn a Phoenix down. Oh. Galuf is not equipped. Galuf is only doing 48 damage. Right, he's going to take care of it.
Galuf is now equipped.
There he goes. It's another thing you find out. I mean, it's 8 times your base, whatever your attack is at that point, with whatever you're equipped with. So if you're equipped with nothing, it's not 8 times the whole lot.
Luckily, with this being one of the SNES trilogy games, you do get to change your left hand and right hand weapons or shields in the middle of battle. So if you do notice something like that, you can at least just quickly change it and away you go. So Rupan and Kashiwa, once they start going through this, they're going to be looking for a fight to get them to level 3 for Garula to do that Goblin Punch we saw earlier. Oh, there he is! Never mind.
Notice Rupan skipped the 1,000 kill pickup in the, I think it's a tavern.
Yeah.
Just grabbed the Frost Rod and went on his way.
So the fights that we're looking for is either the...
Nope, they're not looking for fights. Nope, they're skipping
we're not
that.
looking for fights? Okay, okay.
That's
I'm thinking of... old. This
part
is
of the changes
Bdewd.
within the last year or so.
This game has gone through quite a few reroutes in the past 2 years. And like, I don't know, probably, I want to say like 5 or 6. Some of them significant, some of them not as much. That it can be a little bit tough to keep up with what the cool kids are doing.
I think the records dropped somewhere around 20 minutes since 2 years ago, since it was last run.
I guess there is a little bit of a Windows version came out between this time too, but when I ran this in Final Fantasy Relay 2 years ago, world record was a 342, and now it's low 3 teens, I think.
316 for the glitchless. I know of a 311 that was run with the glitched route, but it has not been submitted.
Okay, so about half an hour faster than 2 years ago. Now they are all playing on the Windows version, which didn't exist back then. There is a decent amount of time saved just with faster loads and such. slightly faster than the PS5, I believe, which was a decent amount faster than the Steam version, which is what was pretty much all ran back then. For a little bit of history. Oh, he just, okay. It's like you're gonna notice that we're not gonna get rid of the poison on Lena, because you don't need to, but we got rid of the poison on Lena anyways. So what do I know?
So after that battle, since they've gone through 2 fights now with black mages, they should have level 1 black magic mastered on all. That will allow them to equip black magic later on in the run. We saw that Lena was a white mage, and that would be so that she can master level 1 white magic and use cure later on in the run. Which will take care of healing as needed as they go along.
Now, we're not getting black magic to actually use black magic. What we're going to be getting it for is when you equip it as a secondary skill, you still get a boost to magical properties, which, good example here is throwing scrolls that Zik just bought a whole bunch of. I don't remember the exact number of what it is, but it's a pretty sizable amount.
Somewhere around 45 or 46 lightning scrolls and about 6 water scrolls. I do think it's handled a little bit differently with some of the Japanese runners. I think they are buying 3 flame scrolls for one of Arcuavis's phases, which is a little faster than watching the water animation.
Okay, Kashiwa just threw a little safety potion onto... Actually, it's not even a safety... Wait. Actually, I kind of like that. Throwing a potion onto the person who's going to be the knight anyways. And then it also clears up that queue a little bit. That was actually kind of slick. So if you guys like counterattacks, Zik is coming up to a boss fight, which is 60% of the runtime feels like it's counterattacks. Mostly because you can't single target rods. They didn't allow you to do that until Final Fantasy VI. But they're just so strong, and the counterattacks are going to be seen as all gravity spells, so it's kind of like, whatever. Just make sure to heal afterwards. Or else you have a really bad time.
Well, there's a trick you can do that keeps you from having to heal. And again, this is a new thing, and I don't even know how many runners are doing it. I'll describe it coming up here in a second.
I thought you were going to die into Atari me and say just get lucky.
No, it is more than luck. So Zik has 2 characters as summoners for this battle. The summoner has the highest magic stat, and we want to have our magic stat as high as possible to avoid any low rolls here, because then it's pretty much game over. He's going to break 2 rods. We need to do 3,000 damage, then we get to move on. Also, what he hopefully did or would have done is set Bartz on Scram after he set the rod breaking action, so that when the battle's coming up, Bartz is already ready to Scram. Now you would generally want to be careful when you have the other character set to break rods. You don't want to break a rod on an enemy that is not a boss coming up. There is a little trick. If you wait for the top character's ATB to fill before you push auto battle, it starts queuing the auto battle actions from the top down. So it doesn't matter what everyone else is queued on, as long as the first person is ready to go and you hit auto battle, then it'll start from the top down. And so you don't have to worry about trying to set everyone on defend through here and taking extra damage through here.
Now, just looking over at Rupan's side, one little thing I wanted to throw out there is we were making it seem like Garula's a pretty easy fight and this and that and the other thing. You want to make sure that you do heal your knight, because even though you're negating all of the physical damage, Garula can do a move called Rush, which gives you a sap effect. So if you have a knight who has really low HP, he's just going to die to that sap effect, and then physical damage starts absolutely rocking you, and Garula attacks a lot. So moral of the story is heal your knight.
And if you can, try to set your knight on guard before you start goblin punching, because Garula will start counterattacking after you start goblin punching. And if you start too early before your knight is set up on guard, then your knight starts taking damage. And you learn the hard way that your knight can die before you even get a chance to give him a turn. It's not me that had a PB ruined like that.
I do like how they will block off some of these areas, just looking at Rupan's side, so that, like, you can't leave without A, grabbing the crystals, and B, just, like, leaving the room some
Just
other way.
conveniently just die in the doorway.
Guard's like, oh, I'm gonna die, but let me just take about 8 steps over this way. Ah, okay, there we go. Rupan, you forgot a crystal there. I'm sure he'll come back for it later.
If only we knew what that job was.
Someone told me we're changing this to an all crystals run. No one tell Sarah, though. Alright, like you can see that sap is going down pretty quick on Kashiwa's Gallop there. It was like a turn and it went down like 6-7 HP through not a lot of ticks of ATB. But you'll notice that we've gone through a few crystals, and every time we show up, something bad happens, the crystal breaks. We don't have a very good track record right now.
Like, maybe we should just stop going up to the crystals.
He does take 8 steps. Good guess. For those of you that are Syldra enthusiasts, you get to see Syldra die basically back to back right here. So enjoy that. I'm just going to be hanging out with Zik and the black chocobo with. Final Fantasy V has some pretty good bangers. I love the chocobo theme. It's just got that certain amount of pizzazz that just rocks the jimmies. So we didn't have a boat for very long. Went from one destination to another. It got sucked up by a whirlpool. But we're about to get something so much better. After Sid and Mid do a little bit of fixing on it, that is. Look at all those gears are turning. Now, we didn't really talk about when Zik was doing it, but Rupan and Kashiwa are going to be taking a couple of these. Oh, what are these wolves called? I'm blanking.
Oh, Galuf is. Okay. Wild Nax.
Wild Nax, there we go.
Yep.
Galuf has all the HP that he needs.
And now that they're set on auto battle, he should be okay. They're gonna take 3. I think the way they're running this, they'll take 2, and then they'll go in and do the little cutscene after you buy that 1 fire rod, and then they come back out and take 1 more. It just ensures that we have the levels that we need and the gil that we need to continue on.
There's a few dedicated grind spots. That one you can put in quotations as one. Actually, I think they changed. Do they do a lot more fighting inside the floating citadel thing now? Or is that been axed out?
I remember Rupan experimenting with that, but I don't know that that's something that is regularly done.
The wild thing with Final
We'll
Fantasy
see.
V is if you're gonna reroute it, it's not just that you really reroute a little bit of one spot. You're kind of taking it down to almost base level and reworking it up because of how everything is so building block-esque. That it is a pretty big thing to like take on, but if you do it, it saves a bunch of time. It is extremely rewarding.
I've sat down with paper and maybe not calculator, but like gone through every single boss fight or every single fight to add up all of the ability points to try and map out to make sure that if I take this route, I'm gonna get this ability mastered by the point that I need it in the game. And it's rewarding when something seems to work out just right on the button. You're like, man, that's perfect. It was like it was meant to be this way.
Early on in the days, I did spend a good amount of time trying to see if level 5 death would work. Sadly, it did not. But imagine if it did, though. Well, I should say, it did work, just not well.
Fast enough. I think Zik is coming up to another one of our grind spots. So all of the little islands around here, the only encounter you're going to get are these black flame encounters, which we can take out with a lightning scroll. And we use the ship to speed up the encounters we get. So we'll ride the ship out and ride the ship back. And if you do it just right, by the time you get back, you only have to take maybe 3 or 4 steps and you'll immediately get the next encounter. So it kind of speeds up that grind. What we're trying to do here is get Bart's to learn Hide. Well, I think they're actually using Ferris. So they're trying to get Ferris to use Hide here. And that's a skill that we're going to use 2 times in the run. We have 2 different bosses that have 2 different types of mechanics where we need to basically be off of the screen. And we'll see that as it comes up. But you'll know that you're done with this little grind when right there we just saw it, Ferris learned Hide, and so Zik's ready to move on. He should be somewhere around level 12 at this point too.
Now that fight always, or that grind always feels really safe until you start getting hit with a lot of physicals on the same person and you're like, whoa, wait, hang on a second. I'm not feeling comfortable anymore.
Yep. So, and what we try to do there, so the battle before that is the Cray Claw battle, where we're also using lightning scrolls. So we try to set up our auto battle where both of our ninjas are going to use lightning scrolls during that battle, and the other 2 characters will defend. So that when we go and start that grind on the island, all we have to do is just hit auto battle and let it take care of everything. Because yeah, you don't want someone to die there, because either you need to save your Phoenix Downs, or you might have just sold them all because you needed the gil to buy all of the scrolls that you needed for this that last shock we just did.
And Adamantoise hits pretty hard. I mean, we're also just like pretty under-leveled, but he hits pretty hard.
This is a hard one. This is one of those where you have 2 characters set up to throw scrolls, but we need 3 scrolls to kill him, so you have to be good with your timing of your run buffer. Then also you need your ATB to start high enough so that you can actually get it off before Adamantoise attacks. Fortunately, you do get a full heal after this, but should it matter if anyone dies?
It's a simple fight on paper. And then you get into it and I'm like, why are my people dying? Do you think we go 3 for 3 on the rod kills?
Ooh, let's see. I'm gonna say probably not, just knowing how not super rare, but it's not often enough that it would be 3 for 3. But we've had 2 world records already, so you never know.
Oh,
50 off.
So I was saying before with this, actually I'll let you take it. No, you got this.
Liquid Flame has 3 different phases. It's a human phase, a hand phase, and a tornado phase. Unfortunately, the hand phase is not weak against ice. So if it turns to the hand phase, we have to have one of our characters punch it to just get it to change. Unfortunately, Rupan got the slow version and the no extra gil version because it changed back to the human form. If it changes back to the tornado form, it gives a flame bow, I believe, drop, which you can sell for 1250 gil.
So that would be what we call a double sad fight.
Yeah. And, well, triple sad, you might could say, because it also killed off... Was it Lena that died? Or Bartz?
Lena.
If it's Lena, it's not so bad. If it's Bartz or Galuf... Oh, no, their Galuf is set to Black Mage. But if it's Bartz, then Bartz is losing APB there. Shouldn't be that big of a deal, though, with it being Lena. Because that APB is not super important for her right here.
Now, in case you're wondering why we bought all of those Thunder Scrolls on Zig's side, we're fighting a lot of machines, and this might come a little surprising to you, but machines are pretty weak to electricity. So we're going to be spamming a lot of that. Oh, is that the
Hoping we don't get the soft... Hope we don't get the soft lock. I haven't seen it recently. I haven't seen it, so we'll know here this little cutscene if the ship just keeps shaking and... Oh no. It's soft locked.
We've spoken into existence.
Oh no.
Zik, I'm so sorry. Wait, he's in Runner's hideout. Nobody tell him that we said that.
Oh no.
So anyways, that's the soft lock.
Since he quick saved, it's not a huge loss there. He just has to reload the quick save and take that fight again. We have theories on what causes it, but I don't know that we found a solid answer yet.
Oh, we got 2 rod kills on Liquid Flame.
Nice.
That was a high one, 3150.
I think that may be the highest you can get.
Okay, now he gets to fight the fight. Which, it's a pretty involved fight. You're gonna throw lightning scrolls for a few rounds.
It's 9. I think it's 9 total.
And then it dies. So and you're gonna have all of your Thunder Scrolls set anyway, so you kind of just get into this fight, you hit auto battle, and you just AFK your brain for a little bit. Rupan is going to be on the hunt for at least a big pack. That's a classic example of the ×4 speed being, it's hard to... That set of stairs just having one tile all around it makes it so it's kind of tough to hit unless you've hit that one line, but you have a little bit of a wall that's in the way, so you can't just hold upright and hit it, sadly. You actually have to pay attention a little bit. I mentioned paying attention a lot because I don't pay attention a lot, so when you do have to pay attention, I get burnt on it. Those chests that they were grabbing is, as James was mentioning, a bunch of money. we kind of hinge a lot on money. Not just always for buying things, as you'll see, but for now it's for buying things. Eight. Did we want to get to 8 or do we want to get to 9? I think 9 was perfect world, 8 was good enough. Maybe Karnak?
You want to be. You need somebody at 9 for Sandworm. I think I didn't see what Zik did, but I think when they get the ship, they're stopping and taking an extra battle.
Oh
One of
yeah,
the
yeah,
Black
the Dark Chalk.
Flames. I like to just go ahead and get the extra pack while I'm in there and I have auto battle set, and then I don't need to worry about trying to take one of the Black Flames on the ship. I don't know there's a huge difference one way or the other. For me, I'm like, I already have auto battle set. I'm already in the spot where I have the right encounters. Let's find the right encounter.
Kashiwa's getting some good encounters here. I think I've seen 2 big packs already. I might be completely off my rocker as well.
If you can get 4 of the big packs, then you'll leave at level 9 across the board, and you shouldn't need to take any extra encounters once you get the ship.
You don't really want to be level 10, especially on everybody. Mostly because inside the library, there is an enemy that can cast level 5 death. Which wouldn't be ideal.
No, not at all.
Oh, there he is. That would be the one.
We had a reset on Zik. I didn't see what happened.
I think we chucked the wrong thing early on. Just some auto battle shenaniganery.
Can happen very easily in this game. So the way Arcuavis works is he'll change his weakness after a certain amount of HP, which happens to line up with throwing 3 lightning scrolls. The way that it works is for the first 3 of his phases, we can throw lightning scrolls. So it's a total of 9 lightning scrolls. And then we'll switch to water scrolls. And he'll die.
Sadly, we can't do the sap cheese that you can do in the SNES. Hey, you said he was
Oh,
gonna die!
wait. Uh-oh.
First you bring the soft lock into existence, now the boss isn't even dead. What's going on?
It's the true power of the crystals, as King Tycoon just said. So we'll do 3 more water scrolls, and then throw, just picked up a shuriken. An extra water scroll, we'll take that route instead.
Let's say, is this Bad News Bears?
I'm not sure what happened.
Galuf died to the Breathwing by 1 HP.
Don't think he has to be alive at the end of that.
I do like when you're inside the library, you get that little light glow around you. Just a small little aesthetic thing that just it pleases the brain. Oh, okay, so Rupan skipped that 1,000 gil, and I think he's banking off of steals off of Ifrit and Viblos to make up for it. I don't know if there's anything else he plans on stealing off of, but I've noticed that's what he's been throwing out there.
Okay. Thought it might have been just an auto battle accident. I do not read Japanese, so I didn't see what it said at the top of the screen.
I can barely
It's
read
actually
English,
first-
I wouldn't have known anyway.
Yeah, it's actually the first time I've seen them doing that.
There you go. Archeoavis. Down at last.
So now we have the spot in the run where, you know, if you're feeling a little peckish, you can go make yourself a snack and make a little
Or a
nap.
full-blown meal. 5-course dinner, maybe. Whatever's kind of... Whatever's hitting ya. This is a pretty lengthy cutscene here. I don't know if I mentioned or not, but like I said, about an hour 50 of this run is going to be cutscenes. How long is this run? 320 to 330, give or take? If you plan to stream and go for PB runs of this, I would very much suggest conversation cards, because you're going to need them.
And an auto clicker.
And an auto clicker, yes. I actually do like the double flame rod versus the Fyra flame rod. It just feels like it's a little more seamless.
Yeah. And then you don't have to buy Fyra, which it's a little cheaper to buy Fyra for 600 compared to the extra rod for 750, but the gills shouldn't be that tight to where you can afford it.
Oh hey, that little girl that Galuf saw way back at Siren. Turns out that that's his granddaughter.
He just casually rode in on a meteor.
Wait, a meteor from outer space?
That's where meteors come from.
There's absolutely no other place it could come from. And I'm sticking with that for a little bit.
That's the last crystal to blow up.
We've successfully gone 4 for 4 on breaking the most valuable things in the world. Go us! Okay, maybe not go us. This is not looking
So
very good.
X-Death is the big bad in the game, and the crystals are what were keeping him sealed away. So now with all of the crystals gone, he's gonna show up.
And he's got some pretty sick looking armor. I would go as far as say he may have the hardest drip of all of the characters in this game, and that is some young kid language for you. This is how we pull the younger generation in. You got to throw out these Zoomer quotes once in a while. It is kind of funny side by side. We have Galuf losing his amnesia a little bit by seeing his granddaughter, and then on the other side, he's kind of remembering a little bit about how he, you know, nothing major, just was one of the 4 strongest warriors in the world to actually seal away X-Death. And then right beside that, X-Death is being freed, like, oh, that hard work, it's gone! And these will be the last crystals that we get in the run. Is there only the one more that you get in the game? I feel like I'm... Maybe.
That was the last crystal.
Oh, I'm thinking of, sorry, jobs that you can get.
I think that's it.
Just that one little secret one that no one decided to pick up. Now it's at the bottom of the ocean.
Let's see if Rupan takes the extra encounter on the ship here. which I think they use a flame scroll to handle.
Yeah, just
You get a flame scroll as a drop somewhere, so it's kind of like a free. You have it, so use it. Yeah, he's gonna stop right here.
you get it off of liquid flame.
Yeah.
Do you get the flame scroll? And I thought it was one or the other, depending on what you actually killed. But I might be misremembering here.
I'm actually not sure. I've not ever used it, so can't really say. Oh, he's gonna take another. So he
It's
went
level
up
10?
to level
Down.
10. Okay.
Gonna take another.
Huh.
Break a rod.
This could be a marathon thing he's doing just to make sure he has enough gil. I've not seen anybody do this yet.
So since
do
we don't
wanna
have any
be-
more... No, go ahead. I'm memeing.
Yeah, you do want to be careful with your levels in this run. I mean, you might think, hey, you know, intuitively, let me just gain all the levels I can, and that makes the game easier. With gil being important, there's a job coming up that uses gil, and if we have too high of a level, the usage of the job is based upon your level. So if your level's too high, then you're going to use more gil than you would if your level was a little bit lower, and you could run out of gil. So we do want to manage that that level for the most part. Although that strategy has changed too recently, so it's less of a concern in some areas, but still a concern in others. So maybe that was clear as mud, but we'll see as it comes up.
If I copy paste a damage calculation into chat, I'll look super smart.
Oh, there you go.
So I guess in a sense we do death by math, just not the SNES version of death by math. I'm always interested in seeing how people take their the black chocobo rides, because some people like to go, you know, upright, some like to go down and around. You're going in a circle around the world, so I've never taken the time to time it, but it's always like, I wonder if this way's faster, and I'll do it, and I'll be like, I wonder if this way's faster, and then I'll do it, and I'll be like, you know what? I actually need something to compare it to, so I actually know if it's faster or not.
I haven't timed that one, but I've timed the wyvern flights. Now I'll need to go back and time the black chocobo flight. So Zik is still in this cutscene.
You got to move a little bit. You know, you finish the cutscene, you got onto your ship, you got to fly it a little bit, and then before you land, it goes, hey, a cutscene. You're like, oh, okay. Then you land and you get to walk a little bit, and it's like, oh, hey, a cutscene. You're like, oh, okay. But he's going to be going around the world. We had those 4 meteorites hit the ground. And if we go and activate the portals in all of them, it allows us to get to the world that Galuf came from. Because, spoilers, Galuf is not from this world. Wow. So if it feels like we've traversed the world quite a bit and it feels like it's been pretty opened up, yeah, that's because it is, and we're going to go get a completely different map here pretty soon. Now, it's not going to be just as easy as go in there and flip a switch. Each one's going to have a little bit of... I'm going to say nastiness, but only one of them can be kind of nasty, really.
We'll see our first instance of... Oh no, they're going to use a lightning scroll, so they're going to save some gil. We're going to gonna wait on using Giltoss or Zenonage. I don't know how exactly it's pronounced.
I'm gonna go on a limb and say Zenonage, but I just go with Giltoss. You'll notice that we do have Samurai and Chemist in the party. We're gonna lean pretty heavily on those two for the next little while. Ninja as well. This may come as a surprise, but the jobs that you get later in the game end up being a bit stronger than the ones you get early in the game. For the speed run, asterisk. Put that in there before, like, you just don't know how to use the time mage spells well. Which is true, but we don't need to point it out. Didn't really talk about it too much, but getting through the desert looks easy when you do it well. But boy, it can actually, if you don't hit the, we'll call them sand conveyors. If you don't hit the sand conveyors the way you're supposed to, you can kind of get tripped up pretty easily.
You can be like going in circles.
Okay, so Chimera Brain is the one that I said could get a little bit nasty. Or the one I was thinking of when I said it could get nasty. You can go with an Aqua Rake, which it hits pretty hard.
Yeah,
At
it's a
this level,
reset.
I don't remember. Is it a reset? Okay, I figured it was, but I didn't want to talk in absolutes yet.
So this next boss that Zik is coming up to is Titan, which is one of the summonable creatures. I forget what they call them in here. You do have to fight Titan, and you do gain him, but we don't use any summons in this route. His dying attack, when he dies, he will use Earthshaker, which is basically like Quake, and it will kill everyone on screen, which is why we have hide. So we just conveniently hide while the other characters die, and then we come back and we won the fight.
I saw Dragoon for a second. I'm like, oh, we're going with old school SNES glitchless routes. Best part of this fight. Ferris was going to come in and be like, hey guys, we did it! Yay! The small things that bring me joy. But with that done, you'll see that all of these meteors kind of point towards a somewhat central location. And now we can get to World 2. World 1 is like half of the run.
So it looks like Kashiwa's using the flea trick, waited for Bart's ATB to fill, and then he hit auto battle, and he didn't have to worry about setting the other characters.
You know, there's a lot of green in this game, I'm just realizing, from the 3 very different locations and 3 different kinds of greens. I only say this because green's my favorite color. Zik is picking a very interesting place to land. I noticed that is in fact an island with not a lot going on there. Interesting pick. For those of you who don't know the game, the joke is that you don't get to pick, and that's where you go every single time. So I'm hitting a little bit of diversion here to be like, hey, he picked the wrong thing, but he doesn't get to pick because that's just the way it is.
The game's like, we really want you to use a tent here. We use a tent out of inventory because it's faster, but if you don't have one, you just walk up into that forest. It's just a short dialogue, and then you pull a tent out of nowhere. Just to get us to this part where this little green guy comes out and starts stealing people away. aptly named an abductor. So they're going to take the strategy of going ahead and killing the abductor. It's faster. Which they saved some gil in some previous fights, so they had the gil they could spend there.
If you get lucky,
If you don't,
you can get hit with a hurricane on the first turn, which brings you down to crit HP. And then you can just beat yourself up and get out of the fight that way as well.
yeah, if you die, it's not a game over. He just takes you away and the story continues.
Great call down on Rupan's side. I think he got everything set for Adamantoise.
He should be on his way to do the grind.
World
Curious
2
what level
is
he'll...
so much further in technology. They have TV in the sky. Xdeath's just showing off a few of his newest collection of prisoners.
Seems like we've shifted the music over to Zik's speed, coming up on the Battle of the Big Bridge.
Oh boy.
You know, I was kind of hoping that the runners would agree to switching over to the new arrangement version of this. With all of the guitar riffs, but it's a pretty sick track either way.
Oh, I guess that's one thing that we didn't actually mention is it's actually faster to run the OG music. James knows a little bit more about why. I just know that it is.
I'm not 100% sure why in 4, 5, and 6. I do know in 1, 2, and 3, all of the little fanfares are faster. Like the tempo of the fanfare and how long it lasts, it's shorter for the OST compared to the arrangement. Some of the tempos in general are a little bit slower in the newer music just because there's more going on, and I guess they wanted to slow it down so you could take in more of the music. It was something I noticed when I first started running it. I noticed one other runner ran it in the original music, and I thought maybe there was a reason for this, so let me try it. And like, lo and behold, at the end of the run, I was 2 minutes ahead of where I normally would be.
Zik got the classic encounter on the final step after he did the menu change. Like, oh, feels bad, man. One thing that I've noticed about running PRs is if you're ever close to a spot where it's going to screen transition, or you're going to get to a spot where you get into like a boss fight or something, you get a lot of last step encounters. Like, a lot of them. And you can either get angry about it, or you can just accept that this is just what life is now.
Yeah, it helps to know where that last step is, so you can wait until then to do your quick save or your menu, whatever it is you need to do before you go into that boss fight. So Rupan's going into the grind. He's taking a little bit of a different little spot, but in general, they're using the ship to speed up the rate of the encounter.
Oh boy, I hope we got some dances ready.
So there are several encounter tiles on the bridge. This first one we can't skip. And yeah, we throw a lightning scroll here. And we should be able to skip the others as long as we go the correct way. There he goes, okay.
There is the moment of contemplation of, am I on the right tile? Okay, no, wait, we can send this. Because if you do that wrong, then you do get an unrunnable encounter.
And it's a double encounter, so it's even slower than just, just one. So this fight, we get no ability points here. It's just pretty much get through it and move on. He will always kill at least one person, and possibly two, depending on the action that he takes. If he jumps twice, like he just did, he's going to kill someone else.
Come Come on, Greg.
So it takes 4 throws of Gill Toss and 1 Lightning Scroll. And then we move on. We should skip all of the encounters on this section of the bridge, which Zik was able to do. All right, Rupan's taking care of Adamantis.
Sorry, I had to clock in there for a second to make sure I clicked on the right things because I was like, oh wait, don't mess this up.
And then somehow at the end of the bridge battle, we get blown away to another part of the world.
We're going to put that into the don't ask questions column, and you'll notice that this column starts to kind of fill up throughout the run. Just don't ask questions. At least we landed on nice safety rocks that nothing could climb up to get us while they get their consciousness back.
One nice thing about FF5 compared to previous Final Fantasies is using a tent will actually revive dead characters, which we will do right here. After some job changes.
If you run 5 SNES enough, even if you're doing the PR, there's certain maps that kind of give you a little bit of anxiety. This walk is one of them that Zik is doing. Every time I sit there and I just think about it, I'm like, wait, am I supposed to do any? Nope, there's no menu stuff I need to do. This is PR. Even watching it, still just it crosses my mind. Well, Kashiwa had pretty much everything set up. Easy fight.
And everybody's made it through Adamantis now.
For me personally, it kind of feels like the run really starts to become like a quote-unquote FF5 run is about when you get into World 2 is when things start to crank up a little bit. The World 1 kind of feels like the formality that you need to go through. But like
Once you
now
get
is when
all
get
of the jobs, you get all of the jobs, and then it becomes trying to do your ability point routing. But you'll notice Zik has 2 chemists in the party, and pretty much going to have a chemist in the party until both of them learn mix, which is a skill that we're going to abuse pretty heavily in the later part of the game.
Are we still counting the ability points to make sure we have a certain amount?
I imagine they are in this version of the route, at least to some degree.
Next little history lesson is way back in the day, we never used to fight anything in here. And then we ended up taking some of the grind out and then fighting stuff in here. And then it was like, okay, if I have this amount of ability points, because one certain encounter here will give, I think, 3 instead of 2.
It'll give 2 instead of 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got the one more part right. Anyways, then you take that, and then it allows you to know if you need to take anything. I want to say on Drakenvale or not.
You have the opportunity to take some goblins on the ship coming up, and an older version of the route, you might would take some of the Aspis. So the Tyrannosaur being an undead creature, we can use healing items to take care of him. Zik used a Phoenix down and got it to hit first try. Sometimes it will miss.
Yeah, Final Fantasy V hates you, and will make Phoenix Downs really expensive, and then also make it miss on undead enemies. Just
So
because
I'll take the route of throwing an elixir and then a potion, and that will always hit, so you don't have to worry about it, and then you don't waste the Phoenix down.
actually something abusable. When you throw an elixir on an undead enemy, it just brings it to, I want to say 1 HP, 1 MP.
It puts him in crit. I don't know. Tyrannosaur, I think, has 5,000. He might have 5 or 6 HP left, but it's enough that a potion will kill him.
Funny enough, we're so weak at this point in the game that you can't do like a physical to take him down because we're low level with no weapons. You're gonna get 0 damage.
So this spot Zik is in is pretty dangerous. You will get no encounters through the forest areas, but in the desert area, there is it's an unrunnable encounter, and it's not anything that you can take care of at this point in the game. So it's a reset if you get it. Fortunately, our little Moogle friend showed us a route to take, avoiding all of the desert, but we like to play it risky and run across just enough desert to get us to where we need to go. And as long as they don't do any shadow updates that changes that section, then you don't run into encounters in there. There's a way we used to go, and then I found out mid-run that they had changed something, and started getting an encounter in a spot and basically blew up a run, and so then had to find a new way to go.
Zik didn't take the 1 GP. That's unlucky.
He's trying to be nice.
Rupan is busy over here taking care of Archeoavis. Hopefully this all goes good in the hood.
Let's see if he uses... Yep, there are the flame scrolls. Which I do like that. That animation is a little faster.
Yeah, water
I think they
is
use...
atrociously long.
So they do that before the first death. And then I think they actually go with water scrolls on the way. No, that he went ahead and picked up the shuriken. I know at one point they had experimented with skipping that whole section where you pick up the shuriken and the ancient sword, which saves that little detour.
Yeah, it's a pretty lengthy detour. There's just a lot of decent stuff there is the issue. And now Rupan gets to go and figure out what he's making for supper.
And Kashiwa is on the exact same fight.
See if they went with the flame or the water. Looks like we're going with water.
Cool.
Yeah, I'd say it's got to be about twice as long of an animation, seeing them back to back. Which, I mean, we have auto battle in this, so you are getting everything done 50% faster, but time is still time.
I think it's interesting to see all of the little nuanced differences different runners will take. I don't know that there have been enough changes to the route just recently, even like throughout the last year, that I don't think at any point like it's really settled on one thing as being what everyone's doing.
Yeah, it's still a pretty experimentation phase, and you can't always tell if one route is completely faster than the other because there's still things like execution and small amounts of RNG that you have to try and factor into it too, where I could see it being experimented on for another good year and a half, maybe 2 years, depending on if there's any big finds. I know endgame has changed quite a bit from what we did 2 years to what we did a year ago to what we do now.
Yeah. And then somebody will find a usage for one of the other jobs that is faster, and it'll just blow the whole thing up.
I can't wait till we have some really cool Beastmaster strats.
So like some OP dancer strat. And...
So not only did we find out that Galuf is not just part of a different world, it also turns out that he's a king. I was just like, oh yeah, LOL, I am a king. That's crazy. Anyways, he's gonna leave his castle so that he can keep going and doing save the world stuff, because that's what a king should be doing. You always put the king on the front line.
Aleph seems like the type of guy, he's gonna do what he wants to do. You're not gonna tell him to stay home and stay on his throne.
He's the old retired grandpa that can't just sit still. As soon as he starts sitting still, he's like, I gotta do something. So we wanted to take the Windrake, but the Windrake isn't feeling very good right now. So, time to go and do a bit of a, it is a main story thing, but like a side quest from what our actual quest is. We need to go and get the same plant that we used on the one in the world, or World 1, I guess. The World of 1, I was about to say. Holy. What time is it again?
Got 1:49 a.m. where I am.
So we had so much fun with that abductor fight the first time. We're gonna do it again! Nothing too scary with this. If you do get hit with... They show that 3 of them are coming in, and there's only 1.
Always like that. You've got 3 sprites, but it's just the one. We're gonna do a little gale toss and move on with life.
It does get annoying if his turn comes in and he hurricanes someone, because you're like, oh, okay, guess I'll heal. Oh, poor Zig. One step before. I've said it before.
Mm-hmm. We just had that long cutscene after the Moogle Forest. Only to have another one right here.
So to trigger this one, you just need to go 1 tile into the house, and then you can turn right around and you'll trigger it. If you go into the house and turn around right away, you'll be able to leave. But we have now found one of Galuf's warrior buddies, Kelgar, who just so happens to be not a werewolf, because that means that he'd be able to, or he'd be a human turning into a wolf. So he'd just be a wolf, right?
It's just a regular wolf.
Just a
Can
regular wolf.
walk around upright and talk, and apparently do whatever this move is. That Bart somehow mysteriously knows the trick to fight against.
Hit him with the nothing personnel, kid. Now remember this punch. He's not killed, he's just bedridden. Now for some more exposition, because why not? Now that we have found Galuf and his one buddy, we find out that Bart's dad was also one of the other warriors that went and sealed X Death away. So we now know 3 of the 4. We only just don't know this guy on the right. And from the looks of it, his dad was actually the leader. I say this because he's the one standing in the front. Okay, now he's standing in the back. He's no longer the leader. I have lied to you all. But basically, they're like, X-Death is too powerful, we can't actually take him out. So we'll just, we'll seal him with these crystals. And this can't fail at all. Dorgan is watching from the skies above, watching his son destroy every single one of these seals, and just being like, oh no, what have I brought upon this world? Rupan and Kashiwa are Rupan's on the way to World 2. Kashiwa's pretty close behind. Then their real run can start. The formalities are almost done. It does feel like after, well, hang on, is this a true statement? Tell me if you think this is a true statement or not. It feels like the cutscenes slow down a little bit after the Calgar scene.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I'm not saying that there's no cutscenes, because there definitely is, but it slows down a little bit. So this is one of the few spots where we don't have a thief in the party, and we did mention that thief lets you get a sprint, but they also prevent back attacks. And I didn't want to say anything because I was getting told that I was cursing everybody, so I didn't say anything until it actually happened. But we did get a back attack there, and it's just one of the risks that you run, not having the thief in the party, but we need the ability points for pretty much all of this.
Well, I'll run Galuf as a thief through here, but I think they may be trying to take a certain encounter, so they want a samurai. Maybe trying to get a... Yeah, they're going to take this. So they're going to get a drop from this fight that's a Dragon Fang, and that will be an item that Zik will use in one of the mixes coming up.
And the guaranteed Dragon Scale drop. Dragon Scale, Dragon Fang, Dragon Fang.
Yeah, Dragon Fang.
Can be used in some of our mixes for... The Dragon Fang is just good in a lot of different mixes, to be honest. Chemist is really powerful with various things that can be done with it. It's one of the more broken classes in this game, to be honest.
Is he going to do another? Nope, he's going to run. Okay. I believe they're using that for Antlion coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Just makes that fight a little safer to get the quicker level gain, because that mix does 20 instead of 10.
A few of the previous old routes would fight a good handful of them because you could use the Dragon Fang with a mix that made bosses become Dragon Element, and then there would be a weapon that we'd pick up that does 8 times damage to Dragon Elemental or Dragon type enemies. And also that's where we would just end up doing a little bit of our grind instead. So that's one of those things where things have really changed around. So since you're no longer taking that, you still need to find the ability points that you're getting. So that's why we started fighting things in the underground waterway and so on and so forth. So it's a big building block thing where if you change one thing, you probably have to change 3 or 4 things down the road.
This was definitely one of the sections where I was mapping out the ability points carefully. So I really wanted to find a way to skip all of these battles in here. You could just run a thief and run through here and not have to worry about trying to find the right encounter and trying to make sure everybody survived.
In case you're wondering how tight the ability points routing can be, there's a couple of fights that we're going to take on a boat here pretty soon that, depending on how things have gone, if you don't take an extra goblin fight for 1 ability point, you might miss out on a very important ability that you get later on. And you won't know until until it's too late, basically. Now, this Dragon Pod fight, pretty simple. We've now hit what you would call the capitalist part of the run. We're chucking money, paying off all of our problems.
It's either Barts or Ferrets here for them. So for them, Ferris is learning Mix here. So Ferris just learned Mix. So they will probably swap Ferret. Yeah, they'll probably swap Ferris's job over to probably Samurai with the Mix ability.
Guild Toss and Mix is a pretty broken little combination.
Time Mage so we can teleport out. Okay. It looks like
Time Mage,
Kashiwa
the
got
only
hit.
time we use it is when we want to leave.
Looks like Kashiwa got hit by Aqua Rake.
I don't remember what I read about the scripting or whatever, but I feel like... Aww.
Oh, twice in a row. Yeah, that's why I like to do, I set up the Guild Toss throw on the fight before that. So coming in here, you just hit auto battle and you have no risk of being hit with Aqua Rake. Zig's doing the last big shop of the game here. So he's gonna, depending on the route that you're doing at this point, you're going to sell off pretty much everything that you don't need. I'm not sure if Zik is taking the new strat yet. I'll be able to maybe tell by the shop that he's... I can't quite tell there. I'll be able to tell if he starts skipping some of the pickups later. But we buy a lot of the items that we need there for some of the mixes that we're going to be doing. If you're doing the newest iteration of the route, that is your last shopping chance. Basically, anything you need to sell, you're selling it there. Anything you need to buy, it's being done there.
Hey, Kashiwa's doing a little bit of an extra shop here in Karnak. Picking up a couple more rods, it looks like.
Yeah, and so then that's part of the newer iteration of the route. You need the extra flame rods, and so you just stop in and buy them. You could do it here. I like to do it when you go into Karnak right after the Byblos fight, since you're already running right by that section.
So Zig's got the plant. We come over and we find out Kryle no longer is feeling well. We learn about this sage named Guido that we're gonna have to go and find now, which is fine because we should be able to fix up this Windrake here real quick. Now we're gonna find out that Lena, I think Lena just likes to be poisoned. The Windrake doesn't want to eat it, so she's like, "Here, I'll show you how to eat this poisonous to humans plant." Noms on it a little bit, drops down real quick. Everyone's just like, "Lena, what are you doing?" But it's okay because the Windrake is feeling good now.
It's like a shared trauma experience.
And with Kashiwa hitting this portal, we are now all in World 2. Okay, it looks like Kryle's feeling quite a bit better too. Apparently just was expecting Lena to eat something poisonous, had no idea who this person was. Alright, never mind, she's not feeling that good. Got that VV syndrome. It's funny when you're in Exdeath Castle with just Galuf, because you'd think it'd feel a whole lot scarier than it actually is. It does help that you're a thief. You only really get like 1, maybe 2 encounters if you're unlucky. But I know, like, casually when I first did, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get absolutely demolished here. But it's actually not that bad to run through.
It's not bad. I don't even bother making him a thief. I just switch him over to samurai and we risk it.
Now Zik gets would that be? Fourth vehicle of the game, if you count the black chocobo. Actually, fifth if you count the yellow chocobo too. Fifth vehicle of the game.
Still one more to come.
We break everything.
Every time we show up, there's chaos.
Maybe we're the problem. All right, everyone, get yourself ready.
FF4.
Rupan hitting the bridge.
Oh, here we go.
Let's see what his bridge movement looks like.
So something Rupan just did there, since the bottom character got the turn first, rather than trying to quickly shift off to the next character, he went ahead and had that bottom character punch. And that's another instance where during that punch animation, all of the ATB stops, so that he had a chance while the punch animation was going on to be able to then shift over to Lena and queue up her throwing the lightning scroll before the enemy was able to get a turn. Which is really important there because they will use a mustard bomb attack, which will kill somebody, and that's, at that point, that's a reset. So it's just another little trick that you can do to kind of manage the ATB in this game.
I just realized with where Zik is and where Rupan and Kashiwa both are, we're gonna get a lot of battle on the big bridge.
Yeah. And Zik's getting it here in just about 3 seconds.
Battle on the big boat.
Big boat. But this is, I think this is the first instance in the game where you have NPC enemies that if you end up coming face to face with them, that it triggers an encounter with them. Depending on your ability point routing, you either want to skip these or you actually want to take one or two of them. There's a third one that you actually have to take, but we'll see if Zik tries to skip or run into one of these guys. We see there, got this one here. Went ahead and took care of it.
Alright, I'm thinking of the other fight. I don't know why I thought that was supposed to be Greg.
Yeah, that one's coming up.
Now, when we were on Drakenvale Mountain there, we actually picked up a piece of gear called the Bone Mail, and this makes you undead. Which means healing spells are gonna, or just healing anything, will just kill you. And it's totally not abusable for anything coming up. Almost immediately. It's actually it's a pretty solid piece of gear just for defensive stats and whatever else as well.
Oh, okay, hold on. He didn't use it here. So I wonder if he's going to do that at some other point. There is a boss coming up where we want to have a dead character. We'll see how Zik handles that as it comes up. But usually there in at least previous versions of the route, we would use a healing item there to kill one of our characters so that they were dead for an upcoming boss fight. Speaking of the Bone Mail, the newest version of the route will abuse the Bone Mail mechanic on the final boss. We'll see that coming up.
Oh, I see Rupan's actually running away from the trench fights. So this area
Looks like
with
maybe
the, go ahead.
maybe all three runners will be doing different versions of the route.
There you go. We get the variety package today. This area with the barrier tower. There's a lot of like little different timing things in the SNES. You actually had to like you talk to someone, then you actually had to like wait out a timer. The PR has taken out a lot of these different timers, and you can just go and talk to whatever NPC, and just pushes it right through. Which isn't like the biggest deal, but when you do a bunch of speedrunning of both of them, it's nice that you don't have to sit around and wait on anything. It's one of those small things like it shouldn't bother you, but it does. Until you don't have to do it no more, and then all of a sudden, hey, let's get to it.
Alright, so Zik went ahead and took care of Link Lena there.
Yeah. Who saw that the high pot did 500 damage to Lena instead of heal her. You want to make sure that you have at least one person dead for this upcoming boss fight, or you're going to have a really tough opener. Say opener because you're, at least in the speedrun, you're not making it through the opener.
Yep, so the boss coming up is Atomos. Atomos, if you have a dead character in your party, then instead of doing a regular attack, he'll use each of his turns to slowly suck that dead character eventually into his mouth. So for the most part, that's what his turns will be. He can do a gravity spell, and probably the biggest time loss would be you can cast slow on your entire party, which will slow the entire fight down. But other than that, pretty harmless, as long as you have someone dead.
When I stare into the void, Atomos' tongue stares back at me. And this will actually be the first fight that we actually start using mix.
And the mix that I don't know that he'll use the Dragon Fang here, but the main mix that we're going to use is a mix called Samson's Might, and that is an antidote mixed with a holy water, which is why Zik bought 50 some odd of each of those items. Back in the Elb is the village, I believe, right before Drakenvale.
Yeah.
And he's gonna mix one of those for each round, and every time you do that mix, it raises your character level 10. And if we go back to the formula for the damage on Gill Toss, it takes your level times. Well, that's the cost of the spell, is your level times 50. But it's your level times whatever the multiplier is, determines the amount of damage. So I want to say it ends up being 1,500 more for every, so it's your level times 150. Because each usage of Samson's Might will raise the damage by 1,500. So we're going to be doing a lot of boosting our character levels so that we boost the damage done by Gill Toss.
We actually got some good RNG on that fight too, because you can get Sloga pretty early on in the fight. And that can cause some issues down the road, because we don't really have anything that can clear the slow or put any haste or anything on us. I think you can technically get through the fight if you're lucky, but it can get kind of rough. I've
Never
always
had it
just
fail,
like a
but
reset.
it's
Mostly 'cause
not
I
had
just
it
don't wanna deal with
fail, but yeah, but it is a time loss. You're just standing there watching. You're like, just come on.
I love how we have this Moogle being like, hey, don't walk through the desert. It's bad. And then all these guys are like, all right, walking straight through the desert. But we finished off Barrier Tower, and this is gonna blow everybody's minds. But what this does is takes down the barrier at Xdeath's castle, meaning we can get in. Mind-blowing information, I know, but now we can get in there and beat up Xdeath and finish the game. There you go. There's that tower going down. There's the barrier going down.
You think we would run right in, but no, we're gonna do some other stuff before we go.
And that's the end for Zzat. He did good. Don't really know what he all did except for beat up that one goblin and actually break the inside parts, but he did good.
He had the whole plan of blowing up the tower.
Now we get the submarine, which there's not a lot on the ocean floor. There's a couple of things that you can actually go and explore just casually and whatever else. But the only story-driven piece that we really need is we're gonna actually go and visit Guido. We went to his island the first time. It got all bloated up. But apparently with it being completely submerged, it's still okay. We're just gonna put that onto the do not ask questions list. Put that off to the side again.
We have a little treasure chest puzzle here that will open various doorways depending on which treasure chest you put the heavy rock in.
And you just put it into that one chest so you can open up one secret door, so you can hit a switch, so you can put it into a different chest and go through what that little button actually opened up. I think I actually got stuck in that little bit of a room for way more than I'd like to admit as a kid. I guess also another thing with having a thief in your party that you don't really notice, because we always have one here, you can see all the hidden passages, because getting to that switch would have been a blacked out area, as well as like this little 90-degree turn as well. So this thief actually does quite a few good things for even a speedrunning situation. You get no back attacks, you get the ×2 on your ×2 sprint. You get to see the hidden passages, so you know, you're not trying to find them or bonking into walls. You kind of do some heavy lifting for being the first class that you get. Job, I should say. And it turns out that Guido's a turtle. Bartz is not a very nice person. He sees a turtle, goes into the shell, and his first instinct is, let me just hammer on that shell a little bit. Bartz is the type of guy that'll go to a zoo, and regardless of what's inside of it, he's going to tap on the glass every time. Right beside the sign that says, do not tap on the glass. But since we've made it all the way to Guido, he is going to give us something really good. Alright? We get the stick. Anyways.
It's a really important stick.
And I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's not really like the first stick. So, I hope you liked our adventures with the submarine. Because after this little bit, I believe that's the last that we actually use it. but you need to find this one little nook. And then before we go into the forest, there is actually a spell that we pick up here that I totally know what it is. It's Firaga. And
Raga and Hastega.
I just always say Heiska.
Yeah.
If you say it quick, normally people won't question it.
The newer versions of the route actually will skip that entirely.
The shop there.
Yeah.
Now,
We'll see if Rupan or Kashiwa are running that route. I imagine at least one of them will be.
this forest is confusing. I'm not gonna lie to you. A lot of it looks pretty similar, and there's a bunch of chests that you kind of want to pick up that it's easy to get lost. Or else I'm just really bad at directions and it's not that hard to get lost, and I just always get lost. But it's one or the other.
It's definitely a bit of a pain. But I mean, you're really trying to grind down your time. I mean, you spend some time in here just we turn encounters off and just run through it several times just to kind of get familiar with where you need to go. I think it would be easier if they didn't have the weird little circle spot around you. Just make it all look the same. And I guess the idea is you would have all the trees in the way and you wouldn't be able to see anything.
So Rupan did take he looks like he's taking some fights on Drakenvale here. Don't know if he's gonna want the Dragon Fangs for mixes. They also sell for a pretty significant amount of money. I think they sell for like 2,500 a piece or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
I'm gonna guess that that's the last one that he wants to take because he's out of high pots now.
He did skip all of those little grind battles. So he may need to pick up some more ability points in here.
Now I know you mentioned some people pick up the Aegis Shield and some don't, so I'm kind of...
So if you're going to pick it up, he would have needed to have gotten it before he fell in the hole.
Yeah.
Because after you fall in the hole, that chest changes, the chest he just picked up.
I think it's fixed now, but fun little fact for all you completionists out there, that if you're trying to get all the treasure chests in this area, the Forest Moor, it was actually bugged where you could get everything, but it would say that you always missed one, so then you'd have to redo the area and then do it again. I did it like 8 times before it finally gave it to me, and it was very, very annoying. I was in a call with a few people, and they got to hear me absolutely mauled. So if you ever think you missed something, you didn't actually miss something, they probably didn't fix it, and it's not you. Welcome to my TED Talk.
What you're saying is just blame the game.
Yes.
The game's fault.
I read a lot of different forums because I'm like, something ain't working here. So, the crystal fight! It can go very simple and look very easy, and if you mistime something, it can go very, very wrong, very, very quick. This is one of those HP threshold boss fights. 2 guild tosses and then they start going crazy?
I'm not sure what the number is, but it's this is one of those where you need to wait until everybody's ATB is filled and then start throwing guild toss, because if you give them any turn in between and they've hit that threshold, then it's game over for you. If you're unlucky and your ATB is really low and takes forever to fill, then they can also kill someone, so you want to make sure you're at full health before coming in here as well.
Zix saw all of them attack, so he knows that all their ATBs are empty, and it's go time. Boom. Easy fight.
There we go.
If you don't wait out and you see some of that, you'll see one of them I think does Faraga, one of them does Aroga. Does one of them do Quake? No. I don't know. It one-shots you is what happens.
Yeah. Generally try not to see what it is, so I can't tell you exactly. They're pretty nasty. I think there may be like one of them's flare even. It's
I was right with Quake. I'm taking Earthshaker's Quake.
there it is. Earthshaker and Aqua Breath. Okay. No, flare's not an AoE, so it wouldn't be flare.
Welcome to my diaries of a bad player, where I can tell you all the bad things that happen through stupidity. So after we beat the crystals, Xdeath shows up, and our team is currently getting absolutely raffle stomped. Until, lo and behold, our 5th character, question mark, comes in and just takes him out with a little sparkle attack. We win the game! Okay. Okay, so maybe we didn't win the game. Okay, we very much didn't win. We may have been deceived. I haven't noticed if Kashiwa's taken many fights or not. The classic run into the save room. Honestly, it's hard not to run into that save room if you try not to stop movement.
It's a tricky spot.
The options are you run into that room, you turn a little too early, and then you are still on the platform above the staircase. Or sometimes you actually just have good movement. I don't know what that's like, but that's what I hear. So I want everyone to notice on Zix's side, one of the crystals broke, and there's only 3 crystals. I have a gripe that's coming up when we get a little bit later on, based off of those 3 crystals. So we can't do what we do in the SNES. Bone Mail Gallop and throw a Phoenix down on him does not work. In case you're wondering, have we tested it? I've gone with 30 Phoenix Downs and thrown it on him every single time, and none of them landed. So we actually have to go through this fight, do a couple of guild tosses, and the rest of it is just auto battle physical attacks, just to get through the scripting. We're gonna take Xdeath down 10 HP at a time. Turns out it wasn't that hard. See, Cash was coming into the shop. I like to watch the shops.
I want to see what he sells. I missed Rupan's shop. I wanted to see if he sold those dragon fangs or not. He already sold. It didn't look like he sold a lot.
So runner preference, like I know I always used to like to put Antidote, Maiden's Kiss, Holy Water all kind of close to the top, because those are just things that you're going to be commonly be using. Some people like to just auto arrange and then they just always know where it is. But it's fun to see how people like to do their inventory management shenanigans. Alright, we're all gonna hold up our drink for our dear fallen, the last warrior to seal Xdeath, Galuf. Pour one out for the homie. This is also one of those spots where the SNES had a bit of a timer, but you can just instantly talk to Kryl in this version, yes. Kryl, and you can just instantly get through that. So on two screens, I guess on one screen we had destruction, one screen we had someone being absolutely sick. I guess the Windrake is also pretty sick. And on the other side we had someone die. Things are going absolutely great. The good news is there's not really a lot of crystals left over, so we can't go around breaking them anymore. So we did lose Galuf, but luckily for us, Kryl's is gonna get all of Galuf's stats, all the job grinding he's got, all that fun shenanigans. She's basically just the young replacement. So you don't have to worry about like building up a brand new character or anything. It feels a little bit like a cop-out, but on the other hand, it's like, yeah, we're pretty far into the game, it makes sense. Now it's off to Xdeath's castle. Surely this must be the final dungeon.
I was thinking maybe we would have everybody at different parts of the game, but still on a Windrake at the same time. We're almost there.
We're close. So, funny enough, for some reason, the Windrake can't land on the dirt areas, only on the grass. So you have to park a little ways away from Xdeath's castle, which is one of those things, it really doesn't matter, but like, just feels annoying.
Should do like they did with Galuf earlier in the game and just drop you off halfway up the castle.
We've literally been here before with the Windrake, and yeah, just got dropped off right on the balcony.
That would save some time.
I don't think we do it anymore. Back in the day, we used to use a mix to get float on... I'm assuming Kryl is still the knight.
Right now, Kryl is a thief. I don't know if they will change Kryl.
We used to put float on because we're going to be running through a whole lot of lava, and then just kind of turned into... just don't get hit by a lot of stuff. You don't need to worry about casting float on... No, well, not casting, mixing float onto anybody. Which sounds scarier than it is. One little small thing, it's gonna start kind of mattering here soon. When you revive someone with the Phoenix down, they get revived just outside of crit. When you revive someone with the life spell, you revive them in crit. Now, this doesn't sound like it should really matter, but it's actually going to matter, especially final dungeon-wise. You need to kind of know which one you're using on which people, because it's going to affect that. But something just to keep in mind from, like, this point on. Always said Excess Castle is kind of the Silent Hill part of the game. First you have this normal looking castle and all of a sudden it's... well, this. Got,
Pillars are alive.
Fleshy walls.
So Zik will probably cut through a little wall section here and grab this flame shield or ice shield. I think this is an ice shield.
This one's ice, yeah.
Yep. Which sells for a hefty 20,000.
Do you know what the magic number is that we're looking for before going into final dungeon? For money?
At level 16, it was like 176 something, 178 something.
So we need a pretty hefty amount. Now, it might be a little bit different depending on the routes and stuff, but you can basically say like plus or minus like, we'll say 10 to 15,000. Throw out a number. Lots of money.
You want to be
Zik got
careful here
premium.
where Zik is. If the little moving platform lines up with one of the pillars on either side, then those little adductor guys comes out and triggers an encounter. Which I don't think is an abductor. Get something else.
Yeah, there's some kind of wonky backups I remember we have to do in SNES if you get them, and none of them are fun.
The lava puts us in crit pretty much right away, which is not a big problem. I don't think I've ever taken any damage through here from regular encounters. Is he gonna pick up the twin lance? He is.
Little extra money. He's walking pretty carefully because there is a bunch of tiles that you can fall down. Unless you turn someone into a geomancer, then you know where they are. Or you just pull up a picture. That's typically what I do because I'm like, I never remember.
So we've got a little job change here. Kryl is going to be a chemist. Looks like maybe Lena is a knight, so Lena's going to do all of our guarding. Just need to make sure that she gets on guard before Xdeath starts attacking, which he healed her for a little bit of a safety. Kryl is going to drink a speed drink, which will speed her up. And then both Bartz and Ferris are going to use Samson Might mixes on Kryl to boost her level. She's going to start doing Giltoth on her second turn. You may have her defend a couple of turns, I'll have to see. Looks like
Rupan got the Sloga on turn 2, and you can just see 3 turns from Atomos before we actually got the 1 turn. Luckily, most of them were just bringing Galuf a little bit closer. There was 1 old in there and 1 gravity, but that could have gone worse. Could have gone better, but could have gone worse.
maybe Bartz was supposed to have Mix equipped and didn't have Mix equipped.
For Zik.
Yeah, which isn't a reset. We still have Ferris that can use Mix. We just needed to have her defend a couple of turns. You just want to make sure that you get Xdef healed quick enough because eventually he will start using some pretty nasty attacks. There is another strat that you can take with him where you can actually use a Mix to berserk him, which means he will only do physicals. And then your knight just takes care of all of his damage. Oh, Bartz doesn't know Mix.
So that's going to be a problem because you don't get ability points or experience off. Well, you don't get experience off of bosses, but you don't get ability points off of Xdeath. And we're now in what we call World 3. World 3 doesn't have any encounters until we get to the next boss where we need Mix.
He's gonna need Mix for Antlions, so we'll have to see how he handles that. I'm not sure what happened where maybe there was something was missed somewhere. I don't know that Bart's died anywhere.
I think I saw he was like 1 or 2 ability points short.
Yeah.
Look over on Kashiwa's side. So far, looks like we're getting a pretty tame little fight. That's the way the cookie, well, that's the way the Atomos crumbles.
I know Zik has dealt with this before and gotten through it, so let's see what he does here.
This should be the first time that Ferris has come home. I guess since she was like a little baby.
Her real name is Sarissa.
And Bartz is looking at her and being like, va va voom. So Ferris gets her hair all nice and done. She gets a nice pretty dress and they're like, ah, Lena, you look fine. We're not changing your sprite too. You'll see Rupan is making his way over to Guido to get his stick. Kashiwa's just busy pouring respects out for CZ as well. One thing I didn't actually point out, inside that little cutscene, Bartz actually has to knock out Galuf because Galuf doesn't want to leave, and then they jump onto the Windrake. Bartz raises his hands a lot throughout this run, I'm just realizing. So we have Kashiwa making his way over to Guido. Actually, well, no, because we're going to use the exit spell. Almost going to get a high five from Rupan and Kashiwa. I always like to point out the high fives just because, again, it's the small things that make me happy. But yeah, teleport. We get out there right away.
We'll see if Rupan skips. Yeah, he skips going into more entirely. So they're going to take a little bit of a different strat through the end game. We'll see if he picks up Aegis Shield.
Does that mean that he will maybe grab the Masamune or no? This part
No,
I'm not familiar with.
No, won't be doing that at all.
Okay.
It means he's skipping that last shop in Regal entirely.
All right.
Because that's where you get the last ribbon.
Yeah.
And with the bone mail and the Aegis shield, you'll be able to pretty much deal with anything that the ribbon would protect you from.
Well, it looks like Rupan knows how to get through this forest pretty easily, and now I feel like I just feel a little incompetent here. It's fine.
We went ahead and picked up that chest, so which is an item to sell. I forget what it is. I think it's Morning Star.
Yeah, it sounds right. I was gonna say a flail of some sort. I do like the fire effect that they threw into the PR when they're just showing the forest burning up.
Right, so Rupan should at this point go up and grab the Aegis shield before falling in the hole. And he did not. So it must mean he is going to stop in Regal before going into the void. Alright, so Zik has put Antlion to sleep, so he's going to break some flame rods. He can use Faraga. He can get around using the flame rod. He might need to do a few extra mixes later on. Possible Bartz could throw some Gill Toss in there.
I think that's kind of where you have to go. You're almost there for damage.
Yeah. There was a bug where Antlion would self-heal when he was asleep, when you hit the damage threshold. But in this case, he just dies. So he got through it. Good job. Good job, Zik. That was... I can imagine he was stressing out completely, trying to figure out what he was going to do. But he got it. So not having the Flame Rod is going to lower damage rolls in a fight coming up, but that just means he'll probably do a few extra mixes just to raise level a little bit higher when he uses Faraga. So it won't be a problem.
Good clean crystal fight for Rupan. And Kashiwa not too far behind. We'll be getting into the that crystal fight as well. Rupan's actually went nice and smooth to where you didn't really have to wait to see a lot of them attack or hope that the ATBs lined up. They kind of all just got their stuff off, and then he got to queue everything up, so it was a nice seamless fight. Kind of hit our cutscene central on. We've actually done pretty good on not having like mass amounts of cutscenes on all three. Pretty good. Usually this doesn't happen in a 5 run. Usually there's like, okay, well, we got this cutscene here, we got this cutscene here, we got this cutscene here. We've had some sort of action on like any given moment for the most part. It's been nice. It's been much easier to commentate.
So this little cutscene after Antlion, we are reunited with Ferris. And at the end, Kryl complains about a splinter that she got.
she's a kid. They always complain about stuff like that.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how she handles the splinter coming up.
Kashiwa just doing the setup for the crystal fight as well. Whoa, that's a huge splinter. Maybe. Oh, that's not a splinter. That's X-Death. We've been duped. Put into the things of don't question, Splinter is actually a big bad evil guy inside a little girl finger.
Now we see Void starting to take over certain sections of the world.
X-Death has some pretty sick looking attacks. And you actually get to see him in battle and out of battle.
We have a turtle doing some ninja moves. Not sure where I've seen that before.
I've seen him do it like that, but not at that age.
We have a Ninja Turtle, we have a Splinter. This all seems very familiar.
Oh no! Someone go help Guido! He's fallen and he can't get up. So now we're gonna find out that World 1 where we came from, and World 2 where Kryl and Galuf came from, actually all used to be all part of the same world, and then part of sealing X-Death was split it apart and use the crystals to seal them, and now it's all back together.
And then we find out there are these legendary weapons that we are going to get. At least the game wants us to get them to fight X-Death. We decide we don't actually need any of them. We're just going to go throw money at our problems.
So in the old routes, we used to grab a couple of them because they were good for money, and you'd grab the Mesmune because when you have it equipped, you'd get instant ATB every single time. So you'd have someone with Scram, you'd throw the Mesmune on them, and boom, away you go. Easy Scram every single time, guaranteed. Then we ended up going and noticing that you could get the Apollo's Harp, which does times 8 damage to dragon types. And then you're like, oh, but how many dragon types are there even in this game? You can actually mix with the Dragon Fangs to make any boss you want to be dragon types. Then you'd Berserk Ferris after doing that, and away you go. It was doing like 4 or 5k a hit. All auto attacks, and boom, you win the game. All of that has now been routed out. You no longer even need to go to that castle. You just chuck your money, which is, ironically, what we did when the game first came out. Just, it's better and faster now.
It all comes back around.
Now, Zik will want to get some ability points on Chemist somewhere in here. I'm wondering if you just want to like go off of the aspects.
Yeah, the Aspis fight, and then there's the Flame Shield chest, which I imagine he's going to get. That'll provide some ability points as well. That one would have been a good one at 10 ability points, but you kind of need to get through it. Will be interesting to see how he handles the mummies coming up without the flame rod. I think he threw his only flame rod. We may need to try and do a mix before. Or you say maybe he saved one. Alright, so yep, Bartz is a chemist here.
These guys are also undead. You can just mix
And Bartz learned mix, so there he goes.
Alright, we're all good on the mix. We're all happy.
I think he was one, so I think they give one, so he was one ability point away. But this is another instance where you have NPCs that if you beast them, you'll encounter them, and other than that one, he wants to kind of skip it.
Darn auto battle.
Yeah. So this chest here is Flame Shield, which will provide 20,000 gil when you sell it.
And we also learned mix there as well.
I think he's trying to get through without taking those.
Oh, tossing more money.
Yeah, I'm not sure how close he is on Gil.
Rupan here is just cruising through Extet's castle. Got the bridge right in front of him. Oh, these are some top runner shenanigans right here.
So coming up in this next room, Dick is really going to want to try and stay away from the NPCs because we can't beat them. So it's an automatic reset. We gotta skip through these Aspis here. Right, he quick saved before trying to get through. That was smart. It's gonna set up Scram.
These Iphoris have a really, really high run difficulty that without Scram, there's probably 0 to little chance that you actually run away.
So you notice he's gotten poisoned here, and this is actually going to set up. Yeah, those are tricky. It's tricky to get through here without getting into those guys. We're setting ourselves up here to be in crit. This will be pretty much our status throughout the rest of the game. Everyone's in crit, so you can move on. So Rupan's on our X-Death here.
It's funny how we just don't care about reverse polarity at all, just because we have the guard.
It looks like he ended up with a total of 6 mixes.
And down he goes.
Zik's gonna break. Looks like his last. Nope, he's gonna do a mix. Alright. So that Dragon Fang mix, it's like Samson might, but instead of 10, it actually raises your level 20. And that's how he got around not having a flame rod to equip. So I think he's officially kind of dealt with Bart's not having mix.
I'll be more convinced once we actually get through Melazine here, but for the most part, it should be good.
Yeah, he has Faraga, and as long as he has an Ether.
So now we popped 1 Ether in Antline. I don't actually know how many we normally get.
Not sure either. I usually end up selling most of them off. There were a couple in Excess Castle you could grab. Didn't notice if he grabbed them or not.
Kashiwa picked up the chest on the right side of the bridge room before getting across.
I think it's an elixir. I'm not 100% sure.
I won't lie, I wasn't expecting it, so it just kind of like popped up. I'm like, oh, cheeky.
Kashiwa is grabbing the extra gill in this corner room. Oh no, Zik is. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Oh, maybe he's gonna get the extra 10k as well, which would be a little safety just to make sure you're good at the end of the game. Yeah, over here on the right. There he goes. Yep.
There's a lot of money in this pyramid. There's also a lot of monsters and boxes in this pyramid. Way back in the old days. Actually, a little bit of history time here for a second. Way back in the old days, we used to be able to skip Caliphesteria by just doing a quick save, and then if you triggered things properly, you could just completely skip it. Then after we could no longer do that because it got patched out, and it's like, oh man, we gotta find all this extra money. So I remember going through this whole pyramid trying to find all this extra money, and found out that there's a lot of monsters and boxes in this area. Anyways, that's why we know that there's an easy 10k over there.
And Zik is through pyramid now. Kashiwa's finishing up X-Death.
And then we'll all be in World 3. When you see that ATB halt for a little bit of a second, you can tell that's a bit of the scripting change, damage threshold shenanigans on a boss. So it's very momentary, but it's kind of your little bit of a tell. Oh yeah, my gripe with Excess Castle and the 3 crystals. Excess started with 4 crystals, but then we broke one of them when Galuf went all Super Saiyan mode. So why does he only have slots for 3 crystals here? Wouldn't he have expected to have 4 of them and just one of them so happened to break? Or did he just expect one of them to break? I can't, I know this should go into the don't ask questions section, but I can't let this one go.
He did a quick remodel.
Did we take that long to get there? I thought we were cruising along pretty good.
I mean, it's a speed run. I like that. The 4th was just a spare.
Finding out that Bahamut was an entire island should probably also go on that list. But it's pretty metal. So we're just doing a bit of a setup before we go and hit one of my favorite bosses. Because I like the strats. And I'll be taking no further questions. Rupan's making his way over to Antline. He'll be doing, I'm assuming he'll be doing mixed shenanigans. I might be wrong. We're rocking in there with the ninja. So hey, we thought Lena got sucked up by the void. Turns out she's alive. Also turns out she's possessed. I guess one thing I haven't really talked about is Exdeath has the power of the void, which is what he was chasing, which all it really does is it just sucks up a chunk of the land and basically puts it into like a frozen state in like an extra dimension that's just, I don't even know how to really describe it. It's like stuck in time almost. Well, it's kind of like the void, I guess. So the best way to get unpossessed is to have your Wind Drake just dive bomb you and then die. I guess that's why they call it dive bombing. Am I right? So this fight relies on getting sleep to hit so you don't get hit with a bunch of nasty spells. And then we're gonna boost up our, assuming Black Mage, yes.
Yeah, we would normally do 3 Samson Mites, but he's gonna have to probably do a little extra because we don't have the Flame Rod. I've seen some runners do enough to where they just do fully max damage here. She has 20,000 HP. Yeah, that'll... He may need another mix.
Oh, we do have an Ether. Huzzah.
Yeah. There's the last Flame Rod, okay. So he had more Flame Rods than I realized. Just knew that he used one that he didn't intend on using. Alright, so now he's definitely fully gotten through everything. It could have been a problem, Bart's not having mix. You notice that Kryl used an elixir on herself there. She was equipped with the Bone Mail, and the elixir put her into critical health. So now we have 3 characters in critical health, and Lena, who is a knight, and she's going to pretty much tank all the damage throughout the rest of the game. Rupan did take on Antlion using 2 of those Dragon Fangs that he picked up to do 2 of the stronger mixes.
I think it's just called Dragon Power.
Yeah. It's just 20 levels instead of 10. And then actually the ninja threw a water scroll to finish it off.
Oh yeah, Kashiwa's also doing the Dragon Fang shenanigans.
And then Bart's threw a...
Yep. Saves a little bit of money.
So yeah, if you're going to take the time to take those battles on Drakenveld, then you might as well use the Dragon Fang to help save some time and money later on.
I love watching Guido just go all anime style. Moves pretty good for a dude that I think is like a couple 100 years old.
And a turtle.
And a turtle. So when Bard sees all of these different places get sucked up by the void, I don't know why I find this so funny, but he gets so angry that he drives his airship very fast around the world. That'll show him. You can tell he's driving it really fast because it's shaking a little bit. Ooh. He does like 3 rotations around the world. 4. You know how angry you have to be to do 4 rotations? It's crazy. Imagine if he did break the airship there, this game would be so much longer.
Now you have to walk to the void. Jump.
So the classic little stop in Regol, we get to pick up a free ribbon, which, if you've played any Final Fantasy, is basically status effects. Don't know them. I got a ribbon on. And this will also be the last spot where we try to make sure we get the money that we need. Anything we
Pretty
don't
much.
need, get rid of it.
You're selling it all off.
If you're a person
Sell
who
your
likes to
turtle
hold on to
string.
things just in case, this might not be for you.
Flame shields. Golden shields. Don't sell your ribbons. Gold hairpin. Sell it off. Protector ring. That's nice. Sell it off.
Selling a ribbon is so sad because not only do you get rid of something that's so good, you got rid of it for 1 GP or 1 gold, and you're like, oh no.
Alright, I was looking and a little worried that he was a little close, but he had an ice shield equipped that he unequipped and was able to sell it. So now he's pretty good. It's a
Few extra
18
safety
or-
Phoenix downs. Makes it so
So
that in
he's-
case a couple boss fights go whatever, or a couple of random encounters go whatever, don't have to worry about it too much.
He's a good 18 to 20,000 over is the bare minimum, so if you accidentally throw an extra mix, it's not a problem. If you are cutting it close on Gil, you do need to be careful that you, whichever guide that you're following, that you only do the number of mixes that it says, because every extra mix will cost 500 extra Gil per throw, which adds up.
Especially when it says you need this amount of money and you have that amount of money. That means you can't be going and using anymore because you don't have that money.
So Rupan took on the Aspis by just throwing Gil at it instead of the X potion. Just another way of handling it. He is going to get the Flame Shield chest, so that must mean he is going to do the shop in Regal.
I do like the, just, you have a fight and you're like, or you have the enemies walking around, and as soon as you go, you can't see me because I can't see you, and then the enemy just has to go, okay, I guess because he can't see me, I can't see you, so we won't fight.
Rupan doing some... Oh, interesting. Okay. Rupan did a
Look at
quick
this.
save and reloaded, and it moved the NPCs
Look at this guy with the strats.
maybe back to their starting position. I'm not even sure. They moved it out of the way. That was nice.
And he also got
There's a-
poisoned not waiting for the stairs, but he hit those needles just to the right of where we are now. A little bit quicker, just not having to wait on anything. Oh,
It's
so
usually how I handle it. It's just it's a little trickier trying to get around those machine heads.
And he wants to reduce all the HP on Bart's and Ferris there, just because those mummies just do physicals. So, assuming you can get to guard, it's a completely safe fight. It's a very short fight, but it's safe. And then it also sets you up for where Zik is right now in the void.
Zik's gonna pick up the last ribbon. Oh, he already picked it up.
Yeah. This one a little further back.
So we have Califisteri here for Zik. He's gonna step very carefully. Quick save. So for most of these bosses, we're gonna take the same strategy of berserking the boss, so the boss only does physical damage. And then mixing up Samsonite on Eris, so that she's gonna throw a Gil Toss. And then just Gil Toss until we win the battle. One little strat that we use here on Callow is we do mix up that one little turtle shell we get. We mix a turtle shell and an antidote, and that is a turtle soup mix, which lowers her defense, which pretty much doubles the damage that we're able to do. So we only need 3 tosses.
So correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure it works this way with, if you click on guard and you're getting your ATB filled up, you still have that negating all physical damage. If your ATB is filled, but you haven't actually cycled over to their menu, it's still active, but as soon as they get the little cursor above their head, that guard is no longer active, so you kind of want to try and get it through as quick as possible.
Yes. So yeah, you have to be very careful through here, watching your ATB, making sure that you're not throwing too many mixes, and that you can go from mix to defend, but also not giving your knight their turn so that they drop their guard and they end up getting smacked, which has happened right there for Zik before he could get to scram. Which is kind of what happens in this section. You know, you can, if your ATB is not where it needs to be.
The hardest part of the void is getting to scram.
So having Lena kind of as your sacrificial lamb there is helpful.
That's why you kind of want the extra Phoenix Downs there. And also why we were saying you don't want to just revive anybody with the Phoenix Down, because if they're not in crit, then they're not going to get protected here. And so you'd want to use a life spell instead if so the need arose. Arise it did.
Risen.
I did not know you could get this encounter here. Aw, he doesn't want to fight the super boss.
So we have a panda. Not the bear, that's its name.
Just one panda?
Just the one. Similar strategy, we won't do any turtle soup here, but we're going to berserk the boss. And mix up, should be 5 mixes of Samsonite, and then throw 3 throws.
Rupan's coming up to Melazine, my favorite boss because of really good strats.
I want to see if Rupan does it a little differently. Some of them are mixing more Samsonites, so they only have to do 2 rods. Looks like only Eris is the black mage.
Panda goes down without an issue.
Alright, this next little section is one of the more stressful sections because you have a enemy that can do an AoE and you can't get to scram in time. Fortunately, this is not the enemy, so Zik was able to get onto scram. I'll go ahead and res Lena just in case.
Got a little worried
You
every
got
time I see ninjas.
You got none of the dragons, so that's good. There's a dragon there that'll use a... Oh, I forget what it is. Wind? It's a wind attack. It's off the top of my head, I'm forgetting what it is. But it's an AoE, and since you're in crit, it's gonna kill everyone, so it's a reset pretty much. That is another one of those sections where you can do the trick where if Bartz doesn't get his ATB first, but someone else does, you can have them punch, and during their punch animation, it gives you just enough time to set Bartz up on Scram. Alright, we've got
Kinda funny
Catastrophe
how-
here.
A lot of the menuing we do in Exodus Castle is Bartz goes from Scram to Mix to Scram.
Yeah. So Catastrophe can be tricky. He's really quick, so if you berserk him too early, then he'll get another turn before you can get your other knight onto guard, and he'll actually kill both of your knights before you have a chance to get anyone on guard. It just takes a little practice to get it. It's something to be careful of in the early stages when you're first learning the run. Takes 5 mixes as well, and then 4 throws of Bill Toss.
There he goes.
Mrzwanzig handled it well. So another tricky little section. I would say maybe there's about a 1 in 4 chance that you won't get any encounter coming up. That's kind of what we hope for, of course. There is a small chance that you'll get an unrunnable encounter. Pretty rare, but
I thought you were gonna jinx it.
I was
I
just
didn't want
about
to
to
say
say,
anything
I'm,
until he got
I'm
there.
gonna jinx it right now, no. But no, Zik got through it, so we're good.
I got yelled at once, so I'm like, I'm just gonna say things after the fact.
Our next boss. This one we don't need to berserk. Kill her quick enough before she does anything too terrible. She will start by turning everyone into a frog.
Melusine is not feeling sleepy.
Oh, Kashiwa's having some issues.
Oh, 6th try.
Got it. This can cause you some issues with MP later on, depending on who you have using Rays coming up. Zik's almost to that point.
Oh, it's Froggy time. I always get excited for Froggy time.
Which doesn't cause really any problems except if you need to use any magic. I go ahead and just heal everyone just for the visual, but you really only need to heal whoever's going to use a raise coming up. Alright, so here's our last instance of using hide. So Zik's going to have Eris hide, and we count 5 actions, so that's the second action. Third. And after 5 actions, Twintania will change his form to prepare to use Giga Flare, which makes him susceptible to, I think it's susceptible to a lot of different things, but we can use a Death Potion, like we used earlier on Gilgamesh, and easy peasy. Take him down.
So Rupan does make the stopover in the ancient castle.
Oh, okay. Has he picked up weapons yet?
Yeah,
I was watching the Twintania fight. Okay.
I only saw.
So
him
did he get
grab
mass-
the sword that we sell? So I was like, ah, no, I missed some of it.
In addition to the Mass Moon, there are a couple of other things that you can sell for. I think it's 10,000.
10 or 15.
So, and Rupan could be taking more of a marathon safe route. And Zig's doing the final push to the final boss.
A few more screens, and you guessed it, a cutscene. And then we get to play the video game for the final stretch.
The split is about 7 to 8 minutes after Twintania, which means Team Mog should be... Next game should be ready.
Yeah, a few minutes of cutscenes, a few minutes of battle, and should be all she wrote for that.
31 throws of field toss, and
nothing says intimidation like an angry blue frog just running through the void. X-Death is gonna hit him with the you haven't seen my final form. It's tree.
it's an angry tree.
Crazy thing is you could just like walk away a little bit, and then he'd be like, ah, what am I gonna do?
Oh, Kashiwa stopping in Regal as well, so I don't know any of our runners are doing the newest strat. So they're probably going to skip movers altogether. Which that I can see for a marathon, you not wanting to potentially spend 5 minutes running around in the void looking for the mover encounter.
You want to explain that one a little bit? Because I don't know a lot about it other than they go for it.
Yeah. So obviously Gil is a huge part of this this route, and you need somewhere around 133,000 to take on X-Death, depending on the level you're at. There's a rare encounter in the void, this last little section here. There are 3 little ball-looking things, and they're called movers, and they're rare because they provide, not only do they provide you like 199 ability points, but they'll also give you 150,000 gil, which is exactly, well, it's more than what you need for X-Death. So we're able to skip a lot of the gil pickups and the item pickups throughout the game because we know that we're going to be able to get the gil later on here. So the problem with that is it's a rare enough encounter that if you don't get it, you might spend 2, 3, 4 minutes just running around in circles waiting for this one little encounter. For a marathon, you know, if you're wanting to maintain consistent times, it's not enough of a time save that you want to have your team relying on you picking up this rare encounter. So it doesn't really surprise me that they've decided to skip it for this event.
The little plot that Kashiwa just ran past, make sure you don't talk to that plot. It, normally you'd like it because it gives you a full heal. We don't like that 'cause it's going to be really tough to get 3 people into crit again.
So Zik is changing, it'll be Bart's and Ferris changing over to Freelancer. Might change Kryl over as well. Yeah, he will, because they need to all equip ribbons. So your Samurais and your Knight cannot equip a ribbon, so we're going to do Freelancer. And basically equip the same abilities. Bartz and Ferris are going to know Gill Toss and Mix. Kryle's going to have Guard and Cover. Lena should be a Time Mage. Lena's going to cast Haste Ga on the entire party, which is important. We need to be hasted to be able to get through it fast enough. Kryle's going to cover all the damage, and Bartz and Ferris are going to mix up 7 iterations of Samson Might to raise their level by 70.
Lena dying there is actually optimal.
It is nice. She only needs to cast Haste and then just get out of the way. And they need ribbons because this white hole spell will it'll be game over if you get hit with it. So other iterations of the route, we can use Bone Mail and the Aegis Shield, which mitigates the effect of White Hole, which means we don't need to pick up a ribbon and save some time. We didn't take that route here, which is fine. We're going to do 2 tosses, and then we're going to wait for an action. Because after this, we're going to hit the damage threshold. We have just enough time to get off the final 4 tosses before we get the final form. And from here, just hit auto battle and let it go. So Team Mog is going to have about 1 minute before they're ready to go. Again, with everybody being hasted, that's a very tricky section to manage your ATB, making sure Kryle doesn't drop guard, but you also don't throw too many mixes. Or throw an extra toss of Zenonage because you're going to hit that damage threshold. Zek handled it well.
And just to confirm, Rupan did also pick up the Apollo's Harp. He's doing the dragon
Oh, okay.
shenanigans. And also got the Ramu unrunnable.
Ready, get ready, get ready, get ready. This might be the last one right here. There it is, and time.
GG's.
GG's.
All right, so we do have a
Jeez.
couple of minutes if the FF4 guys want to just introduce themselves before we get to the final little stretch here.
Okay. Hi everyone, I am BlueHarvey, or people just call me Harvey for short. I'm one of the commentators for Final Fantasy IV, the 3D/Steam version, and I am joined with...
And Qazplm?
Yeah, we will be providing commentary for this run today, and what we just saw at the start was, doing the first fights with the floating eyes. Cecil preferably just doing 1 attack, just to get rid of the floating eyes. And what you don't want to see is the floating eyes getting attacks off, but it is kind of difficult. You can see the mouse cursor on Soll's gameplay right now. Usually it's because when you skip the cutscene, I think... It's been a while since I played the game, but if you press L1 to bring up, oh yeah, do you want to skip the cutscene? It is faster to use the mouse click to input the skipping of the cutscene than inputting it with your controller. And it's more consistent. So that's why you might see a mouse cursor every now and then when the speedrun is happening.
So I don't think we mentioned this with the Twintania fight, but you can actually tell when you're supposed to, when you get the phase change after those 5 attacks, is you get this nice little white flash. And then we can just mix your Phoenix down in a Dark Matter after that phase change, and you can just insta-kill. And then he gets to make a bridge for you before he completely dies. Huzzah.
It is a nice little visual.
So now Rupan's just on the last little stretch to get to the final boss fight. Kashiwa not too far behind, because there's, what, like... Oh, needs to get to Helicarnassus first. A lot of these bosses are actually pretty quick. It might take longer to get to them than it does to fight them. Which is weird because of how close proximity everything actually is.
One benefit of Rupan going ahead and grabbing the Mass Moon makes all of these little sections a lot safer. You could potentially run into a Crystal Dragon here, and the Crystal Dragon would hit you with an AoE that would kill the whole party before you got a chance to set up Scram. It actually is a faster way to get through here. You do lose the time to pick up the Mass Moon, but do save a lot of time by being able to pretty much flee instantly.
Just saw Kashiwa do a little strat just to run away to set up Scram of just sit on fight and then just quickly flicker on off with ATB waiting, and then when Bart's just about had his turn, just do an attack, and then you get that last little bit of ATB and you can just queue it up during the animation. Not bad for a safety marathon type thing. Never even thought about doing that. There goes Hallie.
Alright,
I think Hallie has
Rupan.
the most HP out of all these things that we fight in here aside from X-Death.
That's 32 and some change.
And we got I love Frog Adventure. Just watching them rip through. Only thing that's better than that is Final Fantasy IV having someone run around as a pig.
I like the pig. Something about it visually makes it easier to navigate.
So once again, we get your 5 attacks. Out comes Ferris, feeling pretty strong. Here's your little flash. Wham bam, thank you ma'am, there we go. And then Kashiwa just needs to do the last little stint down. This last little menu there. Rupan will be getting into this fight pretty quick. Don't remember if he did the menu before or if he's just going to do that right before the final boss fight, because you do get control of your characters.
Even with marathon strats, still on an excellent pace.
Look at that little frog go. So much glee.
I find it harder to navigate with the frog. Some of these little staircases, they jut out from the wall, so you can't just hug the wall and run down the wall. You actually have to hit the staircase exactly. It can be tricky coming through this little section.
Alright, we do get the last little last final hurrah from the previous 4 Crystal Guardians or whatever. Gives us the final power so we can just chuck money at a tree. But it's the intent that matters. And really, like we were saying before, the first round is kind of the first round, and then going for the final kill setup is the tough part. Also, if you can count to 6. Twice. If you can do all of those things, you can do this final boss fight. He must have done most of the menu prior, because there was not much menu there.
Oh, left Lena dead. Oh, so we're gonna do the Mass Moon strat using Mass Moon as an item. We'll cast haste.
And we don't
Ferris
care
already-
about Kryl being hasted or not. She's just sitting there guarding.
It actually makes it easier if she's slower because you don't have to worry about her ATB filling and then dropping guard.
Should be the last one and then it's go time. I'm bad at counting. See, this is why I'm the commentator.
Gonna go ahead and
Like
wait.
naked.
could have gone ahead and hit it, but better to wait and be sure. All right, and Rupan should be golden at this point. About a minute until the final throw.
Zik had some pretty good RNG. I don't think anybody actually died in the final phase. You can usually have somebody die if there's like an arrow spell. Doesn't really affect anything other than you just have to wait on one person to fill up their ATB and one more or something, but they're hasted and it's auto battle. It really doesn't take much extra time aside from animation versus just like a physical that Prowl can block. But we should be coming up on time here pretty quick for Choco.
Oh, okay, so Arts is going to need 2 more turns. I think this is one last throw. One after this. And that's time.
Time. GG Rupan.
GG Rupan-san. GG.
And that will basically should be us, unless you guys want us to finish this out. Unless you guys have a lot you need to kind of go over.
I think we already said what needs to be said for the beginning, and Soll is currently on a slower pace, so yeah, you can take over the last part for Kashiwa.
Perfect. So looks like he's going into the the boss fight right here. He's getting the final menu done up. And then same thing. Time to chuck money like there's no tomorrow. Like we were saying, the big thing before is make sure you have the ribbons, because if you get hit with that white hole, I think it does max damage and or like a petrification or so. It's nasty.
Yeah, it's instant death and stone. If you have bone mail equipped, it actually heals you for 9,999.
Okay, we did a wrong mix. I was like, wait, what is this strat?
Okay, so Kashiwa's using the didn't pick up the haste ga. So what he's doing here is Ferris berserked herself, and then Bart's was ready right away to use an eye drop and antidote mix, which actually cures berserk status. But she keeps her haste. She keeps her haste and blink status, so she's hasted as we need her to be. And Bart's has the Hermes sandals on, so he's hasted.
I love that so much.
Oh, it's great, and that means you don't have to go into more at all to pick up haste ga.
You have to see 3 different ways to basically get the same setup here. Back to back to back. Look at all this variety we get to witness today.
And Kashiwa's got about a minute to go as well.
Let's see, so we've seen a physical, we've seen arrow. I feel like there's one other thing that you can typically see. Well, it might just be vacuum wave, but that's just a physical as well.
Yeah. I don't know if he can still do white hole here or not.
I'm pretty sure it's out of the scripting at this point. Unless, well, I should say the scripting. Out of our scripting. Doesn't really get a lot of turns. If this fight does go on too long, you can get hit by an Almagest and die.
And yeah, you're done then.
And GG's!
GG.
GG Kashiwa-san. Omedetou. And congrats to...
And I want to give it over to FF4.
Thank you, Bdewd. Thank you, JamesRuns, for the amazing commentary for FF4. And yeah, welcome everyone to FF4 3D. Mrzwanzig for Team Tonberry, Desch for Team Choco, and Soru Asheria for Team Mog. This is gonna be a very interesting race, especially because Desch and Mrzwanzig are quite close to each other right now. And yeah, there also have been some route developments. I think some of them never even shown before entirely. There are some strats that have not been shown before at the FF Relay. And yeah, some not shown entirely, like the new Dark Elf strat. Quaz, I think you worked on that Dark Elf strat, right?
Yep. The new strat just 2 weeks before the relay, so hopefully nothing goes wrong.
That reminds me of that, what was it? Final Fantasy IV Pixel Remaster patch a couple of years back, where a week before the relay, the entire game was patched. So
God, yeah,
the
I heard about that.
the run changed so drastically. Everyone was like 20 minutes or even more impacted by it, which yeah, it was scary for them. But yeah, to see what Desch is doing right now, Desch is going for the Chocobo Forest. He's going for a Chocobo, so he will circumvent any and all encounters on the world map while he's going towards the first dungeon, the Mist Cave, where he will then also fight his first boss, the Mist Dragon. Whereas Mrzwanzig is still going through the opening cinematics, the opening cutscenes, where everything with the story happens. Whereas Soll Australia is currently in the waterway, which is just a lot of like running through at the moment. There is something that is coming up in the what is happening on Soul's feed right now is he's about to fight Octomom very soon, which is going to be the very first boss fight, which is going to be RNG manipulated in the run. And yeah, so if you see that the game feed is suddenly just turning completely off and you're like, oh, why is there no game feed? What happened? In FF4 3D, what runners do is they close the game, they click a button to change their PC clock time, because the way FF4 PC works is that when you close the game and open the game at a very specific second and a very specific date, the RNG seed will be generated for that specific second. So let's say today at 10 a.m., you will, if you always turn on the game at the same day at 10 a.m., you will always get the exact same RNG seed. And that's how we can RNG manipulate certain bosses. For instance, Octomorph, like we do in this run.
Desch is now currently fighting the Mist Dragon. For this one, he wants to try and do as much damage as he can in the first phase before the Mist Dragon actually turns to Mist. To deal damage, Cecil's actually using Darkness, which is a temporary buff that increases his damage at the cost of using some of his health with every attack, while Kain is just using regular attacks. After a few rounds of combat, the Mist Dragon is going to dissolve into Mist, which is a phase where you just can't do any damage at all.
Yeah, Desch is not having some good RNG right now. Kain wasn't attacked a single time, however, Cecil is very low HP.
Yeah, in this fight we want to have Kain die so that all the experience goes to Cecil, so having Kain eat up all those attacks or not eat any attacks is not good. Also, during this phase where the dragons turn into Mist, the dragon actually counters any attacks, so during this time he can't attack at all. It's just a time to set up for the next phase here.
Nice, okay, just did it. He made it. Okay, very nice, very nice. And Mrzwanzig also coming up on Mist Dragon very soon. Whereas Soll is currently collecting some gear from the chests to make sure that he's ready and prepared for the Octomom fight.
Also, something about your combat for Overworld. So obviously, runners want to escape all the battles. Something weird about this game is that when you... it doesn't matter whether you're playing on the fastest battle speed or the slowest battle speed, the amount of time it takes to flee is the same. So rather than playing on the fastest battle speed, where the enemies will just have more time to get in attacks, we'll actually go on the lowest battle speed instead, so that the enemies will take longer to attack, and therefore we have more time to escape and hopefully not get hit.
Also, shoutouts to the specifically themed menu colors. Mrzwanzig changed his menu color theme to green for Tonberry. Soll kept it blue for Team Mog, and Desch changed it to red, purple, or pinkish for Team Choco. Shoutouts.
Alright, looks like Soul Shelly is coming up to the Aqua Mammoth fight now. So, you might notice that Soul's actually quick saving every now and then. That's something that we call the quick save reload. So, one thing about this game is that there's a lot of these sorts of games where you can travel around the world. There is something called the danger counter, where the more often you don't get encounters, the higher the chance of getting the next encounter is, and it keeps going up and up. But with this game, when you quick save and then reload this quick save, you actually reset that danger counter. So now you just have the default default maybe like 10% or so for the first encounter, and it just keeps incrementing up and up. Also, Soul just reset the game. This is what Harvey mentioned earlier about RNG manipulating. So now this fight's going to be done very quickly because RNG has been manipulated to get some very low chances to happen.
The question is Soul doing the new manip or the old manip? Because I do not remember.
It looks like the new manip because I see that he has 90 MP on Tella.
Okay. Right, because of the rainbow pudding.
Mm-hmm.
Right, rainbow pudding is on later.
Yeah, so you can see right now Tella's using Recall and getting Dundaga off. So Recall is a skill that picks out a random skill from a list. I guess the game explains it as Tella remembers one of his old spells, but there are certain spells he can't even cast by himself. So by resetting the clock to a certain time and then going back in the game, Soul's actually manipulated the game so that he'll be getting 3 Dundagas off with Tella, and each Dundaga cast is a 4% chance of happening. So obviously not a viable strategy without RNG manipulating. And the Dundagas do a lot of damage. It's around 1100 damage per, whereas with our old strategy where we used to have Cecil just cast Darkness and do attacks, used to do about somewhere between like 200 to 300 damage per hit. So this strategy is like Tella does like 5 times more damage than what Cecil would do, and is much, much safer.
There have been a lot of development since I've last ran this game, and like an impeccable amount of improvements. It's incredible how much we've pushed this game over the years. So, yeah, me, Quaz, and Desch have absolutely pushed this game, and mostly the latter two, Quaz and Desch. Props to them, because they're the ones who mostly have pushed this game in the recent years, and I have to give it to them. If it weren't for them, I don't think the run would be as fast as it is right now.
And Desch especially, he's been putting in so much work. He has like 1100 hours in this game last time he showed us.
I think it was like 1400 even.
Oh, 14, I just
like I thought I had a lot of hours in this game, and then Desch showed me, and was like, oh yeah, mine are rookie numbers.
Yeah, I'm not even at 400 hours yet.
Well, to be honest, it was the last time you actively ran the game. So, yeah, it is hard to keep up. It is hard to keep up, especially with someone who is this dedicated as Desch. Absolutely shoutouts to him. What an amazing runner and router.
So Soul actually went into a secret area in the castle here, and in this area there's a few chests that he wanted to grab, as well as like a hidden item in a corner. There was an elixir in a corner. I actually don't remember what the other chests were just contained. But there's 3 really good items here that he needs for later on. The elixir in particular is the most important one. That's going to be used for this Scarmaglione 2 fight.
Oh, and everyone's favorite part of FF4 is coming up.
Just fight against a Spoony Bard. I'm really curious what it says in Japanese.
Yokumo something. I cannot read kanji.
Yeah, I cannot read that at all. It was at least like maybe the 50 most common kanji. I could potentially read some of them, but I can't read anything that complicated. So right now, both Desch and Mrzwanzig are currently going through the underground waterway. And occasionally you may potentially see them reload the game again, just like what Soll was doing. Something about the quick save and reload that that the runners would do. Every single dungeon, well, except for the ones that are RNG manipulated, but Desch has actually gone through every dungeon and checked to see what the average rate of encounters is. So how quickly, how often you would get encounters, and also like kind of the distance you would need to go. And based on that, he figured out just what is the average time you'll want to do a quick save reload, like how many seconds you want to have pass before you do a quick save reload to maximize your time save. Because if you do it too often, you're just wasting time, because it takes time to do the quick save reload, and it's not guaranteed that you'll skip any encounters. I mean, you could just set the encounter back down to like 10% from like 40%, and then still get an encounter. And then 40% the other way around also. Maybe you reset the encounter at 40% threats, but you wouldn't have gotten the encounter anyways. On average, you want to quick save reload past the average rate at which you get encounters. So if you get an encounter maybe every 6 seconds on average, you want to go a little past that, like maybe somewhere around 7 or 8 seconds, which will maximize your time save over the course of the run.
Soll about to get to the antlion. Did he already do the manip? Or wait, there is a manip on antlion, right?
That's probably just a quick save reload. The encounters, I believe the threat meter does carry over between screens, so if you go into another room, unlike some other Final Fantasies, it doesn't reset. You do still have like the same threat meter from earlier.
Oh,
so if you've been walking for a while, yeah. So we've been walking for a while on the previous screen, you would still want to do a quick save reload on the next screen. Right. So here is the antlion fight. Now for this one, the only important character is Cecil. Cecil is going to be the main attacker, which is why everyone wanted to give all the experience to Cecil. Missing out on experience on any of the other bosses actually makes this it'll make it take a little longer. You might need more hits. And as for the other character, you want one other person to be alive just to keep Cecil alive, because as mentioned earlier, Cecil is using darkness, and every time he attacks, he uses up, I believe it's 10% of his current health. And if he doesn't have any health at all, he also cannot take advantage of darkness. If you have 1 health, he doesn't take any damage, but he also doesn't deal any extra damage. He just does a regular attack. And plus, Antlion, you need to survive all the hits as well, so definitely want to make sure you don't die against the boss. For Antlion's mechanics, there's 2 phases. There's the White Eye phase and the Red Eye phase. During the White Eyes phase, the Antlion will counter any physical attacks, which is why Soll is not attacking during that phase. Whereas opposed to right now, during the Red Eye phase, the boss will counter magic attacks. So it's a perfect time to attack with physical attacks. In total, it takes 8 to 9 hits, I believe, to take out the boss. And in this case, Soll got lucky and took it down in 8. You could get 4 attacks in per round of combat. So, or per phase. So 4 whole attacks per phase. And in total, you need 8 with good RNG, or 9 if you get unlucky with the damage rolls. If you need to do a 9th hit, you can actually just attack during the White Eye phase, and it'll be fine because the boss is dead, it won't counter.
And that's Antlion.
Meanwhile, on Desch's screen, he is currently fighting Octomammoth. So again, this fight is completely RNG manipulated. Desch reloaded the game just now and made it so that he'll be getting 3 Thundagas in a row, each with a 4% chance of happening. Recall is a skill that picks out a random skill from Tella's list of quote-unquote forgotten skills, which also includes things he can't cast, like Faith and Bravery and all that. And as long as he has the MP, he will cast it. The the rates are actually rigged as well. You're more likely to get weaker spells like Fire, Thunder, and Blizzard as opposed to the higher tier ones like Nandaga, Blizzaga, and Viraga. And of course, the other skills just aren't good. There's not really any other skills that we really want from Recall. So having a bank on the 4% is just not a viable strat normally. This speeds it up a lot to the point that even though it takes some number of seconds to reload the game, it is still faster to do this than the old strat of having Soll attack while under darkness. And here as well, Desch had Cecil kill off Tella, and the boss kills off Rydia. That is also RNG manipulated, so that Cecil will get all of the experience. It is very important that Cecil gets all the experience, or else Endline just takes longer.
Mrzwanzig about to prepare for Octomomov as well. So he will do the quick save, close the game really quick, and then do the time change, open the game, and then he'll be on the right seed.
Meanwhile, on Soul's side, Edward's fighting against Sahagin, and he sees the ghost of his dead girlfriend.
He got lucky that the Sahagin got stopped due to the harp attack, because sometimes if you're incredibly unlucky, when the Sahagin doesn't get stopped, the Sahagin attacks like right before you get the ATB to attack, which then loses you time, because the rate at which she appears is whenever Edward doesn't attack, and Edward needs to attack 3 times for it to occur. So sometimes the Sahagin can just absolutely lose you time because he attacks right then and there when you should be able to attack, but the game takes ages for the animation cooldown to occur. And then because it happens 3 times in a row, it just takes a lot of time. I just noticed, it took me forever to realize, but Mrzwanzig is running in 4x3.
Oh yeah, he is. Soul also taught 2 naming wages now, so that's actually for a long-term mission over the course of the entire game. It's an optional side mission that you can do, and the reward at the end is very nice. So the runners will all be doing that entire side quest during the run. Now he also got access to the hoverboard. And we'll be heading over to Mount Hobbs soon.
And with that, Octomomov done on Mrzwanzig's game as well.
So at Mount Hobbs, on Team Mog's side, right now there's a giant wall of ice that is blocking off the entrance, and the only way they have to get through is by having Rydia cast fire on it. But she actually had some trauma because Soll brought a ring over to her village and burned down the entire place.
More quick save reloading on Desch's side as he's approaching Endlion in the Endlion stand. Oh, but sadly got an encounter. 4 flans. He could have tried and get the rainbow pudding, but yeah, let's not do that. Okay, so Soll is approaching Mom Bomb. On Mom Bomb, what he wants to do... Well, he first and foremost, he plays with Yang for a bit. Against 3 bombs. Where he has to... Oh, sorry, 3 dwarves, not 3 bombs. Where he uses Kick to get rid of them. Because for some reason, Kick got absolutely OP'd in this version. Like, in this version, Kick is absolutely OP. We don't know why, but whenever I tell 2D runners that Kick is OP, they're like, what? Kick is weak. But, yeah. Anyway. On Mom Bomb, Cecil uses Darkness and works together with Yang to take out Mom Bomb. So it's Darkness with Cecil, and then a couple of charges, or a couple of single attacks with Yang, and that should do the trick. Because all that has to be done is make sure that Mom Bomb transforms into the explosion form? Or whatever you want to call it. And once that happens, you want to charge up Yang, and then go into defend. Because once Mom Bomb explodes, basically everyone who does not defend dies. And because Yang has a lot of HP, with him defending and being fully charged up, he will be able to survive. And with the 6 bombs remaining alive in the field, and with Yang fully charged up, all you have to do is use Kick and all of the bombs should be gone.
Everyone in the party is also going to die except for Yang. Yang is the only one defending. You're supposed to defend against all the attacks going to the game, but we don't want anyone else to get experience, so Soll just let everyone else die so that Yang gets all the experience for later. Oh, one survived? What? Wait.
Yeah, this can happen. This can happen. It's a damage roll. It's a bit weird. So it's a bit weird time loss, and it's annoying if it happens. But yeah, just have to do a single attack afterwards.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen before.
I've had 2 survive, and then one of them used explosion, and that did kill Yang in the end. So yeah, it can happen, and it can be quite devastating if it happens, especially with more than 1 bomb surviving. Mrzwanzig and Desch in the same room, even though Desch just left and Mrzwanzig is about to do the fight. But they're catching up.
Very close.
Yeah.
So something else I forgot to mention about the Antlion fight is that the runners also grabbed a Hermes Sandal earlier, which casts haste, and at the start, it also wants to get the Hermes Sandal on himself so that he will actually get more turns in. That is very important. So with haste, you can now do 4 hits per red eye phase, and with darkness, he's doing, I believe, it's double damage. But you want to average about 250 damage per hit here. The boss has 2,000 health, so average 250 damage. If you notice that your damage is a little low, I'm not sure if you can get low enough to you need 10 hits with this strat. Can you? The chances are you. I don't.
Sorry, I was focused on the gameplay. I just was looking at the gameplay. Sorry, what?
Yeah, on Antlion, can you get a 10 hit on that with this strat? Like if you get all the experience on Cecil, I forget if it's possible to get damage rolls so bad you need a 10th hit.
That's a good question. Maybe. I think, but if you get a 10 hit, you usually die before that. Maybe. I think if I might have gotten a 10 hit, then I might have died beforehand. Who knows?
So,
wow.
That was really close.
Wow.
1 HP. Yeah, that was really sketchy because Mrzwanzig had 1 HP for 2 attacks. When you have 1 HP, you don't have the benefits of darkness, so that was pretty sketchy.
Mrzwanzig doing the risky strats, but he's really hungry for the world record. He really is.
I guess fairness, probably could discount damage, and also there's no chance for Endline to counter or to attack again during that time.
On Soll's side, Soll is currently in Fabul. He sold a couple of his things, unequipping Cecil, and doing a bit of menuing on his side. He's changing battle speed too fast. The reason why is because, well, Cecil is becoming a paladin, and there's probably the best point right now to get rid of his stuff, because for the Fabul fights, we don't want Cecil to be alive at the end, or at least as little HP as possible, because at the end of the Fabul fights, we have the, let's call it, quote-unquote fight with Kayn. So Kayn starts off with a jump on Cecil, and that fight is scripted so that you die. No matter what you do, you die, and if Cecil does not die within the first Kayn jump, you will lose a lot of time with the characters just talking to each other, and we don't want that, so we want Cecil to be as low HP as possible. So best case would be, if he dies beforehand, he would have 1 HP, and then would guarantee die.
For his gauntlets, the fight will rely mostly on Yang, which is why the runners gave him all the experience. He'll be kicking first, and then if there's any stragglers left over, Cecil will attack. And on the off chance that Cecil misses, I believe that's actually possible on some of the fights. Edward can also attack as well, but I've always seen him ever help one time on one of Mrzwanzig's run. I've never seen Edward do anything useful ever outside of that.
Wait, Edward is useful in Fabul fights? What? Wait,
yeah,
what?
during one of Mrzwanzig's runs, he actually somehow under damaged on one of the enemies, and Edward's like 15 damage was enough to kill the enemy.
Wow, shoutouts to Edward.
Yeah, that's the only time I've ever seen him actually be useful.
Okay, still not a single damage received on Soul's side, so let's hope Cecil will get some attacks, or will be damaged for a little bit, because yeah, going into Kayn with 400 HP is really not preferable. Charge. Yes. Hit Cecil. That's not Cecil. But the first one hit Cecil. That's already good. But more damage needs to be dealt for the 1 HP Cecil, or for the low HP Cecil. What can also happen in the fight he's doing right now is he can cast Tornado. The enemy can cast Tornado, which then puts your party member to a very low HP amount. It has happened to me before that the Tornado targeted Yang, which was not good, because that basically killed the run. Because, yeah, the next fight, it's quite likely that Yang would get attacked as well, and that would absolutely destroy the run. The HP is not looking too good for Cecil, a little bit too high. He might have to attack Cecil on the final battle, which is the next one. He might do just that.
Yeah, so later on, Soul's gonna want to kill off Cecil during one of the fights, and having too much HP is naturally not good for that.
Oh, there we go. Oh, that's perfect. Perfect. 167 should be a very good range for Cecil. That should be killable. Because I remember Kayn doing around 190, 210-ish, around that damage. So that should be fine. That should be fine. Desch about to be exploded on from King Bomb, or Mom Bomb. And oh, he did get damage roll this time.
So
Nice.
Down, perfect.
And Mrzwanzig not far behind, very close actually. Oh my god, look at how much he's catching up. Oh boy, he's really close. Like Choco and Tonberry are like neck and neck.
And rip Cecil. So story-wise, Kane is now in charge. I believe he's in charge of the armies, Baron's army. So he basically took over Cecil's job, and that's why he's betrayed us. And now, with everyone dead, Rydia comes and heals up everyone. Because Rosa also got kidnapped.
So, now outside of the battles and in the Fabul Inn, Cecil got back up again and he picked up a Hermes sandals in the hidden vase. This one will be used later. And then we are talking to Recording Way to further the Naming Way side quest. Have we talked or explained the entire Naming Way side quest? Why we even do that? Have we elaborated on that?
No, I've only mentioned that that all the runners are doing it. I haven't elaborated on what it's for.
Okay. Should we keep it a secret, or should we lift the curtain now?
Let's keep it a secret till the end.
Till the end, okay.
Yeah, we'll be seeing what the results of all of this is at pretty much the last 20-30 minutes, I think.
You might be wondering, is this even faster? And yeah, surprisingly, yeah, it is faster.
Yeah, it's a pretty long side quest, and there's a lot of stuff to it, like especially the rainbow pudding later, which is a 0.4% item drop. There's so much stuff that you need to do that is just completely absurd, but it somehow saves time. Even if we only need it for like the last 30-ish minutes.
But Quaz, I thought this is a speedrun. I thought we like consistency. Then why are we going for a 0.4% drop in a speedrun? How outrageous!
I know, right? It's not like the runners can just close the game and open it at a certain time in order to RNG manipulate the game or anything. So it looks like Desch is coming up to the Fabul Gauntlet soon. So thanks to some rerouting recently, due to the Dark Elf strats, Desch and Mrzwanzig will actually be buying less stuff here than usual. The old menu here was to buy 2 Flame Claws, 2 Flame Claws, 2 Ice Claws, and 1 Thunder Claw. But the Fire Claws have actually been routed out because there's no fights where you really need it anymore. At best, I think you get like an extra 3% accuracy on Barbaricia, which isn't really much, considering how inconsistent that fight is.
And Soll is approaching the Leviathan, and he's about to get separated from his other party members. And yeah, then it's his turn to walk to Mysidia and learn how to become a paladin.
So on Soul's side, he actually went up with a Leviathan in the middle of the ocean and got attacked, so Cecil is now stranded alone, and he has no idea where all of his friends are. They're possibly all dead, who knows. And now he's returning to Mysidia, which is where he went to right before the game started. He actually came here and attacked the village in order to steal the crystal, which, yeah, naturally the villagers here aren't happy. Kind of awkward for him to be here after everything that's happened. This is where the Elder actually sends Cecil to go to what was mountain again? Mount. To the third mountain in order to become a paladin, and he's bringing along these
Mount Ordeals.
Mount Ordeals, that's what it was. Thanks. I do not know the names of places anymore.
Sounds like someone needs to replay the game.
Imagine playing games.
Yeah, who has time for that these days? Interesting, Mrzwanzig is blocking with Cecil during for bullfights. Interesting.
Before leaving, Soll is also going to buy a few items. There's a chance you can skip the shop if you get a high potion drop earlier on, but Soll likely didn't get the drop, so he had to buy some stuff. It was a bunch of high potions, 11 high potions, 2 echo herbs, and 4 phoenix downs. These are going to be needed for, I guess, the safety for later on. And this is where he's also reloading the game to RNG manipulate the section here. So RNG manipulating encounters is kind of hard to do because unlike, say, the older Final Fantasies like 1 through 6, it's in a tile-based game. It's in 3D, so instead of having like these exact tiles that you could just walk over, you need to minimize your movement as much as possible, and then remember the exact locations where you want to open the menus. One weird thing about RNG in this game, when you open a menu and close it, that actually shifts the RNG over. So if you see a random menu open, that's because one of the runners is trying to shift the RNG during an RNG manipulation. Another thing is that these particle effects also shift the RNG every frame. So it's shifting it hundreds of times every single frame. So this room here breaks any sort of RNG manipulation. Unless you can frame perfectly through this entire section, including mashing through all the text, you cannot physically RNG manipulate rooms like this. So Soll, if Soll's going to continue the RNG manipulation, he's going to be reloading here again in order to continue it. Yep, looks like he's going to be doing the RNG manipulation for Mount Ordeals. There are definitely certain places where if it wasn't for the fact that particle effects ruin everything, we might have more RNG manipulations. Like, for example, in the castle at the beginning, Baron Castle, there are lamps on, or there are candles on the wall, and the lights also shift RNG every frame. So things like that causes it so that we can't RNG manipulate a lot of things in the run, despite the fact that we would ideally love to do that.
And now Mrzwanzig also on the final battle on the Fabul Gauntlet.
It is such a close race now.
He got really lucky. Cecil beneath 200 HP, that's pretty good. Even with defending. I'm amazed that he got that. Even with defending. Because I realized when I was looking at Desch's, when he was on his final battle in for bullfights, he had to attack Cecil himself. Like, he got really bad RNG there.
Interesting. I wonder what is the defending for, then?
I wonder why as well. Because you can get damaged quite a bit early on. And you might be a bit screwed, so it might make for bullfights a bit slower if Cecil dies really early. But it's not too bad. Well, the only reason why it might be very bad is if Edward is already dead, Cecil is already dead, and then you get tornadoed on Young from the enemy, which is kind of unlikely, but it can happen.
That sounds terrible, yeah. Especially considering how you would have to redo that entire section. Autosaves in this game only work for like places where you have movement. So if you're in a cutscene like that, you won't be getting auto saves, unfortunately. You know, Soul screen, you can see him constantly just opening the menu at random points and not doing anything, just closing it out. That is what I meant by shifting the RNG. If he didn't do that, he would be getting an encounter at like right after that position.
Soul about to fight one of the first 4 fiends, which is Scarmillion.
And before he does so, he's actually going to do some menuing. He's going to equip Tello with some gear to increase his intellect, and also he's going to move around some character positions for later on, just to put everyone in convenient places. Is he? Looks like he's not doing augments yet, or has he already done those?
From what I remember, the new route does not give any augments to Palampurum. Like, that's how new the route is.
No, you
now.
have to give them because of Bluff and Cry. You have to give one to each. Yeah, 0 augments is just twin cast. You only get twin cast. You need to get one each in order to get Bluff and Cry.
Maybe later.
Yeah, hopefully,
maybe for safety's sake on later.
Yeah, well, hopefully he remembers to do that. That is a very important thing. So for the Scarmillion fight, the boss will counter attacks against him with Thunder, and we do want Cecil to die here, so he'll be attacking once and using Thunder, or attacking once and then using a High Potion to deal enough damage and kill off Cecil. And then the twins will use Twin Cast to get Comets. Now, this isn't RNG manipulated, or the Comet isn't. Twin Cast is a skill where the twins will cast the skill together, and then you'll get a skill depending on certain conditions. So first off, it checks their HP percents and their MP percents. If for HP percent, if the value is within 20 points of each other, so if one character has like 19% health and the other one has say 30% health, that is within 11 points of each other. So that is enough to give you 50% sync, and then the same thing applies for MP percent. If you have one person with 81% MP and another one with 100% MP, that's a 19 point gap. So that'll give you another 50%. With 50%, you cast Power Blast. With 0%, the skill fails, and with 100%, you cast whatever is the special skill for those 2 characters. And in this case, for Palampurum, it is Comet.
As
and also that was Scarmillion 2 fight.
Yeah, as you just saw in Scar 2's fight, all you have to do is use 1 elixir, and that one-shots that boss fight. Which makes him absolutely a pushover.
Yeah, unfortunately Palom died though, which isn't like a huge deal, but ideally you want Porum to die, so that all the experience gets split between Palom and Tella for later. You want to experience for them because they're the 2 of the most important attackers later on. Also, something with Twin Cast. It's strange how it works, but when you cast a skill with Twin Cast, when the twins are casting together, the damage scales based off the intellect of the character who's higher up in the party, which in this case is Palom. So his stats are all that matters. It's not finding an average or anything like that, as you would expect. It's just specifically the person who's higher up in the menu. So because Palom didn't get some experience here, he'll be doing less damage, so since he didn't get as much experience here. Now Soll is fighting against Dark Cecil as the new Paladin Cecil, and for this fight, you just want to not attack. The game just tells you, if you try to attack, it'll give you a warning saying, yeah, some fights aren't meant to be done with violence or something like that. So if you try to attack, you can actually die in this fight, I believe, if you just keep attacking. So now that Cecil has officially become a Paladin, Tella's also going to learn the skill Meteor somehow. It just comes to him.
That's a Paladin time of, what, 5807?
807. How quick is that?
Just to compare afterwards, once Tonberry and Choco gets to a Paladin.
So Meteor is a skill that costs too much MP. It's a very, very powerful skill, but it costs 99 MP, and Tela only has 90 MP. So something funny about that. So with the SNES run, I know that in that one you can actually underflow Tela's MP in order to have him freely cast Meteor, because the game thinks he has well over 99 MP. In this version, though, the developers made it so that first off, Tela can't get over 90 max MP no matter what. If you try to give him like a Soma drop, which is supposed to raise a character's max MP by 10, the game just refuses to do so. He can't do that. So there's no way you can actually have Tela cast Meteor. And then on top of that, the game has some sort of anti-cheat checking where if your MP or HP is higher than your max, after some number of seconds, it will lower it back down. So you cannot cast Meteor at all without like hacking in your max MP, I guess. I'm not sure if it would do any sort of anti-cheat checking for Tela's max MP. But current MP, you absolutely cannot underflow it in any way. And if you could, it would just fix itself.
I think the only way to... I'm not sure anymore, because I used to have an action replay as a kid, and I do remember casting Meteor with Tela, but I'm not sure anymore if that's still doable. Like if you cheat Tela to 99, you cannot. But if you cheat his MP, I think then you can cast it.
I guess his max MP, I guess?
Yeah. His max
I mean,
MP.
I think I'll probably test that out later, because having FF4 on PC has the cheat engine table. It's easier to do than action replay.
And now Soll is getting some lore drop. Whereas Mrzwanzig and Desch both are closing in on Skarmillion. Very close to each other.
Yeah, so it looks like they are moving the augment menu somewhere else. This used to be where we did it before. I guess all the runners now do it somewhere else.
Oh yeah, funny thing about the augment menu. I used to have crashes when doing that menu, where I would give augments, where I would give the augment to someone, and then it seemingly, on a random basis, the game would just crash. And I was wondering for years and years why the game would just randomly crash. Until a new glitch was figured out, which you will see later. We call it the tent glitch. So the tent glitch, to just quickly preface what it is before it actually happens, because you might not realize when it actually happens what happens. When you're in the menu and you want to choose an item, you have the white items and the grayed out items. The white items meaning those items you can use, and the grayed out items are the ones you cannot use. However, if you press confirm to say, yeah, I want to pick this item to use, but in I think it might be like a 1-frame window, you press another button to say oh yeah, press up or press right, plus left or plus down. After pressing confirm, your item then goes to the next slot that you chose. So let's say you choose potion, but right after you press down to get to tent, you're now suddenly in the tent menu, and you can use a tent on a singular character. This way, we can completely skip any ethers that we need for restoring HP or MP throughout the run. And I just noticed something happened on Desch's side. Oh, yeah.
He doesn't have the elixir.
Wait, he doesn't have the... Ooh.
Oh my god, that is so bad.
Oh yeah, he completely forgot the elixir. Oh boy.
Oh.
Well, what is he gonna do now? I really hope he has a backup.
Is there even an elixir anywhere? Yeah, you can't even go back.
Is this salvageable? Is this salvageable?
Oh my god. Yeah, I've never actually.
I think he might have to go for a backup save. He might have a backup save somewhere. That's the only way I can see this working.
I believe the only backup save was safe travel because you have quick saves all over the place.
Yeah, I think he just needs to make a unqualified or a quote-unquote an illegal move and just... Wait, did he do what I think he just did?
Oh, wait, was it that he maybe used the elixir on someone?
No. You know, doing some shenanigans with a certain engine to get himself an elixir, I mean. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he's trying to figure it out on the fly. Very interesting indeed. But yes, Mrzwanzig now officially has overtaken Desch. Unless he also is missing the elixir. Okay, he did something, but I can't say what he did. If he has an elixir, then we know exactly what he did, but then we just... then we don't talk about it. If he does have an elixir now, then we don't talk about it. Oh, he does have an elixir.
Yeah.
How in the world did he get that elixir? He also does not have a Phoenix down.
Oh my god, this is so scuffed.
Well, it works. It works.
Yeah, Tella's going to be under damaging, but it's better than losing it completely.
Well, I wouldn't really... If this is gonna be a record, then it's not gonna be a record. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, Mrzwanzig now officially ahead of Choco. And now all of the runners are on the same split. Back to business. It might sound bad to say this, but I'm glad it happened to Desch out of all of them, because he was the, I would say, most prepared person to it happen to. Because I'm not sure if anyone else would have had everything needed on the fly to be able to back this up in a way. Mrzwanzig and Desch both on the Paladin, one in 4x3 and one in 16x9. I don't know if 4x3 or 16x9 is faster. You be the judge, because I don't know. And that's a 55.02 for Paladin. Oh boy. That is a really fast Paladin time. Shout out to Mrzwanzig. Tonberry bringing on the heat. Soll currently making his way through the waterway and getting to Baron Castle. Where he wants to meet up with the king. But yeah, sadly something not so pleasant will await him there in the castle.
Alright, so Mrzwanzig on Team Tonberry is actually casting Mini on himself before teleporting out. That is actually... did we mention the Mini glitch yet?
No, we've not mentioned the mini glitch yet. So sometimes you will see in the run that we cast Mini and or Frog on ourselves, and you might be wondering, why on earth would you put yourself at such a disadvantage? For whatever reason, when I was doing a run of this game, I had a Twitch viewer, God bless his soul, I sadly do not remember who it was, God bless you, shoutouts to you, you know who you are, had a Twitch user say, hey, do you know if you cast Mini on yourself, you will also automatically get the status reversal. For some reason, on the Steam version, and specifically the Steam version of FF4 3D, if you cast Mini on yourself, you also get the status reversal.
More specifically, you have to cast it outside of combat. It doesn't work for in combat.
And what Frog does, it does give you Faith. So for some reason, if you cast Faith or Frog on yourself, for some reason you have Faith. And if you cast Mini on yourself, you for some reason have Reversal. Meaning making you basically invincible, not entirely invincible, but still, like, basically unkillable, which is insane.
You'll be seeing the glitch here on Team Mock's side right now, actually. Reverse is a status that comes from the Lugia fight later on. It's specifically for that fight. And what it does is that reverses all damage and healing done to you. So if you take damage, you get healed. And if you get healed, you take damage. So naturally, enemies are not programmed to know that you had reverse because it's not a status you can get anywhere outside of the Lugia fight. So the bosses just effectively cannot kill you. You can see right now, Bygone's healing the party! So for this strategy here, Tella's going to cast Blizzaga onto the main body, which causes this counter where the boss casts Reflect on himself. So now you can't use any more regular magic. But with Twin Cast, you can cast Comet, which is an AoE skill, and skills that are naturally AoE bypass Reflect. That looks like Soll got damage rolls, so Yang's gonna need to attack here as well to kill the main body. And now these arms are going to explode themselves if they don't get killed. Yep, this arm should explode soon. Is it not exploding?
It's taking its
there
time.
We go.
It really is
a very slow explosion. So the optimal thing that would happen here would be that you would kill off when you do the AoE attack, you'll kill off one arm and the main body, and then you would have Yang kill off the last remaining arm. Because if you kill off the entire boss, including the arms together, you'll get that long animation where the boss dies. Like a very long boss animation where it's like the screen shaking, there's this glowy thing. That takes a very long time. It's faster if you get lucky and kill off the main body and one arm, so that the last remaining arm, once that dies, there is no extra boss death animation. It's just a regular death animation. I'm not sure why it specifically works out this way in this fight, but yeah, that's one RNG time save in this fight. And now Soll is coming up to the worst fight in this run, Cagnasso. Potentially the worst. There's actually two really bad fights that are just RNG. You can't do anything about them. But yeah, Cagnasso is one of the worst ones because he has a lot of status effects that you can inflict, slow and sleep. Both of them are really bad. So even though the party is invincible currently, it's just a pure RNG nightmare. Yep, there it is. Slow right at the start. It's always AoE as well. There's no single target that has status effects. He casts AoE slow or AoE sleep. So now the entire party slow just makes the fight take longer. I believe the backup here is to first get haste on Yang and then reflect him, though I'm not sure if anything's changed. Besides that, Porum used Cry and Palom used Bluff. Cry is a skill that, first off, it cannot be resisted by any enemies. It is a debuff that drops all enemies' defense and magic defense down by some amount. I think you get about 10% extra damage to hits. I'm not sure what the exact amount it gets reduced by. So it's very powerful status effect. No boss resisted, it lasts forever. And then Bluff is a buff that works for one skill. It doubles your intellect for one attack. So because Twin Cast here is scaling off of Palom stats, by using Bluff, the Twin Cast here Comet did double damage.
I just googled by how incredible Cry is. Cry was removed in the SNES North American version because in the 3D versions, Cry halves enemies' defense and magic defense. That's
It sounds like a lot, but it's
insane.
like a 10% damage boost more or less based on our current stats. But yeah, it's a very nice debuff, and the fact that it doesn't disappear and can't be resisted is like the best part about it. It looks like the fight's just being done with everyone slowed. I guess they got rid of the other backup where you haste Yang. Might not be worth it time-wise. But yeah, if you get hit by slow, it is just pure time loss. There is nothing you can really do about it. And if you get slept, there is only one backup, which is that at the very beginning of the game, you can RNG manipulate an alarm clock drop from the very first fight of the game. That alarm clock drop can be used here to wake up everyone if needed.
Wait, everyone? I thought alarm clock is just single target.
I believe it's AoE.
Maybe I've played too much FF12 recently. Maybe. Who knows? Wait, what?
Oh,
wait, Soll had to reset? I was not looking for 5 seconds and...
Oh, did he forget
reset.
The augments?
Oh, could be, yeah, could be.
Oh, that is not good. Yeah, thankfully he caught it in time, if so.
This is incredible. This is now really close. Yeah, Team Close Race is absolutely happening. So if you're Team Close Race, you will absolutely love this, because, yeah.
And the great equalizer.
The great equalizer.
He didn't do augments, so I'm not sure what's going on then.
Maybe he didn't defeat the correct... Maybe he didn't kill off Palom and Por, maybe only one of them. Or maybe Cecil was dead.
Possibly.
Maybe Cecil was dead. Maybe. Even though that would make no sense. Unless he accidentally high potioned Cecil twice.
Well, either way, we're seeing Cagnazzo again. The worst fight of the run.
Hey, no slow. I really hope I didn't just get ahead of myself.
Yeah, that is a good RNG so far, just getting attacked.
Oh, spoke too soon.
Yeah, you
Spoke
jinxed
too
it.
soon.
Commentator's curse.
Only one twin was dead at the end, so if the plan was to both being dead, that could be why. Yep, that seems like that was it. Because the MP spreading between Tella, Young, and Cecil are kind of important, because the next boss after Konyetsu is going to be Dark Elf.
Oh no, sleep. This is where the alarm clock drop helps. Yeah. I'm not sure if you can wake up Porm like this, because since you're in reverse, you can't really deal regular damage to her with a physical attack. You would heal her.
You can, but it's still a physical attack.
Does it count still?
I thought. I mean, at least in 12 it does.
This is why Cagnazzo sucks. Oh, hey, Porm woke up. She just double stuck and wake up. I don't think that's how that works, but I'm gonna pretend it's how it works.
I mean, it works in 12. If you get slept or confused twice, you unconfuse yourself. It's weird. It's really weird. So, yeah, it might work the same here.
On the bright side, Cagnazzo's in his shell, which means that he is getting close to the end of the fight.
They're all so close to each other now. And Mog was so far ahead earlier, and they're all so close now. It's actually incredible. Ooh, but Kanyatsu is healing himself.
I think he's worried about the damage since Kanyatsu's in his shell and Twins haven't twin casted yet.
Yeah, and Kanyatsu can still gather water beneath his feet.
Yeah, I feel like he should have just gone for it and killed off the Twins. We'll see what he does. Okay, at least the boss is still alive, that's good. Do you want to make sure that Soll gets the experience here so that he has enough MP for later? If he does not have at least 99 MP by the goal best fight, like the scripted goal best fight where a certain character dies, then yeah, that's not good.
Spoilers?
I don't know which character dies.
And that is Kanyatsu. Second time is the jar. And just as Mrzwanzig is about to start Kanyatsu himself, let's hope he will get some better RNG with not getting any slow casts. I really hope I didn't get ahead of myself too much there. Oh god, why am I even talking? Why am I even talking?
You might as well just curse Desch as well. Just curse all three of them so it's even.
I should just not talk. I should just not talk. I should just not talk.
So hey, you guys ready for Desch to not get slowed?
Hey, but at least Mrzwanzig is not being slapped this time around.
Yeah, okay, well, now that you said it...
We have to wait and see first. Ah, double slow.
Okay, that's good. That's not slow.
At least it can't get any worse if he's already slowed.
Yeah, there's no extra stacking of slows. There's only one level of slow and one level of haste. Thankfully.
Okay. Desch is also approaching Kanyatsu, so let's see if he'll also get a barrage of slow, or if he'll make it through.
Don't say anything, Harvey.
The water. Ooh, the water is bad. The water is
very
very
bad.
bad.
Right. That was a bad timing on that.
Yeah, because he's now attacking him.
And Pyroblast. Oh. Yeah, so that is what happens when the Twins' HP and MP percents aren't synced properly. If they're too far apart on either the HP or the MP, they use Pyroblast.
Okay, for some reason... Oh, Alarm Clock is AoE. For some reason,
I remember seeing the
slept on
animation.
Desch's part.
Yeah, this is why the alarm clock drop at the very start is manipulated, so that in case something bad happens, you just the whole party awake.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Ooh, there's a sleep.
Oh boy. Oh
Hopefully
boy.
it's not...
Nah, Porum.
Okay, good.
Okay. At least Porum is still there, so maybe with Cecil, it's possible to just wake her up. Or maybe not. I don't know. And that's Kanyatsu on Mrzwanzig's side.
Meanwhile, on Soul's side, he actually took a detour all the way to Mysidia in order to get some augments. This is all you do in this area to go get these augments. They're really good augments, though. So by giving you auto potion and counter to Palom and Porum, the runners now have Twin Cast, Cry, and Bluff. There is also another one you get Dual Cast if you give them a third one. However, that's actually been recently routed out. Dual Cast is really good, but unfortunately, we found new strats and it no longer saves time.
I'm actually amazed that Dual Cast no longer saves time, because Dual Cast is such an OP argument, because it just deals so much damage in such a short time. It's just one ATB meter filling up. So being able to just route it out is incredible.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that managed to route it out like that of all things. But yeah, with these 4 augments, Cry is actually going to go on to Cecil, because he's the main character, so he's always in the party. I think so. It's always convenient having him use it as opposed to putting on someone else who could potentially not be in the party at some point. Bluff gets put onto Tella, surprisingly, and not Rydia. You would expect it to be on Rydia since, you know, she is used, like, she is one of the permanent party members later. But it is actually more efficient in the run to put it on Tella. And then here, Soll actually grabbed an item called the Gaia Drum. This is all he's doing in Agard here. It's a long detour just for this one item. And it does, in fact, save time. Then as for Twin Cast, that is going on Soll and Rosa later. So very weird augment configurations. The most normal one, I guess, is Twin Cast on Soll and Rosa, but Bluff and Cry are put onto like very strange options compared to what people might put on characters casually. Here's another detour for the Naming Way side quest on Team Mog's side. So I believe this was Cheating Way, and you're basically going to help Cheating Way, cheat on his girlfriend by just talking to her and making sure that she doesn't find out that he's cheating on her. Not really a great thing to do. Like, definitely not really a good thing to help him out, but whatever. We get something good later on for this.
If I read it correctly, then the name of this, or at least in the Japanese version, it's actually Packing Way. Yeah, it's Packing Way. In Japanese, it's at least Packing Way. Not sure if it's the same way in English. But yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's Cheating Way for this one.
We'll see. We'll see in a second. As both Desch and Mrzwanzig are very close to Soll, they're both catching up real quick. Now Mrzwanzig is also picking up the Gaia drums. Yeah, this is a bit more of a relaxed part until Dark Elf itself. Dark Elf is a little bit of a boss that can make you sweat due to RNG and all that, but yeah, before that, it's a lot of running around, get all your stuff, collect all the things you need to prepare.
Now, Soul's side, he actually went to Troya to talk to the Spoony Bard, Bdewd, and this is to get an item called the Whisper Weed, which will be needed for the next dungeon. I believe it's actually possible to enter the next dungeon and do the entire section without getting this until you get to the boss fight, where you just get a game over. You cannot progress with the boss until you've gotten this.
Yes, it's impossible. I think Desch actually tried to fight Dark Elf even with cheats, and even with cheats it's impossible. From what I heard, Dark Elf just has like infinite HP, and I think never transforms as well. I think that was the problem. That's why it's unskippable, but I could be wrong, so do not quote me on it. I thought that's what I remember hearing, but I'm not entirely sure anymore.
Also, yeah, the naming way here is called Cheating Way, because he's cheating on his girlfriend.
Maybe that was just to add some spice for the English translation. Who knows? Who knows? Or maybe it was a joke for the Japanese translation, as in the packing way, he's packing his stuff to like leave.
Oh no, Soul died. Rip. Now he's fine. So this is my favorite strats that that's in the run. So with the way that autosaves works in FF4 3D on the Steam version, if you get into an encounter, you get an autosave right at the start of that encounter. So if you die, you just end up back at that spot when you reload the autosave. So in this dungeon here, there is a magnetism thing here where if you have any metallic gear on, that party member will just be magnetized, cannot do anything at all. So basically paralyzed permanently in that fight. Normally, to get around that, you just have to make sure that there's at least one person who's not magnetized, but because of the autosaves, it's faster just to have the whole party magnetized and have them die every encounter. It is extremely fast, to the point that you don't really need to do the quick save reload that often. Like, you would probably want to do it every like 17ish or so seconds. It's something ridiculous. It takes a very long time for you to actually get to a point where it is worth it to do a quick save reload here.
I used to call it the game. I used to call it the game over cave for a reason, as well. Getting game overs is faster than just trying to run from encounters.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we can't do this anywhere else. If we could do this for the entire run, that would be perfect. But there is no way to get like some sort of magnetism thing as of now. No one knows of any sort of glitches that can do this. If there could be some way we could just like quickly have everyone get magnetized or be petrified or something like that, have them all dead, then we could just save a lot of time on encounters. But there are also some issues with that where if you don't have a living party member at all, so if you have like a whole party petrified / dead, then you do crash the game when you're in the overworld because the game can't pick out a proper character to use.
Alright, and Soll is approaching Dark Elf. And with everyone being metallic, he is going to fail the first attempt at Dark Elf. What is actually wanted? You actually want to fail the very first one without taking any damage.
If this is an impossible fight to win.
Yes, the first fight of Dark Elf is absolutely impossible to win. And you can only trigger the possible fight to win if you actually have to Whisper Grass, and then Edward is playing his little theme, his little melody. And yeah, let's hope that his Dark Elf will go well. And yeah, this will be a premiere of these strats. I don't think a single run has been done with these strats.
Well, we're not really sure if Soul's running that because, I mean, all our resources are in English, so he's at a disadvantage in that regard.
Yeah, and those strats are incredibly new. I mean,
yeah,
so new that no one has done them before in a run.
Yeah, I think once they tried doing it in a run, he just couldn't finish.
Yeah.
But yeah, like other than that, like no one's finished a run with the new Dark Elf strat yet. Find out which strats Soul's going with here. Yeah, so this is the old strats. Yang is focusing. So for this fight,
he also has fire exhaust.
What Soul is going to do is have Cecil cry. Tella and Yang, meanwhile, are going to take down Dark Elf. Yeah, Yang focuses to boost up his damage, and then he'll attack after that. Meanwhile, Tella's going to use Faraga plus Fyra by dual casting. The reason he does that, Faraga plus Fyra, and not just say two Faragas, is because there's no way to restore MP on Tella because of the reverse glitch, right? Also, everyone's reversed in this fight. That is enough. Oh, never mind. Oh, that's an old thing from back when I was running. Alright, we don't have reverse anymore. Right, so the reason Soul is using Faraga plus Fyra is to manage the MP. So with just Faraga plus Fyra on, and then plus a focused attack with Yang, that was enough to push Dark Elf's face here. And now with another Faraga Fyra plus...
What?
Wait,
he
is that
attacked
damage?
Himself?
Wait, that's not enough damage, is it?
I don't know. Why did he attack himself?
I forget, is that Faraga plus Fyra enough? Oh, it is.
Okay, this works.
Yeah, I guess that's with the extra gear and extra stats, it's enough to kill. Yeah, I have not seen this improved, like slightly improved version of this one before.
Oh, did he kill Yang on purpose so he'll get more MP on Tella and
yes,
Cecil,
Yang dying is on purpose.
Just in case that Cecil might be a bit short for Ultima. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's something that was routed in a while ago. Like all the strats also did it. It's not like the ones we were using, since we're old fogies who haven't run this game forever.
Yeah, we're grandpas here. We are FF4 3D boomers.
I mean, Desch is also one, but he's still running the game.
Okay, Mrzwanzig is now coming up on Dark Elf. Dark Elf opening up with Fyra. Cecil getting it defend just in time.
So this is a new improved version of Dark Elf that both Mrzwanzig and Desch are doing. So instead of doing what Soll was doing, instead this is about micromanaging defense with Cecil. He didn't cry to start, he's actually defending every single magic attack and then trying to get cry off during a time where he's not getting attacked. And instead of using dual cast, Tella's using Bluff in order to double his damage and just using one Faraga cast. Tella has
for Team Mog split because a Dark Elf.
Oh, I'm so bad at that.
No problem. I just thought I'd say.
Right, thanks. So here, Tella's actually minied and reversed and Faith using Mini and Toad, so that he increases his damage and makes him invincible. Now, meanwhile, Cecil, you need really micromanage the damage here, and that is Team Tonberry's Dark Elf. So this is the new strats that is basically cutting. It's almost as fast as the previous strats. Actually, I think it's like on par with them. Like two strats are pretty similar, and it cuts out dual casts. Plus, it enables the new Mega Sister strat that Desch came up with a while ago that didn't save time.
Wait, hold on. What is Soll doing?
Can you back up?
What? I am so confused. What is Soll doing? What?
Maybe he's missing. Maybe he's missing an offense, so he's getting a backup.
Yeah, don't you have to pick up the crystal after Dark Elf?
Do you have to do that?
I think you forgot to pick up the crystal after Dark Elf. I think you have to do that.
Oh, I actually don't remember that being a thing. Oh, that's really bad.
Yeah. I think you have to pick up the crystal after Dark Elf, and he might have just teleported out without picking it up. Because it seems like he interacted with Edward, and Edward didn't do anything. Yeah, that's... Yeah, Team Tonberry is ahead now. Like, by a large margin.
Oh, and looks like Desch also has less stats on Tella. I believe Tella died during Star Miglione 2, so he's under damaging for the strats. Yeah, he's probably going to do some extra attacks with Yang. Oh, he minied Cecil as well. That's a good call. Yeah, so there's no way of losing this fight. It's going to take longer.
Yeah, I think for the relay it makes sense just to go with safety.
Yeah, so for this strategy, instead of having Yang and Tella attack, it's just using Bluff with Faraga on Tella, and that does more damage than using dual cast, because instead of having two, like a Faraga plus a weaker spell, it's now just basically two Faragas at the cost of one Faraga. So it's more MP efficient.
And that's split for Choco. All three on the same split. How the tables have turned so quickly. Yeah, he forgot to pick up the crystal.
Oh, that is really unfortunate.
Now Team Mog and Choco are basically on the exact same, path. They're now it's Mog and Choco who are neck on neck. How the turns have tabled indeed. Okay, now with both Choco and Soll getting back into the Chocobo Forest, going back to Edward and trying to get the things going, whereas Mrzwanzig now has entered the Tower of Zod. And as you just saw, he reset his game again, now to enter a new RNG manipulation. And this RNG manipulation, first and foremost, getting him the Rainbow Pudding Manip, where in a second he will get an encounter with a couple of Flans, which he will then defeat in such a way that he will drop some rainbow puddings, or a rainbow pudding, which he will need later on.
This used to be done at the underground waterway before, but because now the Octomammoth strats, Tella needs to have max MP, it's done here instead.
And now, since it's with this orange manipulation that is done here, Desch even took his time and routed out the entire rest of Tower of Zod with the manips, with the encounters, and made sure that he was able to find consistent manips to circumvent all encounters in this dungeon. So yeah, we keep the manipulation from Rainbow Pudding all the way to Maga Sisters.
Also, Soll and Desch are going to the Spoony Bard again. That's actually a detour, but they need to go talk to Edward to get the Bard Song augments, which is an optional augment for, casually, but it is really good. We need that for 2 bosses in the run, I think. It's very convenient that out of all the augments that Edward has, the most useful one is the one that requires 0 augments.
Mog and Choco in the exact same cutscene. Shoutouts. And that after 20 hours.
So now Mrzwanzig is about to approach the Maga Sisters, and you're about to see the new and improved Maga Sisters strats. This is really cool. I love this strat so much.
I honestly could not believe my eyes when I saw this Maga Sisters strat. I was awestruck when I saw it.
So Tella currently has 2 augments on him, Item Lore and Bluff. What's going to happen is that Tella's going to use Bluff at the very start to double his intellect for 1 attack. Then on the very next turn, Tella's going to use a Gaia Drum, which everyone grabbed earlier on. This was for the detour at Agart. So Item Lore doubles the damage that items do. Well, doubles the damage / healing that items would do. Bluff doubles intellect, and Gaia Drum is a skill that that inflicts Quake. It's an AoE Earth skill. So it's a black magic, it scales off intellect, and it's an item, so you're doing quadruple damage. You hit quad 9s on all 3 of them and one-shot the Maga Sisters. Yeah, this is one of the hardest fights in the past. There was so much we had to do, well, like Yang attacking, Tella casting magic, and also constantly refreshing his MP with Osmos. There's so much I had to do, you can't even use the mini glitch to get reverse on the party, and now it's just a one-shot.
This was the entire reason why dual cast was used in the first place, or why we got dual cast in the first place, because this fight was just such a pain. And now since the Gaia Drum strat was figured out, we don't even need dual cast, because, yeah, even after that, we don't really use offensive magic. Maybe once or twice with Fusoya, but for the fights that we use it for, it's not really worth it, so, yeah. This fight is incredible. This strat is incredible. And now Mrzwanzig is coming up on a small bathroom break, whereas Team Mog and Choco are both approaching the Maga Sisters.
So now Tella's going to solo Golbez on his own. He's going to cast all of his spells for Raga, then he's going to use, I think, Bendaga next. Now, yep, he's casting Bendaga, then I believe he's going to cast Blizzaga next. And then he's going to, unfortunately, cast Meteor, which he doesn't have enough MP for. Meanwhile, on the Team Choco side, Desch just entered the Maga Sisters fight, and again, Tella has Item Lore, and he's about to cast Bluff to double his damage, so with those two combined together, he's doing quadruple damage with offensive items, which means that the Gaia Drum that he picked up earlier is going to do quad 9s and one-shot the Maga Sisters. Golbez, meanwhile, is getting destroyed by Meteor, and so is Tella, because he's too old to be casting that spell. So before going to the next screen, well, on Team Tonberry's side, Mrzwanzig already went ahead and casted Mini and Toad on the party in order to get Reverse and Fate onto Cecil. That's something that all the runners are going to be doing. So even though there was a fight in between, right, one thing about the whole Mini Reverse thing, a Reverse only lasts for one battle. If you go into a battle, then it'll reset after that. In this case here, there was this Golbez fight, but it wasn't bringing in the entire party, just Tella on its own. So the other party members, I believe only Cecil... Actually, no, I think the whole party might have Mini on. Well, the rest of the party who was with Tella, so Cecil, Sid, and Yang, all have Reverse and Fate on. Meanwhile, Rosa and Kane are still unreversed, so they are the only ones who have any risk of dying. Now here, there's going to be some menuing done. First off, Twin Cast on Cecil and Rosa. This is the best use for Twin Cast now, thanks to all the strats. Last Stand and Recall go to Sid, so that we could get more augments later. He has one really good augment, so we need to give him 2. And then, yeah, this is going to be the Barbarecia fight, like the third Archfiend now. So against Barbarecia, Barbarecia has a lot that can go wrong, especially because we have to deal with Yang's atrocious accuracy. So even though there are 3 immortal party members, a lot can go wrong here.
Especially when she likes to spam Maelstrom, and only one of the characters gets targeted and not both. Because if both characters get targeted, or both characters, when I say that, I mean Cecil and Rosa, when both characters get targeted, then the outcome should still be the same. However, if only one character gets Maelstormed during the fight, then there's the issue that the HP is imbalanced. As you just saw, Mrzwanzig got Maelstormed, but luckily enough, both Rosa and Cecil are both low HP, meaning that the Twin Cast will work just fine.
Just a reminder for anyone who is either just popping in and hasn't heard the explanation, Twin Cast is a skill that isn't random at all. It is based on the caster's health percent and MP percent of the 2 casters. So as long as both the HP percent and MP percent are within 20 points of each other, then you will get the best skill available. In this case, Cecil and Rosa cast Ultima, which is a very powerful skill that has 999 spell power. So even though Cecil has really low intellect, he managed to hit damage cap just now. It's a very big range of damage rolls, but this time around he got a high damage roll, he hit quad 9s. And then after that, Yang is... Yep, that's Barbarecia. Yang has to attack, and his accuracy is atrocious on this. It's a 78% last time I checked. So you're banking on Yang hitting 78%, and he also wanted to focus earlier on while nothing was happening. So a lot that can go wrong in this fight, but thankfully, it looked like Yang was cooperating this time, and Team Tonberry managed to get by without any issues. Right, there's Team Choco entering the Barbarisha fight as well. Again, this is a fight where it's normally fine, but a lot can go wrong. Especially because of, mainly because of Maelstrom, because of the whole HP thing, but also Yang missing as well. There's a lot of different things that Barbarisha can do. She usually will transform into a tornado at the very beginning, though there is a chance that she doesn't do that, which thankfully was not the case. So during this phase, Barbarisha is immune to physical attacks except for jump. If you use jump and hit Barbarisha, it cancels out this Maelstrom. So she'll go back into her regular, cancel to her tornado, so she'll be in her regular form. Right now, other physical attacks cannot hit. However, magic attacks can. It's also going to it's also used Cry earlier to drop Barbarisha's defense and magic defense, and Rosa also casted Slow to give the party more turns, and now they're twin casting in order to get Ultima. Ultima also costs 99 MP, so because Cecil's MP pool is so low, this is why runners really wanted to make sure that Cecil was getting as much experience as possible after he transformed into a paladin, since he does start over at level 1. If he doesn't hit the 99 MP threshold, then this fight just takes forever, because you'll need to just slowly tickle the enemy with death, to death with Yang, I guess. There we go, very clean Barbarisha.
Yeah, that's Barbarisha on Desch's side. That was very clean. With Rosa dying though? Is that not an issue later on for EXP?
I'm not sure. Does she even need anything in particular? I think a lot of stuff got routed out with her.
Mini. For Zeromus, I mean... Oh,
I mean, would that even be an issue? Like, it's a very low level skill. I'm pretty sure even Cecil would learn it.
I thought it was like level 14. Wait, no, that's haste. I think I have haste in mind.
Yeah, haste is the one, and we took it out a while ago.
Yeah, haste was 40. But yeah, you still need mini for... I think you still need mini for Demon Wall. For some reason
Demon
I
Wall...
saw... Yeah, you don't need it, but I saw mini being used on Demon Wall for whatever reason.
You sure it's something else? Because I'm trying to think, we don't really have many places to use the mini reverse glitch. It's like just CPU.
Years are turning.
Yeah, like just CPU, just for Archfiends. I can't remember anything else. Like there's actually surprisingly few places where we use the mini reverse glitch. Like you would think with a glitch this overpowered, we'll be using it all over the place, but there's a lot of drawbacks using it as well. So because it's a speed run, we don't care about being invincible if it's not helpful. We want to go fast.
So Mrzwanzig made it to the underworld, and he's now approaching the king of the Dwarven Castle. And as he approaches the king of the Dwarven Castle, Sid's like, yeah guys, ship broke, let me actually repair the ship in the meantime. So he immediately leaves, and right after he leaves, everyone's like, wait, someone's listening, someone's spying on us. And they're like, huh? Wait, who? So they just go to the chambers and they see a couple of puppets. The dancing puppets. The dancing mad puppets.
So that's just talking to you. What is this naming way? Is that Pudding Way? Oh, Pudding Way.
Yeah, because you have to give rainbow pudding to him.
Mm-hmm. Yep, this is Pudding Way. This is what rainbow pudding was for. This quest here.
Fun fact.
That's another part of the. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, that's another part of the Naming Way side quest, getting the rainbow pudding and giving it to Naming Way right here.
Yeah, just as a fun fact, rainbow pudding is worth 100,000 gil. So, yeah, you get a lot of gil if you drop one, and if you sell it.
The Team Tonberry is about to approach the Calcabrina fight. And I think, like, probably every version except for potentially the Pixel Remasters, I know nothing about that one. This fight is just kind of non-existent. So by using blue fangs, Fangs Fang items actually deal damage based on your current HP. It does 50% of your current HP worth of damage. However, on normal mode, which is what everyone's running on, it does an additional 20% damage because of the normal mode bonus. So instead of 50%, it's doing 60% damage. So by taking 2 people with high health, you can just use 2 blue things to get rid of all of the dolls and ignore the part where they all merge together and make the giant Qazplm doll. I'm pretty sure like every version of FF4 except for the Pixel Remaster, which I have no idea about, you just skip that fight entirely. Now for Golbez, this is an interesting one because the developers try to like screw over the speedrunning strategies. If you've seen this Nest run, for this fight you would have Kane jump, and then that would save him by having him survive during the phase where Golbez would kill off the entire party. So you just have one free character to use. That was changed in the 3D version. So instead of Golbez attacking like right away while Kane is in the air, he's actually going to wait for Kane to land before he does this attack here where he kills everyone in the party. And that sounds like it's bad, but it ends up being helpful for us because that actually, by waiting a little bit, normally Soll and Rosa couldn't get the twin cast off. They cannot cast Ultima in time, but by having Kane jump in the middle of their casting, that actually buys them enough time to get Ultima off. So currently Golbez is at very low HP. And then once this cutscene happens, some mysterious woman is going to appear and cast a Mist Dragon on them to deal more damage and put Golbez down to 1 HP. He cannot die, he's just going to get set to 1 HP because we did enough damage to basically kill him.
I remember getting excited to get a sub to Golbez, and Mrzwanzig is beating that by like at least 15 minutes. Yeah, it goes to show how far this run has come.
So in the second phase here, Golbez actually changes his elemental weakness. So earlier he was weak to Holy, but now he's absorbing Holy and weak to something else. We don't know what it is. But since he's at 1 HP, we're just going to go in with a guaranteed physical attack. As long as he's not going to use Drain, all you need to do is How to Battle, and then Soll will punch him to death. If you do get drained, then Rydia will cast Bio. I love this strat. just
oh my god,
Soll
I
doing
love
1-2
this
combo
so
to deal 1 damage. You punch Golbez to death.
One punch!
So Soll also was equipped with a sword earlier on that is Holy Elemental. The runners will take it off during the Maggot Sisters fight. You could unequip or equip gear in the middle of fights. So by just getting rid of it earlier on, Soll has a guaranteed chance to deal 1 damage against Golbez, which is all you need to win.
It's so hilarious to me. I think it's just so funny.
Yeah, before this, the strategy was to have Rydia cast a Chocobo because it's a quick animation, and before that, we would have Rydia attack with her whip, which it works, but it's very inconsistent because she has a very high chance of missing. So this is the most consistent way, 100% guaranteed. If Golbez does use Drain, which heals him, all you would do is just, instead of auto-battling, you would just have Rydia cast Bio, which, I mean, it's still pretty quick. It's not like it's going to take like 10 or 20 seconds longer or anything.
And now going here to the back rooms to the Lollyhope Hub specifically, to get to Puddingway, who's now moved to the Underworld. And now we're talking to Puddingway, who's becoming Moppingway. So what you do is you attack Moppingway once, you deal way too much damage. Over 1,000 damage with Rydia melee is unheard of, especially at this level. And yeah, then Moppingway moves away, and thus continuing the Namingway side quest. And now we're going up the East Tower. Trying to loot the place, getting the Dwarven Axe, and I think the Elixir. It's been a while. So going up here to get the Elixir and the Power Armlet, as well as the Dwarven Axe, and then I think it was going to the other side, and on the other side, Mrzwanzig is then going like through the back alley, quote unquote, to then leave the Dwarven Castle, and then make way to... I forgot the name. Tower of Babil. And that's Golbez done on Team Choco, with Soll very closely behind, very close. Oh, and Mrzwanzig is manipulating encounters again.
In the overworld, or is he at the next dungeon already?
No, he's in the overworld. He might manipulate it here and then keep the manip up until Lugae. I think I remember hearing them talking about that.
Wow. The overworld manips are like the ones where like, oh, sounds really terrible to do. So again, opening the menus does also shift RNG, and also reloading would reset the danger, the threat meter. So if there's every time you skip an encounter, you would actually increase the threat meter, which means that you have a higher chance of getting an encounter the next time you get an RNG roll. So by just quick saving like that and reloading the quick save, you just cut down on your chances of getting the encounter back down to whatever the lowest is. Probably like 10% for the first encounter again. I assuming that's not supposed to happen for a manip, so yep, looks like Mrzwanzig's doing the rest of the tower normally. Right, so, it does save time to go through these with like a full manip, but it's not like the biggest deal. It's like a small time save compared to doing this like the normal way, where you just quick save reload every now and then.
Okay, looks like Soll got the Ultima off in time, plus the jump on Kane, and only a matter of time until oh yeah, Soll is doing the old Golbez. As you can see, Cecil still has his sword, and it's not unarmed.
Yeah, I think Mrzwanzig's the only one who did it like the new way.
I have to admit,
Either way, that's
the
like
punching was fun.
Yeah, the punching is hilarious. I love that. It is faster, but it's like a very, very small time save over just casting Chocobo or Bio. Another like old strat of Golbez, way, way before when this was still new. The strat was actually to, instead of doing all this, you would have Cecil just use, what's it called, Libra? Yeah, I think it's Libra on Golbez to see what his weakness is, and then just have Rydia cast the correct spell. Like that,
Yes.
You don't even need the other party members, you just need those two alive, and then that's all you need to do to win the fight. None of this
Yes,
like
that
ultimate
was the
stuff.
DS strat. That was the strat from the DS era. which I used to do. That was like when I extremely freshly got into Steam release.
Yep. Using Ultima is so much faster because Ultima just does so much damage, and since it's not elemental, he can't absorb it.
I thought Ultima was holy damage.
I believe it's non-elemental. I'm like 99% sure it's non-elemental. Alright, and now it's Mrzwanzig on team. Tonberry is approaching the next boss, Luge. So this fight, I believe, is RNG manipulated. Before he goes in, he's going to want to heal up everyone, restore their HP MP, and then set the battle speed back up. And yep, here he is reloading the game. So this is actually faster because we're going to be RPG manipulating the next two fights to get very specific actions. So for this fight, well, there's two parts. This first part here, there's going to be Dr. Luge and his robots, Barnabas. There's actually some extra dialogue you can get in this. There is a very low chance, though, with the strategies that you can manage to skip the last bit of dialogue, which is a very long piece of dialogue. The two of them are basically doing this little comedy routine in this fight, and it takes a very long time. So the RNG manipulation cuts out the second cutscene at the very least, or the third cutscene maybe. Yeah, let's do 2 cutscenes, and then it's gonna be like a third piece of dialogue that gets skipped. Right. According to Desch, I remember hearing that finding this skip alone would take a very long time to do. Getting the stars to align so that I could skip this dialogue and still have the fight after work out properly was very hard to do. So what's Ultima and a Rama cast from Rydia, that's enough to take down both of them. And now for the second part, this is actually where the reverse status effect comes from. So for this one, if you've ever played this casually, you might remember that Luge will use reversal gas on the entire party to inflict reverse, which reverses all the damage taken and dealt. So with that, it's on the entire field, not just the party. But yeah, because the boss can do that a lot, it causes a lot of issues, and the strategy here is to toss elixirs onto the boss in order to deal 9,999 damage. So one elixir cast to do quad 9s, but that's not enough to kill yet. So now Luge's manipulated to use another reversal cast just in time here. And then now, because he got rid of reverse, Rydia can use Rama and just kill the boss. So that wasn't a luck thing, that was RNG manipulated. As long as it wasn't just banking on the boss using reversal gas. And without RNG manipulation, this fight could go very wrong because the boss has a lot of attacks. There's no guarantees that the boss will even use reversal gas for a very long time. I think I've seen Harvey go in and get screwed over really badly by having this.
I've had several runs die to him.
Yeah, just having a lot of bad RNG with the boss not cooperating and just refusing to use another reversal gas.
So having an RNG manip is a godsend, to say the least, for this fight. Oh yeah, and if you're interested in running the game, we are always open and happy to see more people who are interested in running the game. And with new strats and all the shiny things happening, you're more than welcome to join and learn to run. So Desch also about to fight Luge. His mecha phase.
Yep, one elixir that's been reversed onto the boss for the quad 9s, and then it's time for the Rama. Before, I think we used to use 2 elixirs. Because,
yes, we used to use 2 elixirs, but I think the reason why we wanted to use 1 elixir is so we can route out getting 2 elixirs. Which
yeah,
would
it
have
takes a
meant
while to grab
big
an extra
detour.
one.
Yeah, there is one in the castle where Edward was when he was giving you the Whisper Weed. But going to that extra area takes like 50 seconds-ish to a minute. And yeah, so being able to skip that saves quite a lot of time.
Yep, a lot of us like a lot of decently big time saves here and there just from the RNG nips all over the place. Yeah, Desch put a lot of work into writing all these. It's actually, it sounds like it's like a very simple thing, but also keep in mind that this game does not have save states unlike on an emulator, so Desch actually, according to Desch, the way he does a lot of manips, especially like for the dungeons, he would just go in with just random seeds until he finds something good enough, and then try to go through the entire dungeon and just keep messing around over and over. So you can imagine just going through with the encounter. Oh well, now I gotta reset and start over at the beginning of the dungeon, and then reset the computer's clock to that specific time and try again, and go over and another counter. Guess we redo that part over and over. Imagine how hard it is to manipulate an entire dungeon, and Desch definitely put in a lot of work manipulating a bunch of these dungeons. So on Team Choco's side, Desch is currently fighting against the goblins in charge of this tower. It's a very small fight, so all you really do is cast one summon with Iridia, and you're done. The summons are really good because they're all naturally AoE skills, so they don't get hit by the AoE penalty that like single target skills would have if you try to cast them on the entire enemy party.
Is that AoE penalty an FF4 thing only? Because I don't recall a single other FF game where that's the case.
I don't know, I feel like it... How many FFs are there where just naturally skills that you can like select whether you want to inflict on, or let's say both skills that you can inflict like do AoE and non-AoE, and also ones where you can specifically like do AoE. Probably explain that very weirdly, but yeah,
maybe all after 4? I'm not sure. I don't know. I really don't.
Are there any other skills that are just naturally AoE? Since natural AoE skills are ones that usually don't have the penalty. Okay, so someone mentioned that in 5 it's the same. If summons are naturally AoE, so there's no penalty.
So, and on Mrzwanzig's side, they're leaving the underground right now, and he's going to skip the cutscene where something very sad happens. Sid is offering himself to close the entrance to the underworld, so the Red Wings cannot follow them to Baron Castle. The reason why they're going to Baron Castle is to talk to Sid's both assistants, to try and improve the what was the name of the airship again?
Don't ask me, I don't know the story.
Yeah, but to improve the airship, to give it kind of like a crane? Yeah, to give it a crane, so they can pick up the airboat, which is at Mount Hobbs, and then bring it all the way down on the world map, to be able to enter the Eblon Cave. Soll coming up on Lugai. I really hope he does the new RNG manipulation, because yeah, I don't want Soll to lose potentially more time to inconsistent Lugai fight.
He did reset the game just now, so chances are he's doing the manip.
And now with the airboat, Mrzwanzig is now able to enter the Cave of Babylon. And in the Cave of Babylon, he also does some QSRLs to omit some encounters. And the goal is here to just get to Ruby Conte as fast as possible, where we will meet a new party member.
Alright, here we go on Team Tonberry encountering the mysterious ninja and next Archfiend. So it's a very good thing that Mrzwanzig remembered to change the ATB speed, because this is one of those places where it's very easy to forget. So yeah, ATB speed is something that's kind of annoying to remember in the run, because we are supposed to go ATB slowest to avoid encounters, or while we're going through places with random encounters, because again, when you flee, the rate at which you flee at is actually independent of the ATB speed, so it doesn't matter if you're on the lowest or the highest speed, you will flee at the same rate. It's just that if you're on the slowest speed, you're less likely to get hit by the enemies before you flee. So naturally, on boss fights, we want to be on the highest ATB speed, because we want the ATB to be as fast as possible, and if you forget, it takes a while for the fights to finish. Alright, we've assembled the final party. These are the 5 permanent party members. Well, sort of. Yeah, it's gonna be the final party for the game, and out of all these characters, the experience is gonna be balanced very weirdly. Because again, we're not going to balance experience to have everyone be the same level. There are some characters who are much better than the others. And now, as you can see on Team Tonberry, Iridia learned, what was it, Spark Song, and then Kane learned Draw Attacks. So Bard Song is the thing that the runners got from Edward. So Edward has a bunch of songs he can play, depending on his level. Edward had no good songs because it's early in the game, and by teaching Bard Song to Iridia, she will be learning one very particularly good song later on down the line. As for draw attacks on Kane, I don't remember what the logic was for that, but I mean, we want a tank, but draw attacks is a skill that just makes it so that that character will just get targeted by all skills. So they have a permanent 100% taunt as long as they have the skill equipped. Yeah, I couldn't remember what the logic was for having Kayn learn it. At one point, I did really want to try to get Edge to be the tank just because of Opera Omnia, since he was a tank in that one. But unfortunately, that strat never worked out. Kayn just ended up being the better option.
You don't remember why Kayn used to have draw attacks?
Yeah. It's like, what
Kayn used to have draw attacks because of Ultima cast, because Ruby Conte usually likes to throw in an attack right before the Ultima cast. Since we used to have draw attacks on Cecil, and if Cecil had draw attacks, that would have meant that Cecil would be attacked. And that, in turn, meant that Cecil was not full HP, and thus the Ultima cast would not have been Ultima cast because he was not full HP, which would have messed up the entire battle.
Do we even have anywhere else we need draw attacks? Now think about it. Was it just this one fight?
Well, draw attacks was yet again an old thing from the DS route where it was heavily needed, since Cecil has the most amount of HP. That's why I had it on Cecil for the longest time. And that's why eventually it was kind of routed out. I forgot where it is used now because the route has changed so much again ever since, so I don't really know if it's still needed.
The Ruby Conte one definitely made sense. It's either it would have to be on him or Edge, and I think we don't really want Edge to be getting attacked here.
Right, I think maybe the only reason why Edge is getting, or might be getting draw attacks now.
Well, no, Edge is not getting draw attacks, as I wanted to get him draw attacks.
But I thought they give it to him now.
No, Mrzwanzig definitely... I believe Mrzwanzig gave it to Kayn just now, didn't he? I'm not sure.
We will see, we will see. But I thought I remembered that Edge would get it, so when Saromus would counter with his flares, it would attack Kayn. Edge.
Oh, it's on Edge. Oh, yay! It's on Edge tank. I've always wanted to route that in at some point. The tank, so now Opera Omnia's canon. He's a tank in Opera Omnia, so he's a tank here. So this is an unwinnable fight. You're fighting against Edge's parents who've been transformed into monsters, and all you do is just wait it out, they'll keep attacking, and at some point, they're gonna snap out of it.
Once all characters are defending, this is a 2.5-minute bathroom break. So if you're in a run, this is the time where you can just, take a 2.5-minute bathroom break.
Oh, that was a nice little break. So now on Team Tonberry's side, the fight against Edge's parents finally ended, so it's time for the Ruby Conte fight. Wow, I really underestimated how long that cutscene takes. It takes a very long time for them to disappear.
Yep.
For this fight, there's a lot going on. It's one of the longer fights, but it's not particularly difficult, especially compared to some of the more random ones. So Cecil and Rosa are going to start off the usual thing of cry and slow. And just going to steal in order to have Rubicante close his cape. So when Rubicante has his cape open, he's going to wait a little while before casting Inferno, which is a very powerful AoE attack. We don't want that to happen right now, so stealing causes him to close his cape. You can also do the opposite, where if you steal while his cape is closed, he will open up his cape. Rydia's going to cast Shiva to deal some damage, and which causes Rubicante to counter by casting Ice on himself. So when Rubicante has his cape closed, he actually absorbs Ice, but with his cape open, he is weak to Ice. So by having... so now, with this, he's actually damaging himself instead of healing himself. If you try to do the other way around, he'll heal up a lot. Now, Rydia got in 2 Shiva casts, Rosa and Cecil got in an Ultima cast, and then Rydia alone defended against the boss in order to survive this hit just now. Inferno kills off the entire party except for Rydia, who is in crit HP. And with that last Shiva cast, that is a damage roll, but Rydia does have time to cast a second spell as well. She can cast a dragon in time to kill Rubicante during his cape closing phase afterwards if you get damage rolled.
That was
that was a very safe fight, very consistent.
A very clean fight.
It's one of those fights where you just need to do everything correctly. It is very consistent. Now we're going to see the same thing again on Desch's side. Oh, right, and also Rosa casts with a shell on Rydia to help her survive, because Inferno does a lot of damage, a lot of magic damage to be specific, and shell does raise a character's magic defense. Either raises magic defense or reduces magic damage taken, one or the other. But yeah, by doing that, Rydia will be the only one to survive. And then she'll solo the boss and be the only one to get all the experience. The experience is really important for Rydia for some upcoming strats.
Just to update you all, Mrzwanzig is almost an entire minute ahead of record.
God. Don't jinx it, Harvey.
I'm not jinxing it, I'm just letting you know.
You've already jinxed the Kaknaza fight on both Soll and Mrzwanzig.
Yeah, so far we had FF1, which had a world record from Muchiha. The second game which got a world record for Team Mog was AMBC with 7 Remake. And potentially, we might be seeing another one pretty soon.
Or potentially Harvey might have just jinxed it.
Nah, it'll be fine, it'll be fine.
On Team Tonberry, Mrzwanzig is currently returning back to the Dwarven Castle. Because they actually dropped down from the Tower of Babel, I believe, and now they're back in the Underworld, which has been blocked off because earlier Sid actually, in order to save the party, he actually just jumped off the airship and just blew himself up with a bomb. And now we're gonna see that, hey, somehow he managed to survive that.
Somehow, Sid has returned.
So imagine somehow survived getting blown up by a bomb big enough to cause an explosion that blocked off that giant hole. all the way to
Look.
Agard.
Look, he
Like
had
a whole-
the strongest. Look, Sid had the strongest armor in the entire game. It's called Blood Armor.
Ah, yes, good old plot armor. Alright, so he's helping us repair the repair the ship, add some more upgrades so that we can. I believe he's just like adding some sort of ram to it so that it can just break through the surface.
Alright, Mrzwanzig is now in the Dwarven Castle, crying his eyes out because all the crystals are gone. And King Giot is now telling him, yeah, there's another place where you can get a crystal, and that is on the moon. Or wait, no, I'm getting ahead of myself. They're going to the sealed
Yeah, we still
cave
gotta do
now,
the
not the
underground
moon.
stuff.
Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself now.
So this is the detour to the Fame March. So the Fame March is actually an optional dungeon. You don't need to come here, but it's full of very helpful stuff. And this is actually where Rydia's been for the past few years, so I never really mentioned this, but the child Rydia that started the game is the same Rydia here with us. Now she's just grown up, and that's because she basically went into the hyperbolic time chamber, which is called the Fame March. This is the land of the Eidolons, and she basically just stayed here for a few years, studied with them, lived with them, and yeah, now we're going to go back down there to see what's up.
And yeah, this is faster. I know it's an entirely optional area that we are going through right now in the run, or Mrzwanzig is going through right now, but with what we are doing, in the end, yes, this is indeed faster.
It may seem weird, but yes, this is definitely faster. It's so much stuff you need to do for the Naming Way side quest, but it's all worth it.
Also picking up a couple of items here from the chests. One of the most important one being the Poison Axe, which is our main way to deal damage for, yeah, basically now for the rest of the run. Because we do equip Kain with the Poison Axe, or at least for 2 boss fights where it's going to be very, very important. Demon Wall.
Yeah, it's not really the
and
rest of
Zeromus.
those fights.
I forgot. There's like, what, 4 or 5 more fights? One of them being the Demon Wall, where Poison Axe is coming in very handy, and Zeromus as well. However, there are, 2 other fights that we are doing without Kain in the party.
Yeah, because all this whole thing with party members.
Damage.
Yeah, but also all this whole thing with party members going in and out, we've got to like separate the roles a bit. So, like, some characters are going to be helpful in some fights, and others will be helpful in the others.
Okay, so you just saw that Mrzwanzig bought a couple of light curtains from the shop. These light curtains will be used in the sealed cave later on. because the doors which are fighting you, they are casting the 9th dimension, which is it's basically a guaranteed instant death. However, it is a reflectable spell, so if you have light curtains on, which will give your party member reflect, if then 9th dimension is casted on the said party member, then it will be reflected onto the door again, and thus getting rid of the door instantaneously.
Looks like detour here on Team Tonberry's side to get, I believe that's an elixir. There's a lot of good stuff here in the Fame March, between like the shops and also the chests. And now Team Tonberry is finally going to continue on to the sealed cave, which is where there's a new manip that will hopefully go well, but apparently it's a very tight one. Team Choco's side, Desch just got the next part of the Naming Way quest done. He talked to Loving Way, and Loving Way asks you who you love, and you just give a name. I think it's up to 5 letters, I believe.
It's 5 characters. It's the same with when you want to name Cecil at the start of the game, but funnily enough, the rename does not work when you're prompted to at the start of the game. It's weird.
So yeah, it looks like Desch just named the character. Well, just gave Loving Way the name Choke for Chocobo, or the Cho. Either way, short for Chocobo. Now, Soll is currently fighting Ruby Conte. So yeah, Ruby Conte counters magic. I think it's summons are black magic as well, something along those lines. He counters that with black magic on himself or Blizzara on himself. So let's keep open. He actually deals damage to himself every time Rydia casts a skill, and then by defending at the last second there, Rydia's going to be the only one to survive, and then she's going to hopefully finish off Ruby Conte with the one where Shiva. Unfortunately, didn't happen, but he does still have time to cast the dragon here. This should kill every time, yep.
And it does. And that's Ruby Conte on Mog. Let's go. So, to give a brief update to what happened on Team Mog, there was an item that you get that you're supposed to pick up at the end of Dark Elf. Soll sadly forgot to pick it up, and it is something that has happened to, I think, every single runner at least once. That you just forget to pick up one of the crystals, which meant Soll had to go walk all the way back to the cave where Dark Elf is, which meant he lost all of his lead because of that.
Meanwhile, on Team Tonberry and the Team Choco side, they're fighting doors. I still love this strat so much. The fact that you just have Rydia solo and then reflect the 9th dimension.
Shoutouts to RNG manipulating encounters in Sealed Cave. Or is it RNG manipulated? I mean, it looked like it.
It is.
I mean, at least
one.
Mrzwanzig is getting it, and it looks really good.
And also, it's like such an arbitrary location where he has to open the menu. It's like, how did you do that?
Yeah, I mean,
I look
at
this in the middle of the bridge.
I look at Desch, and Desch just had an encounter happen to him, meaning his and counter manipulation setup was not exactly the way it was supposed to. So he now changed his battle speed to slow because he knew, oh, I messed it up, so I cannot avoid old encounters. So I have to go back to QSRL means, and in case I do get encounters, I'll put it back on slow battle speed, just in case. But yeah, Mrzwanzig looking pretty good with his manipulation. Seems like he's been able to keep it all the way down.
We're seeking Bard Song now. Interesting. And that's also Adrenaline. So yeah, earlier we got some, or everyone got some augments from Sid. The only good one is Adrenaline, which is his third augment. Which is why runners had to give Sid Recall and some other useless augment. Just throw in the garbage onto him so that he'll give Hugh the Adrenaline one, which is extremely good. Adrenaline's an augment where if you're in critical HP, you have double strength. So naturally, that is, as long as you maintain critical HP, that is extremely good. And because of the way the game's routed, that's actually not too hard to pull off. So these light curtains, the reflect caster that Rydia is getting off, those are done with the light curtains, which are bought at the Fame Marsh. There's 3 total, and Team Tonberry just used up all 3 to get rid of the last door. The reason why everyone else is dead is because all the experience needs to get funneled into Rydia right now so that she can learn Haste March. She learns that at like level, I don't remember what the exact level is, 30 something, but she should have it by now. And Haste March is basically a second haste. She speeds up the party, but it stacks together with regular haste. So, because of that, Kain will be absurdly fast in the fights where he's used. This is a Demon Wall fight, and the boss doesn't attack until it moves up close to you. So Kain's gonna throw a Hermes Sandal on himself for haste. Rydia's gonna use Haste March, Satsu's gonna Cry to drop the boss's defenses, and Rosa's gonna cast Slow to make the boss go slower. And with this setup, this makes it so that Kain actually gets 5 attacks, I believe, in between each of Demon Wall's turns. Compare that to before, where I think you could only get 1 attack in between each without Haste March. Like Haste March, I believe made it the difference between getting 1 or 2 attacks to all the way to 5 attacks in between each round. It is absurdly powerful.
And this is why we have to have Rydia at level 40, because Haste March is only unlocked once you reach level 40. And yeah, the reason why Rydia was the only character alive for all the door fights, so she will get all the XP. So the XP will not be split with other characters who don't need it, but solely tunneling the XP to Rydia.
Also, we never really mentioned about ATB weight tricking, huh? So right now, Mrzwanzig's opening the menu a bunch of times and it looks useless. Technically, all he needs to do is open it when Demon Wall is moving, but that is called ATB weight tricking. If you've been around Final Fantasy speedruns a lot, you've probably heard of it. But runners run this game on wait time, and during boss attacks, the ATB will still be moving. During party attacks, though, it pauses in this game. So, because time is flowing, first off, ATBs are filling up, but also second, buffs are counting down. So whenever a Demon Wall moves, that animation takes a long time, way more than Kain needs to fill up his ATB. So by just pausing time, once Kain's ATB is full, you basically just what's the train of thought? Oh, you basically just avoid having the buffs run out, because Haste March doesn't last very long. I don't believe Haste or Berserk last that long either. So if you don't ATB weight trick here, you're just going to have your buffs count down.
A quick little update. Mrzwanzig is a minute and 20 ahead of his PB, aka he's a minute and 20 seconds ahead of record. So, yeah, make with that information what you will.
On Team Tonberry's side, earlier, the Demon Wall fight was completely RNG manipulated, so there were 0 misses. But since Team Choco couldn't maintain the manip all the way through, this is going to be the regular version where Kain can miss attacks, and it can potentially get really bad. So we'll see how this works out. Kane's accuracy is complete garbage. I don't know what it is, but he can just miss quite often, and if he misses too often, things are gonna start going south.
Unlike the 2D versions, in 3D we actually have to run out of the sealed cave. I do remember seeing that, I think it was in the SNES and PSP versions where you could just teleport out, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you can teleport out. Yeah, in this version, the developers realized the mistake, and they made it so that you can't even cast teleports or warp in this dungeon.
Interesting choice to mini Rydia there. There might be something I'm missing, or I forgot.
Mini on Rydia. Interesting.
Yeah, she's minied. Picking up the Phoenix down chest?
I guess that's, probably RNG, yeah, definitely RNG manipulation there.
Might be, yeah.
I'm surprised he's manipulating it all the way back as well, jeez.
I have to say, Mrzwanzig is putting in the insane effort. Like, good lord. Like, shout
Also, we
out
gotta
to
get
him,
Desch for routing this in.
Yeah. Shout out to Desch
one
for
way is
routing all
enough.
of
He
this.
routed it back as well. What?
Yeah, Desch
Remember,
has been
RNG
doing
manipulation is
insane work.
really hard to route in this. It's so time consuming because you need to reset the entire dungeon on every single encounter that you get while routing it. So the fact that Desch routed it to the boss, got a perfect boss, and routed it back?
Okay, taking off everything from Kain, because Kain, as is a common theme in this game, really likes to betray us.
Yeah, the unequipping part is extremely important because Kain does take all the stuff with him. He will not be giving you back his stuff. And he has a lot of really good gear on him right now. Soll, meanwhile, just arrived at the Fey March and is about to buy some stuff. Oh, he accidentally went to sleep at the inn. Well, thankfully there are autosaves. There's an autosave every time you enter a room as well, so it's not that big of a time loss. So at the Fey March, Soul's gonna buy three light curtains, 2 buckets of wines, and 2 Hermes sandals. That's gonna be enough for the rest of the run. These are really good items that, well, on their own, it's not justified coming all the way to the Fey March. The Naming Way side quest is a big thing here. By talking to Loving Way here, that's going to progress the Naming Way side quests more, which later on we're going to see why the runners have been getting all these quests. And it looks like Soul named gave the name Mog for Loving Way's question.
Sid is improving the airship one more time. This time, Sid is installing a drill to... Wait, what do you call the front part of the airship? The head? The front?
My mind is thinking stern, but I'm not sure that's correct or not. I don't know the name of ship parts.
In any case, a drill, a giant drill, is attached to the airship, to the Enterprise, which then allows the party to quite literally dig out of the underworld and is then able to get back to the overworld again. And once in the overworld, Mrzwanzig is then making his way to Mysidia to talk to the Elder, to then continue on with the story. And then, for some reason, there's a revelation that, oh, we can go to the moon. And then suddenly, the lunar whale spawns in. And once the lunar whale is appearing, we are going to the moon.
Alright, on Soul screen, you'll see the door strats again. These used to be one of the most annoying fights in the run because of just how much RNG there is to them, but now all you do is throw a light curtain onto Rydia, and then she's going to reflect back to 9th dimension to insta-kill the doors. Before this, the strat was to a combination of having Kane attack and Edge throwing shurikens, and that they both have garbage accuracy, so very much not a good strat. And also on top of that, the other issue is that if you take too long to kill the doors, there's a chance that they'll summon an enemy once their HP gets too low. So there's a lot of potential time loss from combined with missing and just the bosses or the doors just summoning out enemies to make the fights longer. It was a really annoying fight, and you do it 3 times. Now it's like, hey, well, just throw a toss on a light curtain and then reflect back the spell. So much better. Alright, so Team Tonberry is about to go to the Hummingway Abode. This is the penultimate part of the Naming Way side quest. Now inside, he's actually going to go to the top right and grab an augment. This is the Level Lust augment, I believe. That's actually useless. The thing is that sparkles are those sparkles from the augments. Those scramble the RNG because they're particle effects. And right now, Team Tonberry needs to RNG manipulate this before talking to Naming Way. For this next part of the naming, or the part after this, once you talk to Naming Way, he's going to go to a random location. And it could be like, there's so many different places he can go to. I found a list online. I'm not sure if it's exhaustive or not, but he can be at any Chocobo Forest, the Underground Lake, Mount Hobbs, Hoya, Sylph Cave, or the Lair of the Father. A lot of potential areas. If he goes to anywhere besides the Lair of the Father, it loses time. It's not worth it. The only place there is worth it is if Naming Way goes to Lair of the Father, which is where Team Tonberry is going to go to now. So by exiting out without the Level Lust augment on the field, just scrambling the RNG, and then talking to Naming Way as quickly as possible to avoid having RNG get scrambled around by the NPCs moving around. Hopefully, there's going to be Naming Way here in the Lair of the Father. This is where you would get the Bahamut summon, but all Team Tonberry is here for is to talk to Naming Way. And then once he gets to Naming Way, he's going to get the Safe Travel augment. Yep, it worked out perfectly. So the Safe Travel augment...
So all the detours we did, all the side questing we did was just to get the safe travel argument, which omits all and every single encounter for the rest of the run, which is basically just 2 dungeons. But for those 2 dungeons, since they're so big and so exhaustive, it's actually worth it. It saves several minutes, even though
Also, on top of that, the moon is a very high-level dungeon. With the way the encounters works, if you're very under-leveled, the game's going to give you encounter checks more often. You could go a shorter distance, and then the game will check to see if you get an encounter. So because the team is so under-leveled, there's so many encounter checks all over the place. So by just having this, it cuts out all the encounters. It's really good, despite the fact that it's only 2 dungeons.
Alright, and now Mrzwanzig is completely unbothered with QSRLing, because there are no more encounters that will bother him for the rest of the run, unless he will somehow forget to equip the safe travel argument, but he already has, so if he somehow gets rid of it, then I'd be very surprised. So Team Choco is approaching the moon as well. Team Choco grabbing Level Lust to get rid of the potential issues that can happen if you have particles scrambling the RNG. Quick saving, then quitting the game, loading the game again with the correct RNG seed, and then talking to Namingway.
Just a fun fact about the whole RNG manipulation thing. The way the seeds work is that it's just using something called epoch time, which is the number of seconds since January 1st, 1970 of midnight. And it counts how many seconds have passed since then uses that as the initial RNG seed. And something interesting about that is that because there's a limit to how big the numbers can get, and once it gets to, I believe it's January 19th of 2038.
That's a Tuesday, if I remember correctly.
Once it reaches that date, the game will crash, basically. Like, the RNG value just gets so high that the game cannot load up, so...
Wait,
years...
Wait, you want to tell me that the game will be unplayable in 13 years?
Yep. In 13 more years, you can never play this game again.
It will only be unplayable if you don't do the thing where you go back in time.
Yeah, you'll have to just change your time to an earlier point in order to play it.
It's also known as the 2038 problem.
Or as I saw someone else call it, it's called the apocalypse.
Back then, it was like 25 years ago, we had Y2K. Now it's a 2038 problem. Yeah, Y2K38. I would not even call it a bug, it's just a limit of numbers.
I mean, yeah, would consider that a bug, since programmers should be taking that into consideration.
Well, back then when they came up with, what was it, 32 bits? Yeah, it was 32-bit systems which have these issues. Is that when like the bits count up, that then they will overflow. So since most, I would say most computer things change to 64-bit, but I would say a lot of legacy software will not work anymore. Mrzwanzig now in the Giant's Neck, or, well, in Babil himself. Which, funnily enough, is actually a boss fight, a super boss in the 3D version.
Something else is, I believe that's the only room in the game that have small neck room where you fill up the whole map. Like that's only one that runners will fill up the whole map just because it's so small. It's going to take time to avoid getting that.
Yeah, and the X potions can be useful for damaging down.
Right, yeah, it's used for the final boss. I forgot about that. So it's very convenient too. You don't even need to waste time to grab it.
So when the 4 fiends are coming up very, very soon.
Yeah, this is one of the fights that has also changed quite a bit throughout the years. Since it's 4 whole bosses in a row and we're limited on resources, there's been a lot of different ways to do this fight. Alright, now Team Tonberry is in the 4 Fiends fights. So this is 4 boss fights all in a row, just all 4 of the Fiends, and they each have 25,000 HP, I believe. So for the Starmiglione here, he's again weak to, well, not weak to, but he takes damage from healing items, so the party's gonna throw 3 elixirs on him. However, after the second elixir, the party's actually going to set things up for the next fights, because Starmiglione doesn't have much that he can do that's bad. Meanwhile, the next one, Cagnazzo, is a big one. So here, everything's gonna get set up. Everyone has skills queued up. Edge is gonna go first and throw an elixir on the boss. That's gonna kill Starmiglione. Now, all these spells that have been queued up are for Cagnazzo. There's Ultima, there's Meteor, and also there's Shiva, and I believe Edge will be throwing a shuriken as well. Maybe a Fuma shuriken? Yep, Fuma shuriken. Oh, it's Blizzaga, not Meteor. Going to the shell's a good sign, because that you know that the fight's almost over. With Fuma shuriken, that's going to end this phase and go on to Barbarisha. Now, since Kane isn't in the party this time around, you can't cancel out Barbarisha's tornado phase. You'll just turn into a tornado, and then you'll have to exclusively use magic. You can't even throw stuff with Edge.
And since summons are considered magic, you can just summon as well.
And also, this time Barbarisha is also weak to Holy, so Soya will be using Meteor, because that's a very powerful skill, and Rydia is summoning the Dragon.
And if I remember correctly, it doesn't really matter if Edge turns to stone, but I could be wrong, because I don't think he throws anything for Rubicon type, but I could be wrong.
Well, throws damage doesn't scale off its level or stats. It's purely based off what the item's stats are. So it doesn't matter what level he is unless there's accuracy issues, which I'm not sure can be fixed with a few levels. Here, final phase with Rubicante. Since the party is also minied, that's another thing. Minied, and I assume there's Faith as well. It's impossible to die. You just, at worst, you will lose a lot of time. Just a lot of potential for time loss on this fight because of how precisely it's routed. On top of the fact that you can't actually restore MP while you're reversed because of the way this works.
And that's for Fiends on Mrzwanzig's side. let's go. Mrzwanzig is on a roll.
Something interesting about reverse is that not only is healing HP and taking damage a reverse, but also it's the same for your MP. So if you try to throw an ether onto a character who is reversed, they lose MP. Which means by extension, if you use Osmose on... if you have Soil cast Osmose, since he's reversed, you would just lose MP. So because of the mini reverse glitch, MP is very limited, so you have to be very careful with what you cast. Which is why, like, even during some fights earlier on, where maybe it would have been helpful to have reverse on, it's better not to, because we want to have more MP for the party.
On to previously one of the hardest and most annoying fights, to probably a pushover now. CPU. This fight used to be very horrible before we had the mini reverse glitch. But now with mini reverse, this is a lot easier, especially with laser barrage dealing way too much damage.
Yeah, I don't think you can physically survive that at all in a speedrun setting. It's basically you're just banking on that not happening unless you RNG manipulate.
Yes,
so
on the DS version, you just pray that it doesn't happen. When it happens, you reset to your latest save. And that's why the very first thing you do is just destroy the laser barrage node.
This fight, you do also split up the damage a bit. So the node on the right actually absorbs thunder elemental damage, which is why Rydia wanted to go first, so that she basically heals nothing on that node, while the other one takes a bunch of damage. So it casted Meteor to deal massive damage to all 3 nodes, and now Soll and Rosa are going to use Ultima. Yeah, Ultima. There's also one more cast of Rydia's Rama. But yeah, with this, it takes out... Oh, good damage rolls too. It took out the CPU as well.
Time.
Nice.
Yeah, Mrzwanzig is like a minute and 30 ahead now of record. Just a little update.
That is so ridiculous. Now, Desch, on the other hand, is currently on the 4 Fiends fight. Ooh. Oh, looks like things are going bad. There's Edge and Fusoya who are asleep.
Yeah, that is not good, getting both of them asleep.
Okay, at least there's Esuna. Yeah,
Okay,
thankfully now
least...
the party actually has spells, so Esuna to get rid of that.
And luckily they don't need... I don't think they need Ultima more than just for Kanyatsu, right? Yeah, they only need it for Kanyatsu.
Yeah, you can technically cast multiple Ultimas, but realistically you only want to cast it once. Trying to do it a second time just takes quite a while to set up.
And Mrzwanzig right now is going through the backstory of Theodore. And Theodore, as we will get to learn, is none other than Cecil's brother. And Cecil's brother is none other than Golbez himself. Spoiler alert.
So on Team Choco's side, right now it's the last Archfiend, Rubicante. That's just trying to do as much damage while Rubicante's cape is open. Using 2 Shivas and a Blizzaga to hopefully kill him. Yep, there we go. That is Archfiend's down for Team Choco.
Archfiend's down for Choco, and on to the final split for Choco and Tonberry. With Soll very close behind.
Team Choco having an edge dash with... Yeah, thankfully Edge doesn't need any experience, so him being petrified is no issue. I think by this point, like no one except I think no one really needs experience at this point, so it doesn't really matter who gets it.
From CPU, you mean?
Well, for like all the characters in the party, because we already have everything.
Does Rosa have Mini?
Mini's a very low-level spell. I'm pretty sure she does. I mean,
I
the party's
thought it
Mini
was
now.
a level 36. I thought it was a level 36 spell for Rosa.
You mean haste?
No. I mean Mini. I thought it was a level 36 spell, but I'm not sure anymore.
Okay, I'm looking this up because I'm curious.
Yeah. Please look it up. I could be wrong. And Mrzwanzig is currently in the baby rage moment.
Oh, it's a level 32 spell. I'm surprised.
Oh, level 32 actually. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
So...
I'm really surprised. I thought for sure it was like level 14 or something.
No. That would be way too powerful.
I mean, Mini isn't a useful spell normally, so it's
Well,
not
normally,
not too
yeah,
powerful.
but for our sake, it would be very powerful being able to have access to no damage at level 14.
Yeah, but that's not the intended way. It's like, it's Mini's a useless spell normally, that's all that matters. Strange that it would be a level 32 spell of all things.
Okay, so Mrzwanzig has a story time happening right now, whereas Soll is now going to the moon, and Desch is about to finish up CPU in just a second. Oh, he got Object 199.
Yeah, that's, I mean, not really an issue, but yeah, this is
With
what happens when you get
reversal,
damage
yes.
rolled.
And that's CPU done on Desch. Let's go.
I think really this fight's not an issue no matter what happens. Like, worst case scenario, you would just be throwing shurikens with edge, which isn't really... It's bad because it's time loss, but you can still kill the boss just fine. I don't think there's really much risk of the other nodes getting revived either. That is something that the boss can do, I believe, but chances of it happening... If you're wasting so much time that happens is non-existent.
Alright. Soll is about to set up for the last manip of the run. And once that is done, it's smooth sailing for the rest of the game. And Mrzwanzig is on his way to the inside of the moon, which will then be the final dungeon to traverse through. And then there's only one obstacle, or two obstacles. One is remember to get one Fuma Shuriken, and the second one is Zeromus. And for Zeromus, we have to pray that Kain is hitting his attacks. Otherwise, if we underdamage, then Zeromus might get Meteor off, and we do not want to see Meteor at all.
I mean, Meteor's not too bad, as long as it's not, like, Black Hole or something.
Okay, and with that said and done, we're now approaching the last dungeon. He's now doing the final equipment, so he can just run right into the battle.
Right now, Kane's actually stacked out with a lot of strength from his gear. I don't believe the descriptions ever say anything about stats, but there's a lot of gear that just has good stats on them, like plus strength, plus intellect, and all that, and that's the main things we want in the run.
And now Soll got his safe travel and is now leaving Lair of the Father. I still have to say, we gotta applaud to the management team who made sure that it's gonna be a very close race. I mean, we're 21 and a half hours in, and all the runners are within 10 minutes of each other? 5 minutes? No, 10 minutes. More like 10 minutes. But still, that's an incredible feat.
And this is despite like all the issues that have been cropping up as well. Yeah, this is a very, very long dungeon, which is why safe travel is so helpful, despite only being used for like 2 dungeons. So imagine all this, but you get an encounter every like 5 seconds. I'm not exaggerating, that's actually how bad this dungeon is.
Alright, Mrzwanzig is in the lunar subterrane. There's like 2 or 3 more screens before he'll reach the final boss. And just FYI, he enters the final boss screen at 3:06:55 in his PP. So whatever the difference between his current time and the 3:06:55 is, that's the time he will be ahead.
And the Romus is actually a pretty consistent fight, so it's just a matter of hoping that Kane doesn't miss too often so that you get to do the fight faster, but there's very little risk of things going too wrong as long as you don't mess up.
And now Desch also entering the moon, the lunar subterrane. Oh, he got both Fuma Shuriken. Very good, very good. I think just in case if Kane misses too many attacks.
Yeah, that's the big risk, so you want to get both Fuma Shurikens. I was trying to like YOLO it really badly, but it's definitely not a good thing to do in a relay, nor is it a good thing to do on a world record pace.
For those who are wondering, world record is a 3:13:51 by Mr. Mrzwanzig. And yeah, he is on pace, and it seems like he's ahead by over a minute. So yeah, 3:06:55 in his PB, and he enters final boss in here at 3:05:19. That is way over a minute. So good luck on Mrzwanzig. I really hope he gets all the hits from Kane that he needs and doesn't get a single miss.
For the upcoming fights, the party does also have reverse on them, and even though the effect only lasts for 1 fight, this fight here doesn't count because the party's not in it. It's it's for Soya and Golbez in the battle instead. So thankfully it doesn't get cancelled out.
So there's a couple of minutes of cutscenes before the actual fight starts. Just to show off that Zeromus is the most mega, giga, evil thingy. Who tries to show you that he's supposedly better, but we will show him. No, sorry, Mrzwanzig will show him.
Solo Shellion on Team Mog is entering the Four Fiends fight. For those of you who missed the explanation earlier, there are 4 phases to this fight because you're fighting all 4 Fiends in order, and each one has 25,000 HP. And also the gimmicks have changed slightly. Here in Charmiglione, he's still weak to healing items, so the party throws 3 elixirs, but Soul's only gonna throw 2 elixirs first, and then before throwing a 3rd one, he's gonna set things up for the next phase because Cagnasso is really annoying. So right now, twin cast Rosa and Soul are twin casting. Soya is casting Blizzaga. Rydia is casting Shiva, and then Edge just 3 elixir right before anyone could cast their spells. So the spells are queued up, but they aren't actually happening yet. Now that Cagnazzo is here, this is where the Blizzagas, the Shiva, and the Ultima casts are all going to go off.
Alright, just so for Team Tonberry, it's about 3 to 4-ish more minutes, just so that you're ready. Ready whenever. And before it gets that far, I want to wish everyone in FF13, not only the runners, but also on team commentary, good luck on FF13. That's also not an easy game. And yeah, they're soon fighting the final boss, which is now on Mrzwanzig. Wait, no. One more character introduction or farewell saying before the final fight actually happens.
So this final fight is split up into, I guess, sort of 4 phases, though kind of 2 big phases. This first part, the boss is invincible. You need to throw a crystal to have him transform. So during this time, instead of just throwing it right away, the party is going to do some initial setup. There's going to be the usual setups of Ria's going to have haste march on the party to raise everyone's speed. Kane's going to have haste on himself, and he's going to have berserk. And then before going into the next phase, well, actually, also, Kane needs to be in low HP, so because the party is reversed, this is done by throwing 2 X potions onto Kane to get him low.
Remember the X potions we got for clearing the map on the Giant's Neck? Well, they're coming in handy now.
Now this is where the crystal gets thrown. Only Cecil can throw the crystal, and right after this, there's enough time for Cecil to activate Cry, and for Rosa to activate Slow. They're gonna have those queued up, and then before the right as soon as Zeromus transforms, he's going to get hit by Slow as well as Cry and
That's one attack, minus 6k. So
So
Romus
right
is
now-
150,000 HP, and we're already down 6k. So if
And
you
there's
want
a
to
counter.
count... And that's why we have draw attack on edge.
So one of the things is that earlier Tonberry was in a menu just now because if you don't ATB waste trick that's counter, Zromus will get his next turn after Kane only attacks one time. So you lose out on 9 whole attacks. Kane actually gets 10 whole attacks in between each of Zromus' turns. Without the ATB tricking, that would have only given him 1 or 2, and it would have caused Zromus to cast Black Hole, which removes all status effects on the field, including Berserk and Haste, which is not something we want.
Oh, there's a miss.
Yeah, hopefully things will go well. If things
Osmos,
go
okay,
well,
Osmos is a very good sign. You want to
Yep.
see Osmos, so that means he's very good on damage. He's very good on damage. Okay,
Zromus actually
and
has
be
3
ready,
different-
be ready, it's any second now. And yeah, this is most likely gonna be a new record. Yeah, this will be a 312. Third record in FF Relay this year. My goodness. GG!
time.
GG! 3-12-24! M, it's your turn. Go!
Alright, go Team Tonberry.
3-12-24. The third record. Now every single team had 1 record. That is insane. And Desch is now coming up on the final battle himself as well, whereas Soll is just about to beat Soll. And I think I'll give it over to FF13 really quick to introduce themselves.
Hello! That was great FF4 runs. So hi, I'm Mr. Titan. I'm here also with another commentator.
Yeah, I'm Zero, the other Zero, the non-runner Zero, but I will be running 12 later. And
Yep, so
Rooster
we
will be
have-
joining us later.
Yeah, so we have both a Zero in commentary and a Zero running right now. I'm sure that won't be confusing at all over the course of it. So yeah, right now, welcome to FF13. We've still got a bit more in FF4, but we'll just start here. So yeah, FF13 is a bit unique from a lot of the other Final Fantasies up to this point in the mainline series, because it still has an ATB system. It's much more of an active system than before. As you can see, we've got this blue bar that is filling up, and when we go into each of our abilities that we can use, it takes up different segments of the ATB. So we've got attack takes up 1, it's a single target thing. Blitz is our basic AoE attack, it takes 2 charges. And when you input your string of commands and you go all the way up, then the string will automatically execute, or you can execute early. We're going to be seeing that a lot. Another difference for 13 is how the overworld combats work. There are no random encounters in this game at all. Instead, every encounter group exists in the overworld, and the combat only starts when they actually attack you, or they run into you, you run into them, either way. So a major part of the speed run is just going to be doing dodges, because it turns out that most of these fights are completely optional. We don't need them at all. The more that we can dodge, the less encounters we have to get into, and the faster everything goes. One cool thing about it, though, is that if you do accidentally get into a fight, then you can restart it and do the dodge again. But every single time that does that, it takes a bit more time. Each dodge is like, what, 20 or 30 seconds lost?
I would say maybe a little bit less. Maybe like 15 seconds.
Yeah.
But either way, like, it adds up after you lose. Like, after you fail dodges, like, if you fail 4 dodges, you have lost already a minute. So,
Yeah.
oh, that's an unlucky first fail on.
Unlucky positioning there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chapter 1, one of the difficulties with failing dodges is that usually the enemies will be in a different position than how they were when you initially did the dodge. So the pattern that you then have to dodge with isn't always the same. which can make things more difficult or not. So there will be some fights that, you know, they fail a dodge, but it's not quite worth it to try to do the redodge because it would lose more time and you just keep on snowballing them. So,
I see that Desch is now on the final fight as well, so let's let the FF4 runners commentate on that. Or commentators commentate.
Thank you for that. Oh, and Kane just had 2 misses on 3 misses in a row. Ooh, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. So yeah, the more misses you get, the higher the chances are that Zeromus is either getting Flare or Meteor off. Ooh, he actually got just in time with Osmos, so getting to see Osmos is really good. I was a bit scared there for him to get 3 misses in a row, but he was still able to clutch in a couple of attacks, which is really good, which did scare me for a second there. But we seem to be good now. Only a couple of attacks more and we should be rolling. So I hope Team Choco is ready. I think Choco is Kaya, right?
Yep.
So only a couple more attacks and then... Oh, and he got meteored. Yeah,
Not too bad because he's still doing damage.
It's like 1 or 2 attacks away.
Yeah, I believe it's like the last
attacks.
10,000 or so HP.
And it's on Team
happens.
Choco, let's go! Go, go, go! Go, Kaya, go! GG! GG on Desch.
GG Desch.
GG.
Now the only person remaining is Soll. And before I'm gonna give it over back to Titan and Zero, I have one question for you guys. Do you consider FF13 a turn-based game?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer.
I also don't consider FF4 a turn-based game, but...
I mean, same, but, you know, quite controversial take as we recently figured out.
I think there's probably a sliding aspect to turn-based. So, like, 10 is more turn-based than, like, 9, for instance, right?
Yeah.
So, we've got a sliding range of turn-basedness.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Alright. So, anyways. Yeah, so now we've got Kaya, you know, doing the same things that Zero is just doing. One thing that you'll be seeing a lot, especially early on for the first several hours, is we don't necessarily have full control over our party. So you'll see Zero's currently using Snow, who's going to be one of our main characters. Kaya's using Lightning and Saz, who are 2 other main characters. And this is going to swap around a lot, so there's going to be a bunch of different strategies that have to be used. One interesting thing with the combat in this game is that the models actually matter. Like, the combats are in a 3D area, the characters will have 3D models, and hitboxes are actually a thing. Unfortunately, most of the time it's to our detriment rather than to our advantage. Because our attacks are much more likely to miss the opponents than theirs are to, you know, miss us. Which is a bit awkward. But
There is a fight coming up, though, where we try to dodge the enemy attacks.
yeah.
Really soon.
Yep. Yeah, so we're actually gonna see this in the on Zero stream right now with the Alpha Behemoth.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so we've got a bunch of dodges going on, and yeah, here we go. So all cutscenes in this are skippable. Alright, so we've got the Alpha Behemoth. There's a few mechanics that we haven't quite covered yet, but we'll be able to see a number of them here. So one of them is just, if you look at the top right underneath the, Beta Behemoth's sort of status bar, you've got a HP bar on the actual Beta Behemoth. And on the top right, you've got this percentage that keeps on going up. That's going to be our stagger gauge. And the effective way to think about it is that 100% is you're doing normal damage. Every percentage that you go up is going to deal, you know, that percentage more damage. So if you get to 140%, you're dealing 140% of your normal damage. 200%, you're dealing 2 times as much damage, etc. And every enemy has a stagger amount, which will be some larger percentage where a lot of things just end up happening as a result of that. We'll actually see it up right in on Kaya's run where we see the item tutorial and then we just skip it because, you know, we're speedrunners. We know how to use items already. Typically, a lot of the fights, we're going to want to stagger them because it unlocks a lot of different mechanics. We can interrupt the enemies, we do a lot more damage, etc. It's all really nice. One thing that you'll also see happen is the one difference that 13 has compared to a lot of the previous games in the series is you're really only controlling your main character, the first one. So in Zero's case, it's controlling lightning. There are ways to influence what the other characters are doing. So this is going to be through things like targeting or dealing with paradigms, which we'll get to later. But yeah, there's a lot of like small things that end up happening that we'll try to cover to different extents. So yeah, we've got the Myrmidon being hit, and this is a good example of like the stagger mechanics. So one of the things that we're trying to do during this is interrupt the Myrmidon's attacks, because that's something you can very easily do during stagger.
Yes,
Yeah,
and on Kaya's run, he's fighting the Marauder and Enforcers, and he's using a move called Blitz, which is an AoE move that hits every enemy that's close enough to lightning, and Kaya used that until both of the small guys were dealt with, and then switched to attacks when there was only one enemy remaining, because attack is a little bit stronger on a single target, or two attacks is a little bit stronger on a single target than a blitz, which costs 2 ATB segments. But yeah, for now,
yeah,
lightning splits is a little bit weaker on single enemy.
Yeah, and we can see a similar thing happening in Zero's fight, where Snow used the hand grenade when it would hit 2 of the enemies, 2 of the Psycom units, but then switched over to just normal attacks when there was only 1 left, because the hand grenade, bit slower animation, you know, it deals the AoE damage, but the attacks are just faster and can do a bit more on a single target.
Oh, Kaya got unlucky. He was trying to dodge the next encounter, and he was luring them towards him, and then ran backwards, and there was an enemy from the previous dodge that he ran into, because it was way out of where it should have been. That's unlucky.
Unfortunate. Alright, so Zero's just finished off with Chapter 1. There's 13 chapters in this game. They are not all equal length. For the most part, the chapters are going to just be new areas. There's not a lot of backtracking in this game, unless you go to some of the longer categories. But we're being introduced to 2 more of our, teammates. We've got Hope and Vanille. The Vanille actually has 3 ATB segments compared to everybody else's 2 right now. That's called foreshadowing. Oh, I missed that. Got hit by the Panther on there. Unlucky. But yeah, so we also went to the battle menu and we changed the battle speed to slow. This is because Chapter 2 is going to be most of our setup for the rest of the run. Zero, you want to go into the decepts and stuff?
Yeah, so Shrouds give you different effects. There are 3 types of Shrouds, or technically 4, but three that are one works a little bit different than the others. So there's Decepticals, which allow you to go past enemies without them seeing you. And there's Fortisals that give you Fortisals and Agisals that give you buffs. At the start of the battle, basically in the speedrun for the duration of the entire battle, because it's like buffs for 5 minutes or something like that, and there's no fight in any percent that should take more than 5 minutes. But yeah, in Chapter 2 you can get 40 souls and Decepticals. So 40 souls give you your characters haste, bravery, and faith. So basically the offensive buffs. And Deceptical allows you to move past enemies without you seeing them, making dodging a lot easier, and sometimes like even possible.
So the drop rates for some of the shrouds, specifically in Chapter 2 on these enemies, is just boosted compared to the rest of the game. So by moving our battle speed to slow, by setting it to slow, we're able to make the fights last for long enough that we can effectively guarantee the shroud drops from happening. We have a 96% chance on those fights in order to get them.
Yeah,
We'll see if
exactly.
any
It
of
was
our runners get
100%.
4%ed.
The first two fights that Zero just did, they actually have even higher chance. So it was actually guaranteed to get a set dissolve from those, as long as you get the 2-star rating or lower, because they have a base chance of 60% of giving the shrouds anyway, but then that gets
extra Fortisol.
Doubled. So so it was 120% chance that he would get the.
Yeah. So these shrouds are important mostly because they're just massive time saves throughout the rest of the run. It's not so much of a time save that it's worth farming for more than what we get, and there's definitely runners that skimp on some amount of them, but the safety and speed that they provide are amazing. We also saw right now, you might be wondering why Zero's running just looking at the ground. So the way that the enemies are programmed in the game are a bit interesting. They're kind of, most of them are like, very young children. If you can't see them, they can't see you. So there are going to be some dodges throughout where we do what's called a camera trick, where we basically point the camera to the ground or all the way up to the sky. And it stops the enemies from being able to see us and start running towards us before we want them to. And it lets us do a lot of dodges easier than we would be able to otherwise. You're not technically wrong that ground steering saves frames, but the frames that are saving are because we're not getting into a fight. So yeah, Zero managed to get a bonus drop Fortisol, which meant that he then skipped another fight, which is pretty cool. Pretty good. That's some really nice time save right there. And yeah, so one of the things that we've seen as well, we're going to see it a bit more in this next fight with Snow, but it's manipulating the enemy's movements based on what you're doing. So in this case, we're just throwing the hand grenades, and because we're targeting with the hand grenades the way they are, it should kill off those rogue scan droids that are off to the sides. But in the previous Pantheron X2 fight, we saw the switching of the targets to accomplish the same thing, which we'll see again with Kaya. I'll point it out there so that you guys can go there. Yeah. So far, everything's been pretty good. Kaya just doing the first of his D-sub farms. They're probably going to be doing 3-2, right? Is my guess. Zero?
Out. Sorry.
They're gonna do 3-2 for the shrouds.
I think they're doing 2-0, maybe.
Okay.
I think that's the meta nowadays.
Okay,
But they might go for more for relay safety, but I don't think so.
All right. Well, we'll see.
Well, I mean, you get the one for each other from the chest. So,
Yeah.
That one gets gotten, but
yeah.
So, but like from fights, it's 2 Deceptive Souls and no 40 Souls needed. So every 40 Soul you get is an extra one.
Yeah. So Zero's already got one bonus one. I don't know if Kaya's gotten any yet.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We're almost approaching the end of Chapter 2 for Zero, but if I'm looking at 4 correctly, I think we're almost at the final boss there.
Yep, seems to be that way. This is an interesting dodge on the Zero side as well. Like, you're luring this guy forward, then you run to the left so that the enemy turns to face you, and then starts backing off. He backs off so that you have just enough space to go around him. That's such a cool dodge.
Yeah. Used to be you just kind of had to sneak past them, but then we figured out how to slightly manip them. So you can also see Zero here doing the... trying to lure the Seaths away from the platforms so that you can actually run past them. Sometimes those don't always work out for you. But yeah, so we're going to be using the first of our Fortisols here, which as commentator Zeros, this is so going to get confusing. which as Zero mentioned earlier, gives us both haste, bravery, and faith, which, you know, kind of do the same thing that they do in most Final Fantasy games. You know, haste increases the speed over ATB. You'll see it as red instead of blue. Bravery and faith give you the offensive buffs for physical and magic. And we're about to fight Anima. So Anima is a very interesting fight, because Anima hurts if you let him hit you. So what we're going to be doing is we've got two arms on the Anima main body. And we start off by trying to desync Snow and Lightning's attacks, so that Snow goes in, triggers the counterattack slap, and then we can go in as Lightning and do our Blitz. We're going to be doing this basically until we kill one of the arms with the Blitz AoE damage. Then we're going to try to refocus onto the other arm and kill it. What will happen in most of the combat setups is that your characters will attack the same person that the leader is attacking. So the game tries to play along with what you're intending to do. So if we move over our targeting to a different thing, then usually the other characters will also move to that. But yeah, we've killed off the arms, it's initiating a regeneration, we're just trying to get as much damage as we can, and that looks like a very clean and easy fight. We have successfully killed Anime. And we've also picked up in this the Doctor's Code, which is going to be a very important item for the rest of the run. Anime is over. It's okay, we got 2 more chances. Maybe Anime will win.
Yeah, Anime is actually a fight that can very easily kill you. It's the first, like, fight that can really cost you a death. Although, if you play a really risky, some fights in Chapter 1 can do that as well.
Yeah, so yeah. That's going to be a running theme throughout. Every fight can kill you. You can win every fight, but also almost every fight can actually kill you.
Yes. But yeah, now Soll is starting the final fight as well. So shall we let the F4 commentary to wrap things up?
So yeah, final fight is happening very soon. Just a couple of final words from Fusoya and Golbez to make the party a bit more excited, a bit more powerful prep talk for the final battle. And once they disappear, the ATP gauges start filling up, and Soll will then prepare to start the final fight by first and foremost using 2 elixirs on Kain to get him on critical HP, so that his adrenaline augment gets triggered, so he will deal double damage. At the same time, he will use Hermes Sandals with Kain himself, causing him to get the haste status effect. Then Cecil is using the crystal to turn Zeromus into an actual fightable beast. Then Rydia is using Haste March to speed up the fight even more. Rosa is casting Slow, and Cecil is using Cry to halve the defense and magic defense from Zeromus. And Edge is using a Fuma Shuriken to deal as much damage as possible, just to make sure that we can get past the damage threshold that we need, so we can get to see the Osmos happen instead of Meteor and or Flare or Black Hole. And
another thing about this fight is that Zeromus actually has 3 different phases for this. Depending on what his HP threshold is, he actually has a different script for what actions he'll take, which is how we'll know whether you're on track or not for this fight. The next action right now in this first section is Black Hole, which is really bad. That's the skill that the runners want to skip. So if you see Black Hole, you've under-damaged. If you see Osmos, you'll know you've actually done enough damage and pushed to the second phase.
Okay, looks like pretty decent so far. With all the attacks landing, I really hope I didn't speak too soon. I spoke too soon.
Commentator curse.
Absolutely.
It's not like
Extra
it's
had
like
two
a...
sure.
Perfect. That's Osmos. We want to see
Yep.
that. We want to see that. So the fight is going absolutely the way we want to. So
It's a very
just
good
a couple
sign.
attacks more. Just a couple attacks more. I hope M is ready. Another miss. But just a couple of attacks more and another miss. And then yeah, M should hopefully be ready to go. But we will let you know. As soon as Zeromus turns back into his regular color, that's when time is. Oh, he got meteored.
Meteor. Yeah, it's not too
Yeah,
bad.
that's he missed 3 attacks, so it's probably gonna be 2 attacks. It's done.
Oh, there we go.
M, go! Oh, go!
Team On,
GG,
go!
Soll.
Congratulations.
GG, Soll. Thank you guys all for watching FF4. Thank you for all the FF4 runners. Thank you to Mrzwanzig for learning FF4 specifically for the relay and getting record during the relay. Shoutouts to him. Quaz, do you have any closing words? Because if that is all from me, and I would love to give it back to the FF13 commentary.